Knockback, the retro and nostalgia podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Knockback, Last Stand Media's occasional retro and nostalgia podcast. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined as always by my brother, Dagan Ellie Moriarty. Dagan. Good to see you, my friend. How are you today?
It's nice to be here, my dude. We're doing this.
We're doing it.
Oh, man.
It's time. It's time. How are you? How's life?
Everything's good, man. Keeping it very Philly over here today. Woke up. I should say the girls are in Miami.
Oh, looking at the school.
Scoping out, getting the lay of the land.
Yeah.
Right? They've been there since yesterday. They just landed in Miami last night, actually. So Lils is scoping out University of Miami, seeing if it's for her. They'll be there for I guess till Wednesday. And so Grade and I are just keeping it very Philly. Went to Wawa this morning, went to church, right? Got back. He's making a protein shake for himself, Mr. Muscles down there, right? He's on this I don't know, did I tell you or was I saying this on Constellation a couple of days ago? He's on this super gym protein shakes, protein snacks, he's on a serious workout regimen. He's really into it, man. I think maybe he found his passion. Now it's a case of the apple falling far from the tree. This is not my thing, right? But I'm there cheering him on, right? So everything else is kind of chill. It's cold, rainy here, 40 degrees, chilly, raining. I think it's 85 degrees and sunny in Miami for the girls. They actually had the audacity to complain that it was a little breezy on the beach this morning. I was like, you guys have us by 45 degrees right now.
Yeah.
And the sun's out.
Yeah. Right.
Quit your bitching. That's what I'm talking about. How are you doing? What's going on with you this weekend?
I'm all right. I'm stressed out this week. Just a lot of things going on. Well, it's actually Sunday, so it would be last week I was stressed. I'm still stressed. I'm stressed from last week into this week.
Holdover stress.
Just a lot going on. And but the weather is really beautiful. I was just in the backyard with the dogs and dude, the pool cover is just covered in an inch of pollen. And when you walk through the grass, it's just puffs up, the dogs are running through it. And it's just and Rush has got a really bad allergy, it seems to pollen. So we try to keep him out of it. But then you can't communicate with him and be like, well, this is why we're keeping you inside. Doesn't understand. And I feel bad for him, So anyway, everything's fine, but there's no more time to waste because we have a lot to go through today. Oh my
goodness.
It's time for a Knockback episode dedicated to The Last of Us Part 2, which for somehow you never were spoiled about, which is awesome.
Nope.
I have a number for you, Ding, and it's 14,791. Do you know what that number is? 14,791.
14,791. No,
I'll tell you. It's the word count of all my notes. 22 pages.
So you jotted down a couple of things.
So I jotted down a couple of things as I was playing. So what I did was I've beaten The Last of Us Part 2 twice. And so I went through and I played it again on PS. I never played on PS5. So
this was your third time.
My third time through. Yeah. I beat it twice on PS4.
Okay.
And back to back. I beat it in June and then July of 2020, I want to say.
So you did New Game Plus the second time.
Right, okay. Exactly. And got the platinum and stuff. Because you can't get the platinum in one playthrough because you can't fully upgrade your character, your weapons, all that kind of stuff in one playthrough. You need to do it again. And I would like to play through this game again, even New Game Plus grounded mode, which they have added since, which is it's mega hard. And there's even a permadeath mode, which I think is really cool too.
Oh, wow. That's cool.
That's very difficult.
I didn't know about that.
Yeah, they're all down. Sony does a really nice job of supporting games after they come out with little accoutrements, New Game Plus, new modes. They also on the PS5 added the no return mode, which is a roguelike single player series of stages that you run through and try to get high scores and stuff. So it's pretty cool what they're doing. But yeah, I've not played it in 5 years. And I even went back and listened to Chris and I did 2 podcasts on The Last of Us Part 2 when it came out, one in June and one in July of 2020. They're Sacred Symbols Plus episodes. They're so old that it's when we still numbered Sacred Symbols Plus episodes with Roman numerals. And so people can go listen to those. They're on Patreon. And I don't think they ever made it to YouTube because that was before we actually did video. That's how old.
Wow. Yeah. And pre-Dustin, of course.
Yeah, before Dustin joined the show
that's
too.
A real era.
He was editing at the time, but yeah, he was not doing anything else. So yeah, I really enjoyed playing through the game again and then listening to my old thoughts on it. Took a shit ton of notes for us to discuss because I don't think we did a great job with The Last of Us Part 2 spoiler cast as far as getting into the story, like the finer points of the story. There was just so much to talk about. There was so much drama around the game. Yeah. And in fact, I found the game specifically unfun to cover, which was the first time that I ever really felt that way about a game that I liked, where I was like, I don't even really want to talk about this anymore. It's so unfun.
Dude, can I even say, I didn't even know how divisive that game was 5 years ago. That wasn't even spoiled for me. Like that, I didn't even find out that until after the fact. So I was completely green.
It's great.
Yeah.
It shows you how compartmentalized everything is really on the internet, not a bad thing to not know those things and to go in fresh. And hopefully with the HBO show, the reason we're doing this now is because the HBO show is imminent. I think it premieres this coming week.
Yeah, in days, mere days.
And so I thought it would be fun to kind of get this out there and do it. And so I took copious notes and I wanted to focus a lot more on the story this time around than we did the last time. Although there's so much to say about the gameplay and the beauty of the game and all of the design work and everything in it. So let's start at the very top, Dave. What did you think of The Last of Us Part 2?
I mean, do I even come right into this with spoilers or what? First of all,
of course. It's a spoil. Yeah, spoil. I mean, it's Knockback. So yeah, spoil it.
Well, there's proper spoilers and then there's the Dagster, coming from the Dagster angle, spoilers. But I have to say, man, like this game is so deep, first of all, that I don't even know if it should be allowed to podcast about it, having only played through it once. Because it's still washing over me, I'm just going to come right out and say this. I don't know if it's obvious or not. Maybe if you know me, but new favorite game of all time. I've never, ever been so emotionally invested in a game where I was so emotionally wrapped up in the game that incline is like you're talking in your sleep for days on end, and it's not just how engrossing the game is in that you get invested in being a part of this world. It's that you're emotionally wrapped up in everything that's going on. And I think there's a lot of humanity in the game. We'll definitely get into that. And it gives you a lot to think about, but I enjoyed the game so much that I can't even see how it wouldn't be somebody's favorite game of all time. I think the game offers everything. And that was the pleasure of a game this big and this important that ultimately not only cost so much to make, but did so well, is that as a gamer, I feel like you have to come through this game, like it or not. And the fact of having none of it spoiled for me, you know what I mean? Like none of it, every single beat was a surprise. So it was like 100% joy, delight, and how unpleasant and unsavory the game is. Just the fact that, of being like, feeling like you have to see it through, it's one of those games. I know this has happened to us before, and Colin, you can certainly speak to this. This was definitely one of those games that while I wasn't playing it, if I was food shopping or cooking dinner for the fam or working, God forbid, the day job, I just wanted to get back to occupied Seattle. That's all I could think about, and just what the game does. We'll get into it. I won't even say too much yet. How bold it is and what it makes you do and what it makes you think about, and the fact of, having you examine everything from everybody's perspectives. It was really a unique experience. That's the thing I feel weird even calling this a game. It's really more of an experience. That's what I was trying to tell Helene, as somebody who's not a gamer and somebody who enjoyed The Last of Us on HBO too. As far as watching the first 9 episodes of the show, I was like, this is one of those things where I don't even understand why people don't play games, because this is as much of an experience as any TV series or any movie has ever been. In fact, even more so because you're participating in it. It's interactive, right? So that, for me, that's where the rubber hit the road with this game. And I was my hair was blown back from soup to nuts. You know what I mean? Like from A to Z. From the very moment you hit play to when, to finishing this game, I was so sorry to see it end. It's an amazing experience and so wonderfully crafted in every aspect.
How many hours did it take you?
It took me, talk about cutting to the chase, 38 hours.
That's not bad. I mean, that's not terrible.
No?
No, I was, when I was listening to my podcast with Chris, it took me 32 the first time I played it, and I did that blind. So the second time I just cut through it to get the trophies. This time I want to say it's like 28, 29 hours or something like that.
Okay.
And I was the game. People know that I have a pet peeve about game timers. And this game does a really nice job of just stopping the time when you're paused. So I was constantly pausing the game to write all of these notes and kind of study the environments and read the documents and do all those kinds of things to try. So it's funny, like I don't play games obsessively anymore. I haven't since I was a kid, really, to be honest with you. It would be very unusual for me to play a game for more than a few hours at a time without just stopping and going and doing something else. I play a lot of video games, but I often start and stop them throughout the day. I play a lot at night. But because I got 28, 29 hours of game time, which because I was typing and kind of writing things, it was probably 1.5 times that or whatever. I played. So I started it a week from today when we're recording. Okay. And I played every night. And I was up till 5 or 6 in the morning, multiple nights playing. I played from like 8 or 9 at night until 5 or 6 in the morning, like twice. And I know what happens. Like I know the game. It's just, I agree with you. It's a complete masterpiece of a game.
It's unbelievable.
It's funny listening back again, not trying to reference old things, but just to kind of balance everything. It's funny how affected I think even I was by a lot of the rumor mongering and the ruination of the game and people's kind of crazy, what I feel like is crazy opinions on this game. And because I remember saying that I thought and I think that this is probably true, is that The Last of Us, the original Last of Us, is a better game emotionally, in my opinion, because it's about a father-daughter dynamic. I mean, there's nothing that's going to be really more emotional than Ellie taking care of Joel when he's in the basement and he's all fucked up and she's stitching him up and she's like hiding him from the hunters and she's drawing them away from him and all of that. Or when Joel is cutting through St. Mary's Hospital and trying to get to Ellie before they kill her, and then killing Marlene at the end of the game and all that kind of stuff and escaping and lying to Ellie about it. Nothing's really going to resonate more emotionally than that because we love these characters. This game is a more intellectual exercise in cyclical violence and is a far deeper game. And is it lost on some people? I think so. But beyond that, I just think that it's actually the better game. And I would agree with you, easily one of the best games of all time.
Oh, man.
The original one is too, but this is easily one of the best games of all time. And what I ask is, which games are better? The interesting thing about talking about this 5 years later is we had this game come out and perhaps we thought we were on like some sort of trajectory with it where we would continue to get, not from Naughty Dog necessarily, but because we haven't gotten a game from Naughty Dog since this, but just great games that will do better and better and better and get better and better and better. But there are just examples over time of games that are simply untouchable or very rarely able to be met or exceeded. I think BioShock is one of those games. And The Last of Us and The Last of Us Part 2 are two of those games as well. And I realize in hindsight, again, how deeply affected I was by just the sheer level of negativity surrounding this game when it came out and how disappointing that was. I mean, for people to know, because we've talked about it so much on the shows, but it's like, it was deeply spoiled for me before I played it. Like I knew that Joel died.
That's a shame.
I knew that Abby was, you played as Abby. I knew that you did all these different things and that was a bummer, but that's just the nature of doing content and people being assholes and me trying to shield the audience from it by deleting things and banning people. And it was quite the exercise. And in fact, people might remember that it got so bad with this one dude that I started going to Patreon and trying to figure out, I'm literally going to try to sue this person. Cause I actually think like this person is posting things and acting in a disruptive way. There's gotta be some way to like stop this from happening. What is this? Like, and I remember talking to Patreon about it. And what was funny is I didn't even have in my mind, I don't know what I'm going to sue you over, but I threatened the dude and then he stopped.
Oh, that was enough.
Yeah. Cause I'm like, dude, I know who you are. I have your address and your credit card information, which is not true because I can't see any of that stuff. And, yeah, he stopped. So his name was Jesse. People still bring it up sometimes.
Wow.
So, and so if The Last of Us Part 1 is
his name was Jesse. Hold on a second.
Yeah, right. His name was Jesse.
All right. The irony.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry.
I didn't even think of that, but yeah. So if The Last of Us Part 1 is an emotional cross-country road-like trek and Joel rediscovering the love he could have for someone and how it is reminiscent of the relationship he had with Sarah, his daughter, when she died in 2013, then this game, in my opinion, is about Ellie acknowledging Joel. And we don't see much of what happened between them, but we understand as the game goes on that their relationship was kind of falling apart. And Ellie realized, I think, the meaning of love in her own way through the actions that Joel took, and got caught up in a cycle of revenge that I think, and Neil Druckmann has talked about this, but that is very reminiscent of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict in some sense.
You could totally see that. I never knew that until even after I finished the game, but you could totally see that it is reminiscent of everything coming out of that. It seems like it's always topical to say that's topical right now. It comes in and out of parlance, but yeah, I could totally see that. Makes sense.
So let's get into it, I guess. There's just a bunch of things to talk about. So I like the game beginning with, so the game begins 4 years prior in Jackson, prior to the events of the game. So people don't remember that Jackson, Wyoming ends up being kind of this small town built up around a kind of functioning electrical grid, and they've kind of created a village of some sort. And one of the cool things about the game too is that between Jackson, the Seraphites, the Wolves, and even some of these groups you meet along the way that you only meet kind of in passing, like you don't see Fedra actively anymore because they're done, and all the rest. Like it's about getting the texture of different groups and the way different people are dealing with things in a spectrum of humanity, which is interesting. And perhaps the brightest spectrum brightest part of the spectrum of humanity that we see in The Last of Us Part 2 is Jackson itself, and kind of a more human, decent, somewhat capitalistic but communistic situation going on, where people are trading and bartering, but also working for the common cause and all of the rest. So we discover in the beginning of the game that Joel is finally letting people in his life know what really happened in Utah in the first game. And so he's cleaning his guitar. It's not actually his guitar. It's a guitar he's getting ready for Ellie. The guitar is in the beginning of the game and the very end of the game. It's the last thing you see, actually, which is cool. And there's an interesting interchange between so Tommy, of course, is Joel's brother, as we know. And when he's explaining it to him, I love how Tommy says, like, Jesus Christ, Joel, what did you do? And he says, I saved her. And they show the scenes at the hospital and all the rest. And there are just these, as they ride back into town, beautiful shots of Jackson all lit up and seemingly on the mend. They've constructed, I think it's really cool, like a defensive palisade of wood around, very old school, around like almost Roman or Viking around its town. And it's impressive how organized they are, but it's clear that things are awkward between Ellie and Joel. They've grown apart. Ellie knows Joel lied somehow. Now we find out later that she knows literally that Joel lied. And but at this point we don't know. And for people that don't remember or didn't beat the original game, Joel kind of takes Ellie away from the Fireflies, kills a bunch of them, including the doctor that was going to create the vaccine, and then just never said anything. And Ellie obviously wakes up in the car in the back eventually and realizes that they're on their way and she's still alive and all the rest. She didn't know that she was going to die, obviously. There's a lot of coldness here. It's interesting. Like, he tries to tell her a joke and kind of flubs it. They're in like her little apartment, and he brings out the guitar and plays her a short song that becomes like a sting throughout the game. And he promises her that he will teach her how to play one day, which is a promise he made her back during the original game, actually, and trying to break the ice with him, and always keeping in the back of your mind that Ellie is a Sarah analog for him. So what did you think about the intro section?
Yeah, the Sarah Joel thing is really important. And it's something that I had remembered, in that, you know, this is a dad who lost his actual daughter, with Ellie being the daughter surrogate. You know, all the things that we talked about with the Last of Us game, but the fact that that's a carryover, you know, and the whole father-daughter dynamic at the center of these stories really, of course, speaks to my heart as somebody who has a teenage daughter, you know, my firstborn. And, you know, the way that plays into and keeps my heartstrings wrapped up in everything, you know, super important. And, you know, the other thing, Kyle, about the father-daughter dynamic is, of course, Ellie and Joel's situation is very hyperbolic, life and death, post-apocalyptic look at a father-daughter relationship. But the father-daughterness at the core of it is just like every father-daughter. You know, the dad telling the awkward dad joke, trying to make the daughter laugh, the daughter, you know, shrugging him off as like, you're not cool enough for me. That whole thing at the humanity at the center of the relationship is like any father and daughter of that age, you know, especially a daughter of that age. So I love the sort of organic nature of that relationship. It's so relatable. We're not in post-apocalyptic United States holed up in this Jackson community, but we could still relate to it. That's what makes this and the whole thing so neat, you know? And the other thing I have to say at the outset, in learning, you know, over the last probably 72 hours, how divisive this game was when it came out, is that what I do love, and I can understand it's not for everybody in terms of everybody's looking for something different in their entertainment, in this case, a video game, right? But the way that Naughty Dog put this game out, and you could argue other games before this, but especially with The Last of Us Part 2, raising the bar in terms of doing everything perfectly, you know, like Colin says, a masterpiece, as far as raising the bar in every aspect: character, story, narrative, scope, gameplay, the craft, the graphics, the music. You know, every other developer is kind of put on notice, as far as I'm concerned, of like, oh, we have to second guess everything we're doing. You know, it's one of those things where it's like everything is so brilliantly, thoughtfully crafted, where it's like, even if you come out the other side saying that game really wasn't for me and here's my problems with it, that's fine. But I think you have to come through it. I think you have to. And the fact that I missed out on this for the last 5 years, I'm just grateful it wasn't longer than that, you know? So, and what I love about what Colin's saying too, about getting started with this game and building ahead of steam, is that this game does a great job at misdirection and leaving you guessing. Because, you know, as Colin says, you start off the game, you're playing as Joel and Tommy. They're on patrol. Then you're back to Ellie, and it hops around as far as time goes. You know, we hop ahead and back as far as timelines and different scenarios. And then it keeps us off footing with jumping from Ellie and Dina. And again, I won't get too ahead. And then Abby and Owen. And it always keeps us a little off balance. And I love that. Just not in terms of only variety and excitement, but also because you don't exactly know where we're going yet. You know what I mean? This game really kind of brings you in. It's a slow burn. It's a slow draw. And the other thing, Kyle, I just want to say before I toss it back over to you, I love what you said about still sort of thinking that the first game just holds that special place in your heart. I thought the exact opposite, actually. By the time I got far enough in this game, I had completely written off the first game as far as like, wow, we've gotten to this point. I guess in terms of maybe being a little bit sort of brought in by the scope. You know, there's so many more characters. I think what the first game does so beautifully is that it's still small. You're still on this molecular level with this father-daughter relationship. We didn't meet too many characters yet. It's all about them. But this game for me is, you know, just opened up the scope. It becomes operatic. It goes from dramatic to operatic. It's almost like Final Fantasy IV to Final Fantasy VI, which is something, maybe it's on my mind because we've talked about that and we've been doing those games too. it's like now the world is just blown open, and it's gone. You're going from like supermarket to box store. It's like now you're in Costco. It's like this universe is unbelievable. So many more characters are invested. We're meeting more people. We're seeing things from different perspectives. And it sort of blew the roof off The Last of Us for me, where it's like, I can't even think about the first game anymore. You know what I mean? I think there's always those holdovers to thinking about the first game. Like I was waiting. I kept thinking in terms of like, where are the giraffe moments going to be in this game? So there was always those tethers to the first game. But by the time I got a certain amount of hours into this, I was already like, wow, it's all about this game. It's like this game just blew the roof off for me. And dude, I just can't, it's almost to the point of like, wow, I can't believe you missed out on this. But maybe it's even better that I started playing after the din. You know what I mean? After that whole thing died down.
Yeah, if you were more engaged, it almost certainly would have been spoiled for you. A lot of people didn't. It was just not possible for people to play the game without it. Especially like the golf club became like an icon of the game. And we'll get to it because I don't want to get to it quite yet because it happens in the game. But people are really upset about what happens to Joel, and I'm like, gotta reap what you sow, don't you? I mean, I feel like the first game feels small. The second game feels big. The first game feels personal. The second game feels in some way intellectual.
I get that.
It is personal, but at some point it's not. I was thinking this throughout the game, actually, about life, just about like losing your life. You're killing a bunch of people throughout the game, right? There's not that many infected enemies either. I remember that being like there are, but it's a lot about just killing other people. So it's also not that doesn't happen in the first one, but it's a lot deeper in this one. And the game's also a lot longer, so you're just killing more things, generally speaking. But it's like The Last of Us Part 1 reminds you of why life is worth living even in these situations. It's not unlike The Road in that particular situation where it's like, well, at least we have each other.
Sure, very similar, yeah.
In The Last of Us Part 2, it's like things are even further in the future. So things are more fucked up. And I love how empty the world is because everyone's dead. I don't know if they ever get into any of the there's not like a lot of expanded universe stuff, but I don't know if they ever talked like about like how many people are left. I would assume it's in the single millions in the world, probably. You would assume, based on like the fact that you just don't see anyone anywhere. You're like going through huge swaths. Like at the end, Abby's in Santa Barbara and they don't even know anyone's there, even though the Rattlers have a fucking slave compound there, right? So it's like, and she was saying that they see no one but traitors and all of the rest. It's interesting. And I start thinking about like, what is even the purpose? And the purpose is it becomes more intellectual. It's about just sheer revenge and like what you think is right and wrong. And it's not even about life because they have no regard for their own lives. Like these people have no regard for their own lives, no regard for the lives of those around them. And though they act on their behalf, it's not really logically consistent considering the world. And it's like, yeah, so like you see a Seraphite about to bash your head in with one of their axes and it's coming down on you. And it's like, well, like, what are you missing really? I mean, it's a horrible thing, oblivion. You're about to be murdered, but you don't have to live in this world anymore. And that's something definitely Cormac McCarthy deals a lot with in The Road. And something that I think does segue into this game is just about like, what is the point of all of this really? We're staying alive to be alive. In the real world with our families and all of the things going on, it makes a lot of sense. And when it's the end of the world, I understand why people wouldn't want to live in that world and maybe be a little more reckless. And I think The Last of Us Part 2 leans into that.
Yeah, recklessness. I like that.
It's not... Listen, I've said this before and I know people have a problem with it. And I don't want to paint with a broad brush because that's not what I'm trying to do at all. Neil Druckmann is Israeli and there is a huge amount of people that don't like this game because of that. They call him a Zionist. I see it all the time. You know, like you don't know how he feels about any of these things, but you call him a Zionist and a criminal and he's a Jew and all these kinds of things. And I think that there are people that just can't see the game for what it is because of that. And I'm not saying that's most people. I'm saying it's a lot. And
that's so insane to me.
And it makes me sad because I think underneath I wish he never said anything about that, just because like in confirming it, even though I think a lot of people got that out of the game.
Grew up
is
there,
because
he grew up over there.
Israel, he like what he was young though when he came over.
Okay.
I want to say like his family moved to Pittsburgh. I want to say
when
he was young. But yeah, he's like native born Israeli. but he didn't like serve in the IDF or anything. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I mean, but he wasn't old. He wasn't old enough.
He was
at that
long
point.
gone by then.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
If he could serve in the IDF, he'd be getting like the Gal Gadot treatment at this point.
That's a good comparison. Yeah. It's a shame because he's just such a brilliant storyteller. I mean, look at the world he created, you know? And yeah, I think that's a great point about this universe. It's just, it really plays into that you know, I would say humanity, but even like just any living creature's natural instinct to survive. Even the cordyceps virus.
Right.
Like, why the hell does that thing want to survive? It's just, it's this battle for instinctual survival in spite of ourselves. You know, that does play at the core of this whole story. Any post-apocalyptic zombie story, but especially this one.
Yeah, nothing feels less like a zombie story than The Last of Us to me, which is one of the things that I think in the zombie genre, which is one of the things that I think is so pleasant about it, is you have to be kind of brain dead to be playing a game like this and take away that it's a zombie game, right? Like there's just so much more. It's all the core, especially I think in this one, the infected are like irrelevant. They're there. You're fighting new varieties of them, and I like how they explain that because everything's getting older, you know, and things have been going on longer, so things are getting more fucked up, which is fucking amazing. So, love the idea of them entering places that have literally not been touched in 25 years, and the people in there have just been rotting away like this. And it's so much cooler than just like, oh, that's the undead. And again, I don't mind that either, but it's so played out. And for this, I feel like they did this could have been, it was like on a hinge where it could have become like a zombie trite trash if they treated it a different way, but it never really was about the infected. So it's not that important.
That is a great point. It keeps it really from teetering over into camp.
Right. Exactly. Like it doesn't, The Walking Dead, which I think I watched the first 3 seasons and then I was like, ugh, I just couldn't get into it anymore because it's like basically what happened is they begin one of the seasons at the prison that they take over, and there's just a bunch of new people in it, and I'm like, I don't even know who these people are. I don't even care. I don't want to watch this anymore
either. Yeah.
I was like, what are we doing? Like, who are these? Like, what is this about? You know, like what is it? And I always felt like that's what bothered me about The Walking Dead. I'm like, what is this about? And it's true. It turns out it's about nothing. I mean, I think that's what everyone has kind of realized. It's about just surviving in the zombie apocalypse, but it has no intent. That's why I think the first season is so good when they go to the CDC and it's like, oh, okay. So they're trying to like figure out the mystery or something. It's like, no, they're just going to go to this there and then they're never going to talk about that again. This I feel like has intent because it's about the human aspect of the zombie apocalypse in quotes and the way humans break down. We have an entire spectrum of people from Jackson that let people into their compound that they don't know, trade with them, it bring people in, all the way to the Rattlers in Santa Barbara who are literally keeping slaves and keep infected on chains, which is fucking dope. And what it says about what they do and how they get those people on chains is even cooler. So much stuff in there.
Yeah,
they go too fast there, which to me, I'm like, this should have all just been part of a third game. We'll get to that.
Yeah. Oh yeah. We got to get to that, man.
Because I think it's funny, like you were saying, like I'm like, the one thing I walk away from is the game is too long, in my opinion. It doesn't need to be this long. I feel that way about a lot of the greatest games of all time. Chris and I bring this up about Red Dead Redemption 2 as well, which is fucking phenomenal. But it's like 20 hours too long, probably. Where it's like, you didn't need to do all this. This could have been like an expansion or something. What are you doing here? And you kind of want to get it, not in and out, but you kind of want to be like, I got it.
Yeah.
Like, this is awesome. Put a pin in it. And by the time they get to Santa Barbara, I'm like, this is cool because it's so different. But I'm like, damn, the nugget of like a third game is here. Where it like this could be the beginning of it.
Yeah.
Of you trying to find the fireflies and Abby trying to find the fireflies.
I think you're starting to convince me. I was on the fence whether I felt like the game jumped the shark or not. And we'll get into it when we get to later in the game why I felt that way. But yeah, you might be starting to bend my will towards that point.
Again, it's all good shit.
It is good stuff.
You have to I try to explain this to the audience and I don't really know how to do it elegantly, but it's all hours with a game are not even. So if a game is 20 hours or 30 hours, there's a massive difference because to get to the 25th hour, you had to spend 20 hours with it, as opposed to getting to those hours first. And the difference between that's why Chris and I always say there's a huge difference between an 8, a 12, and like a 15-hour game.
Yeah, that's a great
And why really the ideal is probably somewhere in the middle, like a Dead Space, like 12 hours. And I'm not saying a game like this needs to be that short, but that's good shit. And there's even though there's only 2 hours differing those different numbers, it's actually a huge difference because you're compounding the time. So by the time you get 25 hours into The Last of Us Part 2, it's like, all right, man, I get it. And there's nothing wrong with feeling that way, but you can't treat the last 5 hours like the first 5 hours because you have to experience 25 hours before you get to the last 5 hours.
Where those experiences fall has a lot of bearing.
Right.
Yeah, it's a great point.
So anyway, just something to think about. All right. So we see that intro. We're only halfway through the first page. We see that intro and we're fast forwarded. Now, as you noted, the game jumps around a lot. And I know that some people don't like this nonlinear style storytelling. I'm not a fan of it sometimes in certain games. I always bring up the Quantic Dream game, which I'm positive you haven't played, but the one with Elliot Page in it, Beyond Two Souls, which was their game in between Heavy Rain and Detroit Become Human.
Okay.
And that game's about like a CIA psychic operative. You would actually really like it. It sounds you never played the Quantic Dream games or the Supermassive games where they're story-based adventure games, but you play them and there's no fail state. So whatever happens for the entire game.
That's pretty cool.
And it's really, really cool. They're very dynamic and interesting. We should play Heavy Rain sometime specifically. I think you'd like it. Heavy Rain's about like the murder of this kid's son and how he tries to find, but like everything you do in the game matters and you can play it a bunch of different ways.
That's so cool.
And these were great PlayStation exclusives. But the big problem with that Beyond Two Souls game specifically was it was totally non-linear. Like it just seemed like totally hodgepodge the way they presented it, to the point where when they ported it to PS4 later on, they gave an option to put the game in sequential order instead of so you could play it like the natural way they wanted you to play it, or you could actually just make it so that it runs sequentially and you don't have to jump around. The time jumping here doesn't seem as arbitrary and in fact hides the major secret in the game that you weren't supposed to know, which is that you're eventually going to play as Abby. And the only other way to do that is to bounce between the days and maybe like do Seattle day one, Ellie, Seattle day one, Abby, Seattle day one, or Seattle day two, Ellie, Seattle day two. But I feel like it's
a little too much. That would be too much.
It's a little boring and you don't want to give the secret away that quickly, I don't think either. And you want people to be committed to the bit because it's going to bother people to play as Abby. That's the whole fucking idea.
Fucking point. Dude, that's the fucking point.
It's to force you to see her side of the story and to understand that she is a victim, and that your heroes are not necessarily heroes and that she's not necessarily wrong, but that she kicks off this cycle of violence that we'll get to it.
It's fucking brilliant, dude.
Yeah, I think so too. Like everyone's like, I don't want to fucking play as Abby. I hate it. I'm like, dude, it's awesome. Like it's like you want to proceed with the game. You're going to play as this chick.
Dude, I felt that. I felt that too for the first 8 hours of playing as Abby. I was doing it very begrudgingly, but that's
it's like you're going to know her. You're going to get to know her. You're going to get to know her.
Yes.
You're going to get to know her.
There's an
you're
arc.
going to
There's an arc.
Right. Like you're going to get it. And I love that. So, all right. So back to Jackson 4 years. So everything's structured with Tommy and Joel. They ride back into town. We see a little bit of what they've got going on in this town. It's awesome. And I loved looking at the concept art in the game. I don't know if you took the time to do that.
I didn't.
You can unlock a bunch. Basically, for doing things in the game, you earn like in-game currency, and then you can go into these different menus and just unlock shit.
So cool.
And you get more than enough to do whatever you want. So it's really just kind of a little meta game. And it's so cool to see how they envisioned everything and then how the 3D artists and the designers just brought it to life. It's all so true to form. There's really no interpretation off of. Although there is one thing that I thought was interesting. In the concept art for Jackson, there are Firefly logos everywhere. And so at some point, I guess they were envisioning that the story was different, or the Fireflies had kind of escaped to Utah or something, but that would have made the story really difficult to tell because it's like they would all know what Joel did. He left someone alive, obviously. Not everyone must have died.
That's really
in the hospital at that point. So yeah, I noticed that there was like a huge one in one of the shots, and I was like, wow, that's so interesting because they have no affiliation with the Fireflies at all in the game. The Fireflies are done. And they don't. It's a mystery where they are.
Yes,
and we find out. Maybe we'll see the third game on Catalina Island. That would be pretty cool.
That would be cool.
one of the things I like about this part, fast forward Jackson 4 years, we finally see Ellie. We meet this character, this Asian 20-something, I interpret him as, named Jesse. He ends up becoming a really important character, and they're about to go on watch together. One of the cool things that I think, of the many cool things that I think The Last of Us Part 2 does dig, is just the environmental storytelling. Now, I'm a huge fan of environmental storytelling, and it's gotten more complicated as time has gone on because you can... Micah brings this up. It's like, it's cool when you walk up to like a bulletin board in a game. In PS3 era, it would, a lot of it, you might see a headline, but then a lot of it would be blurry. The textures were simply not sufficient to allow you to like zoom in and read this stuff. It just wasn't going to work that way. But games have gotten so good that you really can walk around a room and there's stuff there, there's intent there. And I think people don't appreciate how little this kind of thing is done in video games. And how, if you just take your time with a game like The Last of Us Part 2, there is so much that the game is trying to tell you as opposed to just blazing through the environments, which is cool if that's how you want to play it. But if you take the time, and I did, in every apartment, every hotel room, everything, I'm like, is there anything here that's telling me about what happened in this place? And the answer is often yes. Sometimes it's subtle and sometimes it's not. And one of the things that I was thinking about you, and because I know you're obviously an artist and a talented one, is I was thinking about the designers and how games are made. And I don't know if people think about 3D games like this either, but basically everything are assets in a 3D space. So a magazine on a table is an asset that an artist has to design and then a designer has to put there, right? And I actually started to really pick this up in the classrooms later on, where it's like, dude, I used to love them when I was a kid, the letter cards, A, B, C, D, E, that you'd have on the top of the chalkboard, and they would have like a little picture, and there was one for each letter. And I know this is just a small thing, but I'm like, a designer had to sit and design every one of those. And I knew that because some of the letters were like tipped over and upside down and fallen and whatever. So it wasn't just this one piece, this one asset. And as I went through the game, I was impressed by how they were obviously reusing a lot of assets, sometimes subtly, sometimes not, but like how much unique shit was in the game. There's just so much unique posters, tchotchkes, toys, like everything, clothing. And so the first time you get to really experience this is in Ellie's little apartment. And I couldn't help but think, so they're in Wyoming. It's very cold. She's in this like garage sort of setup with no, I was like, man, it must be so cold in there because there's no insulation or anything in the walls you can see because they're all just bare. She's got like a cool little stove, like a wood burning stove. But it gives insight into like the way they live and what they're doing and how they're working, at least in Jackson. So in the bathroom, there are like these cool old school water tanks. And if you look at the way they're connected, like they're connected to like a shower head, to the toilet, to the sink. So they have some sort of mechanical thing going on here. There's a washboard in there. So they're doing old school style laundry. There's a kitchen with another water tank and a bunch of jarred food. There's a single cooktop burner on the counter, cutting board, and there's a mini fridge, which is interesting, I thought. She has a desk with a dual cassette stereo. She has all these different paints. So she's obviously painting and doing a lot of art. She has all these science and astronomy books, which is a reference to the later in the game. Obviously, there are all these posters. She has a globe. She has a cool astronaut statue, another reference to later in the game. And one of the cool things, and I don't know if you noticed this, is she has the little boy's Transformers toy from the first game.
No, I didn't see it. Is it in there?
Yeah, like the blue
that's so cool.
robot is like on the shelf.
Dude, I love that.
And she's very much a teenage girl. So she has like pictures of her friends above her bed. So they have access to cameras, some drawings. She has a working digital clock, which I thought was pretty cool. So they're finding all these things. I couldn't help but think of them trawling through shit over the years and just finding all this stuff, the different cassette tapes and the different items that you would use. She has a flat screen TV, which is really cool.
Yeah,
and
I noticed that.
And these things would be everywhere and they would be able to get them working or whatever, which is cool. I love that part of their culture is like watching movies and familiarizing themselves with old things. And I don't know if you noticed this, and these are all over the game, so you probably noticed it at some point. She has a fat PS3, like the first edition PS3.
I didn't see that.
And she has two DualShock controllers and DVD player and DVDs and games and a stack of them. And some of the games are like Jak and Daxter, Uncharted 1, and a few other things. So that's pretty cool. Nice little touches there.
You got to big up yourself. Very important.
So she ends up heading out with Jesse and it's snowy out and you get to see more of Jackson. So, and this is some of the other stuff I love too. Like they're growing crops in greenhouses. They're growing squash. tomatoes, pumpkins for the community. There's a sort of bustling Main Street section, a little bit of an old timey sort of feel to it, modern, but very rural. Help wanted boards show a thriving locality of people looking for help and all of the rest. They even have properly printed flyers teasing a dance later on that you'll see, and a movie night. So they have some sort of access to printing. I thought about this later, by the way, when we find the Wolves propaganda shop, and which is super cool. And they have all these printers working. So they know how to get some of this tech working out, which I think is, again, really cool. And you never really see it, but it's just kind of referenced through things like that. Just broken snowplow blocks one part of the area. So they have some sort of municipal thing going on where they're trying to like clear the streets of the snow, and pretty neat. Various stores and traders. There's like a butcher, a hardware store, a blacksmith, a leather maker, clother, grocer, library, theater. I love this term, and I don't know if you notice this is on certain signs, that it's like they use the terms domestics and imports.
Yes, I saw that.
And I assume that is a reference to things that they have themselves and then things that they're getting from the outside. And there was one trader specifically saying like, I'm only looking for imports. And I loved that.
That's so cool.
So just a lot of really cool shit. Did you get a chance to kind of look around?
Yeah, I mean, the world building, dude. The detail in the world building is phenomenal. And yeah, I love the touching aspect of like, you know, humanity's crumbling to shit, but Jackson and you know, it's intimated to other places kind of have it sewn up in terms of like reestablishing some sort of civilization, some sort of community, and all the things that come along with that, all the trappings, you know, the necessities and the entertainment, you know, the movie nights, the fact that, you know, Ellie's got concert band posters in her room and she's still got all the decorations that a teenage girl would, you know, the fact of, you know, it's interesting, like in this game, like the first game, you see that overarching theme, especially visually, of the reclamation of nature, right? You could look up and see these skyscrapers, but nature is coming back. The trees are growing through everything. The moss, you know, again, you know, the human structures are crumbling and nature's taking everything back. And that's sort of what humanity is doing in this world. You know, they're trying to kind of reestablish their footprint in terms of like just being people, whether that comes to survival or whether that comes to, you know, the little extras. And, you know, even the little touches, like we know there's gas powered generators. We know at some points there's solar powered stuff that man is harnessing for energy and for power. But there's also little things of like, yeah, but the bathroom's tile or vinyl flooring is crumbling. So there's like drain pans in the shower because the original infrastructure is a mess and we don't want it to leak through the floor anymore, you know, or like Colin's saying, the water filtration tanks and the way they have everything improvised to kind of work. And it's a shadow of its former self, but you can still take a hot shower, you know, and then all those little touches along the way, you know, going through Seattle's Chinatown, or, you know, later on we go into the Chinese bakery or the preschool, and like Colin's saying with the, just in term, that's what I noticed as a visual, as a 2D artist, as an illustrator, what you had started to talk about, Kyle, with the design of all the things like the magazines and the product packaging and, you know, the posters and the toys. There's that one when they get to the theater in Seattle, there's that Cassandra movie poster. It's gorgeous. Like I would wear that as a t-shirt. It's beautifully done. It's like this really cool sort of post-deco, you know, art deco style of, you know, looks very 30s. And that's the other thing I love. Like in this modern age, there's a big combination of technologies. You know, you have wind up almost phonograph record players and then flat screen TVs from the mid 20 teens. And everything's kind of thrown in together in bulk. So you get a little bit of like things from the 30s and a little bit of things from, you know, 70 years on. It's really cool in this world, and everything, you know, anything that still works, it has value, you know. So you have this world where there's old cars and new cars, old trucks and new trucks. It's really neat. It's a really cool. It's so beautifully done in terms of world building and detail, whether you choose to ignore it and just relegate it to the background, or whether you're kind of putting it in plain sight and trying to analyze it. It's all there. You know, it's all done. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. And it's a lot of work to do that kind of thing in a game. It's obviously the fine control and all of the rest. And the animation and all. I mean, there's like, but just the design work and making things feel alive and believable and cutting no corners. There are just no corners cut. It's what I say about, we talk about the expectations for Grand Theft Auto 6 sometimes on Sacred Symbols. And I'm like, your expectations should be extraordinarily high. You should have nothing but the highest expectations, whether or not they're met or not, because this is a game that they spent like $1 billion on. You know, when you have people that are able to just worry about the smallest details, I think that not every game needs that, because not every game needs to tell a story like this. But
is that really the price tag? Do you know that?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
I mean, at least. At least.
Wow.
There are thousands of people working on that game and have been for 10 years. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah. Oh, yeah. Like, easily. And they'll make that all back in 1 millisecond. So they're not worried about it. So eventually we arrive with, so Jesse and Ellie go to the Tipsy Bison bar, and you meet a bartender named Seth who apologizes for some bigotry, as we learn later on, and gives them awkwardly some sandwiches. It's a long time before we connect the dots here with this one, but ultimately this guy kind of confronts Ellie and Dina at a dance for kissing. And interestingly, in that, we'll get to that scene obviously much later, but interestingly, he's obviously bigoted, but he does try to just be like, it's a family event. And then it's only after Ellie kind of talks back to him that he just lets the dyke word fly and calls her a dyke or whatever. And one of the interesting things, I didn't really remember exactly what happened, like exactly what he said. I knew that there was that encounter. But at the time, you can't help but feel like Ellie is kind of being a dick herself by not being more gracious to the guy trying to apologize and like make amends. But then you don't really realize how serious what he said was, and that you can't really take something like that back. Because I remember thinking that, being like, stop being such a dick, Ellie. He's like making his sandwiches. He's trying to apologize. He's fessing up to whatever he did. You know, but it was actually somewhat more serious than that. And I like how they like kind of leave that hanging. It's true, though.
You don't find that out. You can't connect the dots for quite some time. And then the fact that guy doubles down when Joel interferes and still is a dick, I think that's why Ellie has the right to still take some exception to that. Because Joel does try to kind of save them, and he just kind of doubles down on being an asshole. But that distance between that happening and having some answers spelled out is huge. I don't even know if I realized that was the same dude.
Yeah. Yeah, it's because they do let it. I actually did say this in my conversations with Chris, where I felt like, and I don't feel like this now, but I said at the time, I was like, the dance scene, you don't know this, but the dance scene was the first thing we ever saw of the game when they showed it for the first time.
Oh, no.
And I was saying, like, I'm like, that's so deep in the game that it must have not been there. It must have been somewhere else. Why would you show something from literally the last hour or two of the game or something like that?
It's late, yeah.
So, but they do tie that loop eventually later, but I guess it takes so long that you kind of forget what the point it even was. Dig, I had to ask you about this. I don't know if you picked up on this with the Tipsy Bison bar. Why are there so many fucking people there? It's like, isn't it supposed to be like 6 a.m, 7 a.m, something like that?
I don't know. Was it?
Dude, it was packed. And the only thing I could think about were two things. Number one is they probably do have a still and some booze and shit,
sure,
and some old world stuff, but they don't have beer or anything like that for sure. And maybe that is just like an eatery or like a gathering place for people before they begin their day's work. And I was also thinking maybe since you find out later when they're filling out the different books, when they're going to the different stations to like let everyone know what they've seen, that they do this like once a month. So maybe everyone was gathering and waiting to go out. But I just thought that was so funny because you go into this bar, it's like a sleepy, quiet town. You're getting woken up. You're like rubbing the sleep out of your eyes. And then you bust into this bar at 7 a.m. and there's like fucking 50 people in it. I just thought that was funny.
Some like sawdust joint. That's actually really funny. See, I'm thinking about it in terms of like but I know what you're saying. Like, was everybody gathered to send off the patrols? But I don't know. I just feel like, again, in terms of, I'm getting lost in terms of the shuffle with the timeline, but I thought that was right after they had the snowball fight with the kids. But maybe
no, the snowball fight's next, and that's what I was going to bring up next.
Okay,
because you get your assignment. And you end up matched up with. Actually, you don't. You're going. Sorry, I'm reading my notes out of order. After the bar, Ellie walks off. Jesse goes on his way. Ellie walks off and sees Dina at a playground with some kids, snow-covered playground. It's important to note that Jesse the new male character that we've been introduced to was a love interest and perhaps even dating for some time. Dina, I guess, is bisexual and is now into Ellie. We'll learn a lot more about it as time goes on and get the full detail of that and run later on. We know obviously Ellie is a lesbian from the original, actually not from the original game, but from Left Behind. What's going on with this woke shit? And so that's an important thing. So I think Jesse kind of bails out because Dina and Ellie are going to talk and he doesn't really want to be around or something like that. But that's when the snowball fight happens. And I love this part of the game because it's a soft tutorial and the game never really tutorializes how to shoot and this is kind of the way they do it. And they never really even say so. And I like this kind of thing. It's not the only game that's ever done something like this, but it's better than being like, a pop-up or just a bunch of prompts. Although you can have the game tell you a bunch of stuff. The game is very modular in terms of, do you want help? Do you want details? And all of the rest. So I love the snowball fight. I'm nailing those kids.
Oh, dude, they're going to get it.
They did. Those kids are going to get it. Oh boy.
And when you called, what's cool about that scene? When you called Dina away from the snowball fight and she kind of pleads the fifth and like, guys, I'm done. And then she starts talking to Ellie. You think you're not going to have the opportunity to do that. But then they're like, let's team up against these kids. And it's like, all right, this is sick. And yeah, I love integrating it into the world. Like, yeah, it's a soft tutorial, but they're doing it in this way of like, kind of blending it in with where you're at and what you're doing and doing it in an organic way. Again, that takes so much thoughtfulness to do something like that. Again, it's like that whole integration is like every touch being this really thoughtful, premium experience. It's so fun. Like I knew that snowball moment was definitely going to have to be mentioned, and that's like the first hour of the game. So it's like, and it just that's no pun, but that snowball effect of like that's only going to be the tip of the iceberg is in terms of like all the things that this game does, all the little moments. So brilliant.
So ultimately, you get your assignment. You're partnered with Dina. One of the cool things I noticed was, and again, this is just a small world building thing. It reminded me of like an AA meeting or something. There's a little table in the corner of the barn where it's got coffee and tea and like some pastries and shit, which I thought was kind of funny.
That's so cool.
And they're dispatched along with everyone else to do their regular routes and checks. They mark their books. They go back. And Jesse seems to be, they never really get too into this, but they reference it several times, is that Jesse seems to be some sort of lieutenant that is in between the Joels and Tommies and the Ellies, because he notes that Joel is kind of like busting. Actually, they say later on, like your father or something. They say something like it has been busting Jesse's balls basically about the different routes he's going on or whatever.
Yeah, he's middle management, but he's going to be the next wave of Tommy and Joel. So he's being trained. That's the sense I got too from him.
All right, Dig. Then the game shifts from here. We meet Abby. I would argue one of the most controversial characters in the history of video games, but at this point, you don't know who she is.
No.
And it's hard to, I never played it without knowing who she is. So I'm disappointed by that.
Sucks. That just sucks. That makes me, that gives me so much sadness.
Yeah, me too. So she and her party of unknowns are seemingly staying in this beautiful chateau in the mountains. There's a character named Owen, a guy, flat affect, sardonic. And Abby awakens from a dream in a start, and together they go out and to check something out. We have no idea their relationship with each other yet. We obviously learn not too long after this that Abby and Owen were longtime love interests in their younger years, and that I don't know if they ever get into what happened necessarily, but Owen ends up with another girl named Mel in their crew, and we find out Mel is pregnant, although we don't know that yet either. And they're looking for something. So you're running. This is kind of a way to teach you. This is a kind of soft tutorial as well about platforming. If it doesn't read for people, that is what it is. And you're kind of going through these snowy mountains and passes, beautiful trees. I love the effect of the snow falling off the trees. There are so many nice touches. The footprints in the snow, the sound that your feet make in the snow. Everything is on point throughout the game. Very much comes to pass here as well. And ultimately what they're looking for is Jackson. Now, I want to stop here because we don't really know anything else at this point. What did you think was going on here? Who did you think this was?
You know what? I really had no idea why it was shifting away. Now, we were already trained that the game might do that. You know, we talked about starting the game with Joel and Tommy and then shifting back to Dina and Ellie, and then Jesse's on, with you too. So the fact that maybe the game was going to do that, you know, you were kind of just naturally being brought into the game as far as like, okay, the game's going to do this sort of thing. I didn't know who Abby was, but I already started, you know what was very interesting to me, Kyle? It already started to become a game where the game was going to introduce you to these mirroring groups of people or these parallels, you know, in fact of like Dina, Ellie, Jesse, it would be Abby and Owen, and then later on Manny. You know what I mean? Every group has their proxy character, and, you know, group of friends / family, people they're avenging, people they would stick their neck out for, that type of thing. So the game was already starting to establish that. But I had already been, I guess by the time I got to Abby / Abby Owen the first time, I was already just kind of like loving the game so much that I was like just going with the flow. You know what I mean? I was like, all right, you know, and you know that a game like this is going to give you answers. So it was less questioning and more just being compelled to get to a point where you were getting answers. And the game started to bring you into that rhythm, I think, too, at that point. Like if you just kind of ride along long enough, it'll get spelled out for you eventually. You know what I mean? So just trying to hurry up and get to that point, whether it's that cinematic or that milestone in the game where it was going to reveal what the hell was going on. Bit by bit, even small bits, just give me little bites of information. I don't need, give me crumbs. That's okay. We can Hansel and Gretel this shit. But the fact that you already kind of knew, at least I already started to get the sense that the game was going to be like that. And it was kind of fun, I have to say, because it always kind of left you a little off balance in terms of what was going to be next. I mean, it gets into frustrations too, which we'll talk about eventually, which are more superficial, maybe I want to say, in terms of gameplay and stuff. But at this point, it was already like, all right, what the hell's going on here? But in a good way.
What we discover is that we discover pretty quickly is that they're there looking for Joel. We still don't know who they are. We ostensibly know at an early point that they come from the Northwest, which is a head fake in some way because you think it's not affiliated with the Fireflies, and you kind of consider Utah as a place for where that would be. So who are these people? Why are they after Joel? And of course, it brings up just the endless amount of things that Joel has done. As we said earlier in the episode, I love Joel. I think Joel's an amazing character, flawed character, relatable character, but he's not. Is he a good person or not? I don't know. I think that's too reductive, but he's done heinous shit. And so again, as I remind everyone playing the original Last of Us, there's just 20 years that we have no idea what he did, really. And we hear dribs and drabs of it, and we know it was crazy. Apparently, to survive in those early years was crazy. It was almost everyone died. So I don't want to put a value judgment on him in that regard, because who knows what you would do in those situations and all the rest. I think I would be dead because I just don't think I have what it takes to live in those situations. But what we discover is this crew, Abby and Owen and their people, are looking for Joel, and what they identify, and it's a beautiful shot of Jackson from the hills, is this is a settlement that is in some ways fairly advanced for this world. Not more advanced than theirs, as we'll find out. They're about the same. But they have electricity, they have palisades and walls, barbed wire, armed guards, watchtowers, obviously a bustling community of people, potentially, many hundreds, if not 1,000 or more. I don't know if they ever get into the population number. I don't remember. They even have clearly a local government, and getting to Joel is going to be a really difficult situation. Obviously, they learned this information from someone along the way, that Joel was in Jackson. We learn later about all of that. At this point, we learn a little bit about the character Mel, who we don't learn too much about until later, but we know that Owen's with her. He reveals that kind of Mel is pregnant with, I guess, his child, which is a shock, obviously, to Abby. And he says the quote, "I want what you want, but not at any cost." So they're here on some sort of revenge mission, but it seems like Owen is trying to kind of be the voice of reason that this is not really necessary. And this is, I think, the beginning of the cycles of violence in this particular game, because they just don't leave good enough alone, but rather move forward. It costs both sides, like everyone, basically, which is pretty crazy. And yeah, it is the first acknowledgement of the cyclical violence kind that we're going to get sucked into, and why I think the game is so powerful. So we play a little bit as Abby. I love the swinging ponytail and all the rest. She looks awesome. Just like a great animation, great art. And I love that she plays a little bit differently too than Ellie. I don't know if there's speed differences, like subtle speed differences between her and Ellie, like, like Mario and Luigi or something like that. But
oh, that's an interesting point. Yeah,
but I do like that she's more of a brute force character. Like, she doesn't. Ellie is really great to use because she has the butterfly knife, and so she stabs people quickly and gets them on the ground or whatever. But like Abby has to like strangle them, so it takes longer and it's more brutal.
Yeah,
and they're grasping. It's very much reminiscent, in my opinion, of the original Last of Us in some sense, the real visceral killing, as opposed to the more arcadey style, I would say, that Ellie kills characters. And so you kill a few infected attackers with your bare hands, which is pretty cool. And she's pretty badass. There's no doubt about that. And so, yeah, what did you think about playing as Abby in the beginning? Do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, I love the body type comparison of Abby to Ellie, and knowing that, we don't know it yet, but these are the rivals of the game, and I love the Abby where, Ellie's kind of like, she's the little feisty Wolverine. You know what I mean? She's going to hit you up a million times. She's little and spry and she's agile. She's going to strike and move, that type of thing, where Abby's got that physical intimidation. She looks like she is a soldier essentially. And she looks like that. And she plays like that, much more powerful, physically powerful, more deliberate. And I like the varying types. I love what you said too, Kyle, about Joel. And eventually all the characters that we're going to fall in love with, or possibly can fall in love with in this game. It's like, this game makes you question, among other things. It's like, yeah, is Joel the consummate good guy just because he's the dude that we're following? Like, he's the dude that we know the ins and outs of his life. We know his challenges. We know his betrayals. We know the things he's done. We know the things he's sorry for, the things he's repenting for. That doesn't make him the hero. That makes him one of the characters in this game of a lot of would-be villains or heroes, right? And that's what this game does. You know what I mean? It automatically brings all those things into question. And yeah, now we're kind of in the offing of meeting some other characters and learning more about them. And again, those things of like those parallels that become more and more increasingly obvious as the game goes on. We have Dina and Ellie and Jesse, Dina and Ellie being the romantic combo, which, by the way, I have to say, like, probably Dina and Ellie for me, like, I would say this in terms of romance, despite being homosexual or heterosexual, but probably my favorite homosexual couple. My favorite gay couple outside of Frank and Bill. But if it wasn't for Frank and Bill, I would say Brokeback Mountain. This is like Dina and Ellie really, they touch my heart. There's nothing forced. There's nothing that feels woke about it to me. It feels like an organic love, And then, you know what? I have to say too, going back to Jesse, I love Jesse from the beginning because he's the jilted lover and he's still fucking ride or die, man. You know what I mean? He's the one who kind of, it's intimated that Dina is the one that kind of broke it off with him. And he still loves Ellie so much, even though Ellie kind of jumped into his grave, that's the ride or die, which later on, Abby and Owen will meet Manny, who's the ride or die. Now, Manny's not romantically attached, but the Manny and Jesse characters became parallels for me, one on each side.
I can see that.
Right?
Definitely.
And before Manny, the trifecta would be at the love triangle, if you will, of Jesse, Ellie, and Dina will be echoed by the love triangle of Abby, Owen, and Mel. Right. So you got the same things are happening on both sides. It's just a little different, And I love that you're already starting to get that. You're already starting to get a little bit of that type of thing. And again, like Abby's avenging Dr. Anderson, Ellie's avenging Joel. Like it's a father-daughter thing. It's a father-daughter thing on both fucking sides, dude. Like, that's why I don't understand why, if we don't get that yet, we're like an hour or two away from fully getting that. That's why I don't understand how you can't love this game.
Right.
I don't get it.
It's about the echelons of love and like what it makes you do. It's about a lot of things, about about unresolved things and wasting time. And I don't know. I don't get it either, to be honest. And listening back to those early episodes with Chris, I was so surprised by, I think I said at one point, I'm like, it's a 9 out of 10 or something like that. And I'm like, I think I was a little gun shy at that point. I think I became less gun shy as I went on, being like, no, I really love this game. I'm trying to see the flaws in it so that I don't get attacked by people online, I think. And at some point, you just don't care anymore.
Well, you were trying to be fair and balanced.
Yeah, and right? I probably needed to let it wash over me as well. It's hard to do content right after. That's the advantage. I mean, you and I are you're coming at it more from the approach that I did originally, where I didn't have much time to think about it. But I wonder what you'll think about it in a few years if you play it again, and so on and so forth, and if you'll like it more or less. So there's just some more gameplay here, and you actually crawl under a house. That's another cool scene, just because you get attacked by an infected while you're crawling, which is an interesting thing. And you're also able to go prone in this game, which is, I think, new. I don't think you're able to do that in the original game, as I recall.
I don't remember that. I don't know. That's a good.
And it becomes very useful because there's the whole grass dynamic. There's a lot of Uncharted 4 in this game, which we can talk about a little bit later, which is funny. The slides, the tall grass, there's a lot.
The boost.
And the boost, yeah. There's a lot of things that they know how to do in that work, just especially the stuff with the sliding and the grass, where I'm like, yes, this is directly something you took from Uncharted 4. That's totally great.
Love it.
But you got it going in Uncharted 4, and you brought it in here because you got it working. I think that's great. But you could definitely see those connections for sure. And even parts of the game, like a lot of the car driving stuff, the shooting car driving stuff, that's just Uncharted.
Totally. Yeah.
That's being smart. That's working smart. And you have like you have these sets of things that work and that you know how to do. You might as well use them. You might as well look at your old games and be like, what do we have rigged up, and like, what do we understand, and how can we shave time and make gameplay dynamic for the player by changing things, which they do a lot in the game, which I think is really neat too. Because that's a dangerous thing. Sometimes that annoys me, but it doesn't annoy me in this game. Sometimes it's like, just let me play the fucking game.
I was going to ask you about that. Okay.
But no, I like, it's like cool that they get you into these horseback riding sequence suddenly, or a driving sequence, but it is very Uncharted. All right. So Abby ultimately gets separated from the party because she proceeds forward while Owen goes back to be with the crew at the chalet. And so she's kind of out there. The weather's getting bad, but she serendipitously finds these horse tracks in the snow and begins to follow them. And as the story goes along, you have to appreciate the astronomical nature. And I mean that as a compliment. Not that it's like, oh my God, this is ridiculous. It's crazy that all of this is coming together for her the way it is. She's about to literally run right into the person she's looking for. It's about to fall directly in her hands. It's about to be so easy that I think it makes it hard to question the decision she made, even though it sparked off something completely crazy. Although you could also contend that she wasn't the one that sparked it off at all, but Joel did. One of the cool things I have in my notes here before we move on, though, is it's another cool touch in the production of the game, and just the little touches is I love the calendars in the background, and I love how, so there are calendars everywhere, but they run the gamut from like August 2013 to like December 2013, and the outbreak occurs in the game world September 26, 2013. It's Outbreak Day. It's a day that I think Naughty Dog celebrates every year with like random things. I
love that.
And so what I love about this is that, and this is just one of those, I know it's meaningless really, but it's just a thoughtful touch. We all know, and we all have the people in our lives, and maybe even are those people that don't change their calendars or obsessively change their calendars. So it's funny to come to a place that literally has an August 2013, like nothing happened in August. It was well into September, but it's like that because that's just, they didn't do it. And then you have the September ones, and then you have the October ones. So the outbreak kind of, and we learn a little bit about this in Seattle, but the outbreak kind of bubbles for a while. And so people go into October and are probably still living some sort of normal life, although the outbreak has started fucking things up in other places. And then you even see some calendars in November. And what I wrote here was that there's a calendar in this section with December 2013. So people are still kind of living, they're not they know like things are falling apart, obviously, but they're still like living some normal life where they're keeping track of the days with this calendar and stuff like that. It's nothing, but it's something that I picked up on as I played the game, because I was like, wow, it's not that there are just calendars everywhere being like, yeah, don't you remember it all happened in fucking September 2013 or whatever. No, it's like, no, actually, what's cool about it is that they're all different, and that you're kind of telling a little bit of a story even there.
Yeah, I love that you uncovered that. That's really cool. I was paying attention to the calendar so I could make sure I opened the safes. Oh
yeah, because of all the clues.
Right. Like I thought that was going to continue to be a thing, because that was an early thing. It was one of those things where I was just trained not to miss out on a bunch of ammo and items. So pay attention to the dates. Okay,
so we're back to Ellie and Dina's patrol now. So switching back to our other characters. Ellie and Dina are riding horses, so again, very Uncharted-like, although The Last of Us Part 1 like. So I mean, maybe Uncharted was more like The Last of Us Part 1 in some sense.
That makes sense.
And they talk about their past relationships, get a little bit about information about Dina and Jesse, so a heterosexual relationship for our bisexual character. I love this little touch, because I think everyone can kind of relate to it in their own way. If you've been in a few relationships in your life where it's like, she says, she talks about how much she loves Jesse's family, but that it wasn't a right fit. We learn later on that Jesse's parents come visit Ellie and Dina at the farm. So they have some sort of relationship there. And I thought that was cool. That's just good writing, in my opinion. And Ellie is kind of wondering why she didn't know anything about this sort of thing, and that Jesse seemed kind of casual about the breakup before. And yeah, Jesse seems like he's taking it pretty well. You said it earlier that he's
one of those dudes. Like, you have to admire that. I don't think I could have been that cool as Jesse is to inherently like risk life and limb for like the jilted lover and the new, the one that kind of slid into your spot, and Jesse will go on to be important as you say, like his parents, because there's going to be a little Jesse legacy happening. So his name and his family will continue to be important.
Okay, so what else here? Oh yeah, we also learn about Ellie's ex. We hear about her a couple of times. In fact, she writes about her in her journal if you read it. The journal is a really cool way to get a little bit of extra information throughout the game. Whenever you kind of come back to a person or in a different time, it's always good to go into the journal, because there's new stuff there for you to read. And so we learn that the woman's name was Kat, and she actually did the tattoo on Ellie's arm that's over the bite mark. Right. Of course, Ellie, no one knows about the bite except for Joel, and then I guess Tommy and Maria, would know as well. And we also learn at this point about Dina's old partner on these different hunts, which is the 73-year-old electronics whiz named Eugene, who died of a stroke, apparently. We learn a little bit more about him later on, too. We discover his little hideout. And the basic gist of it is that Jackson sends these patrols out every month or so. There's a logbook in each of these locations around Jackson in various, like a hunting lodge or like a group of homes or an apartment building or whatever. People are dispatched to these various places to kind of make sure everything's good, that there are no infected roaming around, or like no stragglers and hunters in the area that are trying to like move in any sense. And then they leave little notes and move on. And so it's cool to go to the different books and you can read different people's experiences and all the rest, which I thought was fun. But the entire idea is to keep the place safe, to keep like a defensive perimeter around things. And this part's pretty cool, Dig. I thought you have the option to dismount your horse actually at this time and just explore. Thought that was cool. There's like an RV in the middle of the road,
yeah, I love that.
Which I think maybe it's The Walking Dead that put it into me, but that's like the perfect thing to have in a world like this, I guess, for a little while anyway, until you have no more gas. But you can explore the RV. There are various houses around that you can explore too. But the two specifically, if you go into the RV, there's always great dialogue in Naughty Dog games as you're going, and they talk about how cool it is to have something like this. Like, I think they remark like that people really use these things to like go around. And Dina says that she wants to travel and that Jesse always wanted to go to Canada to see Niagara Falls, and Ellie's not really into it. And they're still discussing their plans about the future in terms of what they're going to do that night, what they're going to do the next week. Because obviously things haven't gotten crazy at all. They're still living their very normal life. They don't know what's about to befall them. So this is a reference to the ending of the game, actually, which is that Ellie notes that she was going to invite Joel over for a movie. So we learn at the end of the game that the day before everything gets crazy, they kind of had made up. And
I love it.
Or began to at least soften or whatever. And so Ellie was going to extend that olive branch, but never got an opportunity to do it, which makes you so sad, actually. When you,
it's so tragic.
It is. And I love this too, because they talk about, they wonder if people are still making movies and if they're just surviving or anything like that. And yeah, it's cool to think about because people are still taking photos and there's electricity. It makes you wonder about all the things going on in the world and anywhere else. And like, who has the best situation? Like, what's the most normal situation? Again, to reference The Walking Dead, when you come across that town that's like totally maintained, got like beautiful lawns and the facilities work and shit like that. And it's totally mysterious and strange. It would be so cool to have seen something like that in this. That's kind of, it would be a ripoff of that maybe, but and maybe there are other shows that have done that in similar apocalyptic situations, but I would have loved that because everything's so worn down and gritty. It would be so fucking cool to have seen something like that where it's like, no, this is totally like our town is totally normal, and how dystopian that in and of itself would be.
It begs so many questions, right? You know what's going on in like 3 little tiny sections of the world. So what's going on everywhere else? You know, it's kind of like what Frank and Bill, like their little situation that they had in Last of Us Part 1, right? Like they had this little sort of bucolic fenced off piece of paradise, but it was essentially, they had all this stuff, but it was essentially just them.
Right.
So they were living this like kind of upper class suburban life and they were just enjoying it on their own, you know, wine and beautiful meals and power and all that kind of thing, nice clothes and gardens and this sort of thing. But yeah, you wonder, I mean, you know, what's cool. You keep saying it, but it's true. Like the way Jackson has it sewn up in terms of like, they have all the protocols ironed out, you know what I mean? As far as like establishing their base, their safety, these patrols where it's, you know, research, clear the infected. If anything, you know, happens that you can't handle, like just report back. Don't risk life and limb. And just establishing like this perimeter. So they, you know, in terms of safety, in terms of knowledge, but mostly in terms of like just securing their little piece of the puzzle, you know? And that's, and also like you say, like establishing for us game players of like, especially for me, and you'd be the same thing, Kyle, as like ancient RPG players, right? Is like, all right, so we're going to have the opportunity for scavenging and exploration. And I want to make sure I'm covering every pixel here. You know, I could get off the horse. I could look around. I could enter these establishments. I could look for stuff. I could try to glean for clues as far as what's going on. And that's why the game took me so long, because I really enjoyed that. I enjoyed the exploration, the scavenging, ultimately for crafting, which I also like really enjoyed in this game. But making sure you kind of look under every rock. You know, I kind of love that the game was like that. And even if it wasn't that big in terms of like, you know, it wasn't an open world game, but it did make it feel vast. This game felt big, and in some cases, in a lot of cases, daunting and even intimidating. And to do that with parameters that you don't necessarily see all the time felt really cool.
Yeah, the opening of the day one in Seattle section is particularly open world, which again, and I hate to keep referencing, it reminds me of Uncharted 4, where there is that huge open area as well, where they open it up. I like open world games. I do. In fact, I love them. But I would prefer games like this.
Me too.
Like, show me where you want me to go. Give me some breadth of exploration, secrets, and stuff like that. But I don't need to see it all. I don't need to have like Washington or Seattle as like the entire map. That's not fun to me necessarily if you're trying to tell me a specific story and cater something towards me. If you want to be like, oh, tell your own story and all that, that's different, I guess.
Yeah, I feel the same way. Yeah. 100%.
Yeah, I love the scavenging too. I and that's a major part of the game. It's very satisfying. And I love finding items and then not being able to carry more items. So then you go into your crafting menu to see what you can craft to get rid of some of this shit until you have it. The game does a really nice job of allowing you to accumulate items if you're thorough, and then forcing you to spend. And I was never really without healing items or anything like that. But I should note I played on hard.
Oh, you did?
Just because I feel like, and I think so there's like really easy, normal, hard, very hard, and then I think crushing or whatever they call it in this. Yeah. And so it's not like the hardest, but I felt like I'd already played it, so make it a little more difficult for me. So I think things are a little more scarce. And I don't remember this happening in the first game so much because I played it on normal maybe, but there were times where I was like, shit, man, I'm like basically out of ammo, and I'm very careful. In fact, the game on PS5 especially, so you played on PS5, but then you played on PS4, right?
Oh, because we should say that for people. Yeah. So as Colin knows, I got 8 hours in. For the normal player, that was probably 5 to 6 hours in. So I got that far in on PS5. My son and I had problems with the PS5 drive. It seems like it's still happening. So I just picked up the game on PS4 and started playing in my living room, but I started over essentially, which was fine. I wasn't that far in, and it was my pleasure because I love the game so much. So yeah, I ultimately played on PS4. Did
you notice the difference in frame rate and all that?
Oh, 100%. Yeah, it did, but I forgot about it in 2 frames. You know what I mean? I was like, whatever. In some cases, I'm a purist anyway, so let me get the 2020 perspective.
Yeah,
that's fine. I could always go back and play the remastered version.
30 frames is not so bad in a game that's a little more plotting like this, in my opinion. It's not Doom.
It didn't bother me. It really didn't.
Yeah. Well, good. Yeah, I'm sorry that happened to you, but I'm glad you were able to get through it. So I played through on PS5, and I bring that up only because in terms of combat, the game is so fast to load, and The Last of Us Part 2 is so generous with its checkpoints and even recurring. You can like go back to the beginning of a confrontation and encounter and everything like that. But the checkpoints specifically, where I would not like the way a fight was going and just like go back to the checkpoint.
I did the same shit.
Or go back to the beginning, just trying to manage my ammo better, or just trying to be like, I don't want to be seen here. But then there were times like I want to do it stealthily. I don't want to, like, I'm annoyed that happened. But then there were times where I just owned it and I was like, oh, they saw me. I mean, that's just the way my story goes. And I'm in a gunfight with these people or whatever, which is cool. But I did appreciate the PS5 version, especially being so fast on the SSD that it would just get you right back into the game. It was like no waiting at all. It was cool.
Yeah, that's cool. That is a really cool touch. Yeah. But I'm with you, Kyle. It's so funny how we play games so similar. It's like, and it usually wasn't in terms of like I was too wasteful with ammo. It was just like I could have done that more elegantly. You know what I mean? It's bothering me.
Right, exactly. I'm like, yeah, I want to do this differently. And I love that. The game, there are encounters in the game apparently where you don't even really have to fight anyone if you know how to like just get through.
Sure.
And I don't want to play like that necessarily, but that would be a more realistic way to do it. I mean, you are killing so many fucking people. That's just the way it goes in The Last of Us. And it's worth noting as well, since we're bringing up, going through people's houses and these different buildings and the hotels and all the rest and finding items. I do love the scarcity of items. Everything's really been picked over. And so you really aren't going to find very much to begin with. I think you find more in this game than you probably really would. It's like, why are there 2 pistol ammo in this drawer? And you take it. But the other thing that I think is really important are the various documents you find. I love these things. There's a lot of cool stories in this game. Everyone always talks about the original Last of Us and Ish and all the cool stuff there. But I think there's nothing quite that detailed, but there are a lot of different vignettes in the game. So at this point, you already have found a letter. If you're thorough, you would have found a letter from a guy from San Francisco who's been trying to find Jackson, and his kids have basically died and his wife has died, and he ends up dying like right on the outskirts. And it's so sad because he almost got there, but he just couldn't make it in time. And you find another letter later on, which is a letter to Santa written right after the outbreak, and how the kid is like wishing for stuff for his dad because his dad is like apparently like totally freaked out, and that he wishes they had a gun and shit like that. And that was what was on his Santa list. So I thought that was pretty disturbing.
That was one of the better ones for sure. Yeah.
And then later on after that, ultimately things are still pretty quiet. You're going from place to place. The tension is building. It's great. And later, Dina and Ellie come across a mutilated moose body and indicates that there are infected in the area and that there must be multiple of them to be able to take down such a big animal. And the girls go and hunt them down. This is the entire idea why they're out there. So instead of avoiding the area and being like, we should get the fuck out of here, it's actually incumbent on them to go and hunt these guys down so that they don't become problems later on and all of the rest. There are a lot of really cool touches here too, Dave. There's copious blood everywhere, obviously, and you can follow it and track it. But they did a really nice job. There are footprints away from the moose body where it shows the different direction the infected went in. And you can follow the trails to find them if you want. Of course, you could also just use listen mode and find them as well. And so you go inside, it's like a post office, and you find one of the infected feasting on one of the moose's legs, which is really cool. And Ellie ends up stumbling into the next room, gets fucked up or whatever, fights a runner. So there's all these different kinds of infected, as we know. So you're going through a hunting store and crawling through an 18-wheeler. Ellie is almost bitten by a runner. Dina comes and saves the day, and it reminds you of the fact that Dina doesn't know that Ellie's really not that concerned about getting scratched a bit because she won't turn. And Dina obviously is assuming that she's in danger, but she isn't. You'll find inside the 18-wheeler specifically a note along with some meds. It's an apology letter from a man who killed a woman's husband for attacking him when they took some insulin. So I
remember that one.
There's like you find a letter basically of these describing what I think are two couples and how like one man kills this other woman's husband because they're fighting over these meds and felt horrible about it or whatever. So there's all these notes. It is very video gamey. It's very similar to BioShock audio diaries where it's like, why are you doing this?
Yeah, it reminded me a lot of that actually.
Like, why are we writing such personal things and just leaving these papers sitting around? But that's just the way video games are.
Exposition, baby. It's elegant, you know.
And one of the cool things about Ellie kind of faking the entire situation around people, not kind of revealing that she's infected, has to do with the spores as well. And we learn a little bit about this later on when she's with Joel and she's like, we're alone. No one's going to know. And he's like, well, what if someone sees us? Like, just put the fucking mask on. And so they arrive at a supermarket, which is a really cool set piece.
Love that.
And you have to put your masks on. And even though it's not that important for Ellie to do this, she does it to kind of fake things. And Dina doesn't know any better. And here you find another one of one of the game's many notes from the supermarket employees to another from around the same outbreak. It's for the safe nearby. So this is what you were saying about finding like the notes and the information about these safes. Yes. I don't know why you're writing down the safe combination,
but thank God you did.
And this was a cute one too, because it was the combination actually was, it was like, this is the date that our dog was the employee of the month. And then you have to go to the employee of the month board and look at the date. That was really cute. I wonder whose dog that was from the development team. Let's see. Anything else here? Oh yeah. So let's get a little bit into the combat, I guess, since we're talking about it. I mean, what did you think about gameplay as far as dealing with the infected? This is obviously an infected driven part of the game compared to a lot more human enemies later, whether we're talking about the wolves or the Seraphites or the occasional hunter. So what did you think about hunting the infected, the runners, the clickers?
I love the way this game goes back and forth between the infected and the human rivals, the human enemies, and the fact that you have to deal with them differently. It's so fun. And yeah, I mean, I love the combat in this game between the conventional weapons, your long range weapons like your guns, crafting them, but then melee combat, whether it's fisticuffs or Ellie's knife or using bottles and bricks, it's extremely satisfying. And what's cool about the game is it doesn't pull punches on the combat and the violence being quite brutal. The brutality of it, taking an infected, getting the drop on it and basically curbing it. You know what I mean? Like just, stomping on its head until this head, splatters like a watermelon. It doesn't, it sort of, for somebody who's squeamish and somebody who's not a violent person, and having to do that, it's constantly calling into question like whether that the brutality is necessary, but it feels like it is. Even somebody who doesn't necessarily enjoy that visceral violence, I kind of dig it. I did feel because I am inherently that level of violence kind of bothers me, even in a game, albeit a realistic game. I was trying to stealth things as much as I could, but then, stealth gets into headshots, so is it any less violent? You know what I mean? Whether it's a headshot with a conventional weapon, a gun, or a crossbow or a bow and arrow, it's still a headshot, right? So the brutality of the combat was a big part of the game for me. And the fact of, how brutal do I need to be versus, how stealthy can I be? But you know what though, dude? I have to say I'm guilty. I never tried to get through an area without killing everything, whether it was a human enemy or an infected, so I cop to enjoying it with a slightly guilty conscience.
Yeah, I would like to know. I could probably look it up online because it would be fun to know what encounter specifically could be gotten through without killing anything. Is it all of them or some of them? I don't really know, but yeah, I wouldn't feel safe without trying to just kill everything. Even for the story's sake, it's like, well, these guys could just come up from behind me and get me. That's not obviously going to happen when you're in the next area, but just you're being thorough. But it is very video gamey, and in the real world, if this were to happen, yeah, you'd probably be a lot less. There's just no way you could carve through this many people and survive. You would eventually have your card pulled. I mean, think about all the people that these people have killed. It's just not really. But it has to be a video game, right?
Yeah,
it's very similar to the way I feel about Metal Gear Solid and games like that, where it's like, damn, dude, you're killing. I mean, and that, you don't have to kill anyone in those games, but you're killing like tons of people, like soldiers. It's not like some sprite of a monster or something. So it's always interesting to think about that.
It's very entertaining, I have to say, for all of the kind of social moral aspects of the game and the thoughtfulness and the story and the narrative and the characters you become invested in. Ultimately, it is a video game and it's very fun, I have to say, and I feel a little guilty about that, but
no, whatever. It's very compelling. It's why Grand Theft Auto is very compelling. It's like, it's horrible, but it is what it is.
It is what it is.
It speaks to something darker in us probably, but because video games certainly are the example of it's active art and you are participating in some pretty heinous shit. And we don't really think too deeply about it. I don't think we're sophisticated enough as a hobby to think about it any deeper than that. And
we're not hunting for sport, right? Like in a world like this, right? In this world, in this game, it's them or you. You know what I mean? It's you or them. Like, so it's like, you have to kind of do what you have to do in the name of survival. And you kind of know that inherently. So that gives you a little peace of mind, at least.
All right. And again, you're absolutely right. And also I think it's justified by it being a spectral sort of thing where you're dealing with different echelons of human that comport themselves differently in this world. And so getting rid of them, some of them anyway, is not necessarily a bad thing. But what you find is that who you think is bad is not necessarily bad, or at least not who you think it is. There is a cool, and since we're talking about the combat, I do want to shout out, there is a cool thing where Ellie gets like stuck under some rubble and she's like shooting at a clicker, and then Dina kind of comes and saves the day. But it's really cool, and it reminds you the clickers can't see, obviously, and you know this from combat, but just that they echolocate. And Dina doesn't actually shoot the infected right when it shows up. She waits to see if it's going to go away, because shooting it is going to alert it, and maybe it's going to take too many bullets and all the rest, but it eventually jumps at them. I love the clickers. I just think they're super cool that they can't see you, just slink around them, and then they scream that very iconic scream. I played the entire game with these, well, not these ones, the ones I have downstairs, Pulse headset, and it's awesome. It's just like the sound design is just so good.
Oh, it's so, and they become the icons of the game. Kyle, did I tell you this? In my PTSD, I already told you I was talking to my sleep and stuff.
Right.
So this game had an enormous impact on me. But what I realized now, I've known Helene for almost 30 years, but I never realized she has, not all the time, but she's got a certain brand of sneeze that it sounds exactly like a fucking clicker. Dude, it's amazing. I'm like, how is that even coming out of your nose? That's so weird. So late at night, like before she'd be going to bed, like around 11, and I'd be huddled up in the living room playing the game, and, tension was ratcheted up. I think it happened probably twice over the course of me playing this game, where she did one of her clicker sneezes. It terrified me. It was almost like playing the game in stereo, but there was no clicker. It's a lot. It was a lot.
I believe it. I believe it. All right. So let's see here. Where are we? And I have so many notes. All right. So the girls ultimately escape, but there are blizzard conditions setting in. The weather ends up being a really important part of this game, actually, in both here early on in Jackson and then later on in Seattle. It becomes a central part of the story. And they're riding towards the next checkpoint. They're trying to get refuge. They really can't. The weather's getting too crazy. They lose their way. They actually lose each other for a little while, but they find each other. And ultimately, they stumble across an old library that they seek shelter in. They bring their horses inside. It's freezing, but they lock it up. And what becomes clear to them is that this library has had someone in it or people in it more recently. They probably get a pretty good feel for that in this world, having gone through all these ruins and scavenging on a constant basis and doing all these things about like when the last time someone was in a place and how old a place is and how untouched a place might be. And again, it makes you fantasize about it very much. The Road touches on this. I don't want to be specific about it because I want people to read it if they haven't. But there's a specific finding in that book that is untouched, basically, and how incredible that is and how crazy that is because everything has just been totally scavenged over. And so we heard about Dina's old partner earlier, Eugene, and it turns out that Eugene is the person who has been holed up in this bookstore. He has a hideout in the place and a ton of electronics gear and tools or whatever. We learned earlier that he was a bit of a tinkerer. And so that makes sense. And this is the first connection to the Fireflies as well, because if you pay attention, Ellie will walk up to a bulletin board and take Eugene's Firefly dog tags off of the board. So he was a Firefly. And Dina tells Ellie that Eugene was indeed a Firefly. He was a friend of Tommy's, and she refers to some dark shit that they used to do together. And this again gets into the texture of like, who's the good guy and who's the bad guy, who's the freedom fighter or the terrorist or whatever. That in Denver, so we don't even really know anything about like Colorado or any of the people from there. But Tommy apparently was in Denver at some point in the past with Eugene, and they blew up a checkpoint. At the Denver QZ. They killed 5 and then they tortured a Fedra general that they captured, which is pretty interesting. So you learn a lot about some of the dark, crazy shit that these guys did, especially to the governmental powers or whatever Fedra was. We still don't really know what Fedra was. It was probably some bastardized Jericho version of the American government in some sense, which is probably why people were rebelling against it to begin with. Plus, the situation was incredibly dire.
Yeah.
Dina says that she didn't believe the stories, which is interesting because so Dina thinks the entire time that Eugene's full of shit, but because Ellie knows Joel and Tommy and kind of has a better idea of the shit that they've done, she tells Dina like, no, you definitely should believe the stories because I know for a fact that Tommy and Joel have done similar crazy shit up in Boston. So, if you go into his bedroom, so he has a whole little, and again, this is a great environmental storytelling part of the game. Again, he has a little bedroom. There's an old picture of Eugene and Tommy in Firefly uniforms, and Tommy looks really young. So this is probably far before, and must be indeed far before Ellie and Joel ever met. And they kind of have proper uniforms on and stuff like that, which is interesting. So there was some, I thought about this with the wolves later, like they have embroidery, I guess. Not unbelievable, but something strange that I noticed, very similar to the laser printing of documents. And
it's very official, you would think, for this world. It's not so, it's not thrown together and cheap. It's actually kind of official.
We don't really know much else about Eugene other than that we find a letter of his. I don't know if you did, in his nightstand.
I don't think I did.
And you discover that he has a wife named Claire, and he abandoned Claire and their daughter, who goes unnamed in the letter, to become a Firefly. And basically, Eugene is, and this is what I think is interesting about the verbiage, and it's unknown. They don't date any of these letters. Like nothing's dated, which is a little frustrating. So you don't know, like, when you're finding something from the fall, when you're finding something someone left behind later, everything's dirty and kind of the same level of decrepit, which is a little bit weird. But the interesting part about the letter is that she makes specific mention of politicians and the military. So presumably this is earlier on when things still had some level of order, when there was even some level of relevance for politicians. Like you don't even think about that. Like a politician, there are strong men and cults of personality that we encounter and things like that, but no politicians. And the military is not a thing anymore. Fedra probably would have been the last definition of a proper military. So it makes you wonder when that letter was written, but he abandons them to kind of go after these people relatively early on, which indicates the Fireflies cropped up somewhat early on after the outbreak.
I think so, yeah.
So there's that.
That sense, yeah.
Anyway, the girls turn on Eugene's generator and they reveal a workbench setup and a hidden entrance to the library's basement. We'll get to that in a minute. Before we do that, though, what did you think about the crafting in the game as far as the workbench is concerned? I loved the animations and all of the rest. I think it's very video gamey. If you think about, well, I guess that's not really true. I was going to say the game doesn't really leave anything to the imagination as far as gameplay is concerned, even though it's done in an accelerated way. So for instance, when you're healing, you're wrapping up your arm, but the game doesn't really show you crafting in menus. You just do it. You hear the noises of like the nails going into the can or whatever.
Yeah.
I say this because the workbench stuff, it's cool. The animation, all the tools, the light, but I also just want to be like, can I just upgrade the weapon and move on with my life?
That's how you felt about it, really?
It's cool in the beginning, but yeah, after a while, because there's a little bit of an animation to scroll between everything and to go through the different weapons, and it's just, I want to move a little quicker than that. But it's all in real time. The important thing to remember about the workbench is because there's a specific workbench you find when you use it, you get it, I think actually twice, you get attacked.
Yeah, first two times.
Right.
Which gave me, PTSD, because I thought every time I was going to use a workbench, I was going to get hit from behind. It might even been the first 3 times. I forget.
There is something to say about that, about the real-time element combined with the necessary animations means that you have to kind of be deliberate and quick or clear an area out first before you use one safely.
I love that.
So maybe that's all wrapped into it, but I did want to note that. But anyway, what did you think about using the workbench?
I love the fact that's what I thought you were saying, that there was, why can't I just craft my gun at any time? Because I know that's not what you were saying, but I love the fact that there were milestones built in. You collect the necessary hardware, the bolts, the screws, whatever, and then you hit up the workbench and I always had a plan for what I was going to craft when. It's like, all right, I got to save up enough. Next time I hit a workbench, I'm going to do the thing. But I'll tell you what my 3 things always were. Capacity, number 1. I wanted everything to hold as much ammo as possible. Damage was probably number 3. Number 2 was always, if I could put a zoom on this baby, if I could put a scope and do something, zoom in on the target for headshots, that was number 2. And then 3 was damage. And then, stability and everything be damned. I don't care. I like to max out a weapon if I really like the weapon, but for the most part, it was great to hit those workbenches. But again, like early on, I was conditioned. I thought every time I used a workbench, I was going to get hit. You know what I mean? Because there was that first 2 or 3 times. Which same thing, we haven't talked about it yet, but same thing with the tripwires, the explosive, the claymore wires. It was like it was basically one zone, but for the entire game, I was petrified of tripping over an explosive. You know what I mean? Which I know this game lets you respawn infinitely, so it's not really a big deal, but I was so protective, especially of Ellie, that I didn't want to blow her legs off, poor Ellie. So I was horrified.
Lieutenant Dan, give her the Lieutenant Dan treatment. Yeah, I blew myself up a few times with, I didn't use a smoke bomb once, and
oh wow.
And I didn't, I wanted to use the explosives more, but I found them like kind of fidgety, where there was a couple times where I just blew myself up, and I'm like, I don't even really know what I did. I put it down and I'm moving away and I just blow up. I'm like, I don't know. I obviously did something wrong, but I really very rarely use those implements. I use Molotovs every once in a while.
Love those fucking things.
Which are great. There are a few times in the game where there are gathered enemies talking and they're supposed to be like dialogue and you want to listen to them and just like boop. And like when they're in the middle of the conversation, just to like get rid of them all at the same time. It's like, do I want to hear the conversation or do I want to just torch you guys right now?
No, it definitely brought the sadistic side. 100%, dude.
It's funny as fuck. I love that. I love the Molotov. It's funny though. I treated my weapons a little differently. I actually did want to deal with like sway and all of the rest because it does make the guns easier to shoot. The scope stuff is good, but I would love a scope in a game that was kinetic. where where it's not about hiding and it's like fucking Call of Duty or whatever.
Sure.
But in a game like this, I'm hoping to not shoot. So I don't really need this particular implement. I would get them. I would upgrade. And I was also interested in upgrading weapons all the way. So I upgraded both of the pistols all the way and a few other things. But yeah, damage was good. But yeah, it's funny. Bullet capacity was, like, clip capacity was not a high thing for me for some reason. I don't really know why, but it goes to show you, it's funny how people can just play the games fundamentally differently from each other. The thing that I love crafting the most, frankly, were the silencers for the pistol, for the 9mm pistol, and then just popping these dudes like fucking melons. And by the way, I just want to say this before I forget. Two things about combat in terms of visuals. The blood splatter shit is so beautiful. And I know that sounds crazy to say.
On the lens?
Right. Like, or no, like even, yes, that, but also you shoot a guy against from afar against the wall and the blood splatters behind him. And it's crazy how good it looks, about how good death and violence and gore looks in this game. And the other thing are just the combat animations and how it's not ragdoll physics per se. These are hand animated reactions to things. People die in very specific ways in this game that I think are really incredible. Whether it's you're using a melee weapon or using a gun. I blew dudes' heads off with a shotgun. There was an amazing. I was like, wow, that was fucking so cool. And I'm usually not one of those people that's like the moments, like where it's like, oh, but this infected was running at me and I just had a shotgun. I just shotgunned him in the chest and he flew backwards, like his limbs were ahead, like the momentum was still dragging him, but he just flew backwards. And I'm like, that's so beautiful. That is not ragdoll. Like, they program these things to animate in specific ways to blow off a person's leg or arm.
Yeah.
For them to crawl around and struggle. It's not just the collapse of a 3D model. It's way more than that. And it makes combat feel so real.
It really does.
And very violent. This game is the most violent game ever, probably, if you really think about it in the context of what it is and how it is portraying it. So if you think about all the death and destruction in Grand Theft Auto, there's blood and whatever, but it's not, it's silly.
It's cartoony.
Not, right. There's something really, that was a shining thing of the original Last of Us, was there's just something really gruesome about it, about people, Joel strangling someone and someone just grabbing and clawing at his arm and gasping, as opposed to it just happening like bloop, like you're in Hitman or something. And
just gurgling on your own blood, and it's visceral. It really is.
It's really powerful. And I think it adds to the commentary of violence. It's like, no, we're going to make you do it. If you're going to do it, you're going to do it. And you might feel less bad, and maybe you shouldn't feel bad at all about killing the infected, but you might feel more bad even about killing the Seraphites, who you think are bad. But really, again, it's just about perspective. I'm not sure who the bad guy is, if there even is one in the entire game, to be honest, or if maybe in their own way, everyone's bad, since you're dealing with a slavery. Well, obviously the slavers are bad, but when you're thinking about the wolves, the Seraphites, and Jackson, it's like maybe Jackson is the most virtuous, but everyone kind of got here through their own fucked up ways. And it's not a great scene for anyone, really. No, the wolves are kind of a military dictatorship. The Seraphites are a cult. I mean, yeah, they're a cult of, I was gonna say cult of personality, but more than that, really, because you read in their own letters how they have elder systems, and Lev was going to be married off to one of these dudes. So they have some sort of Handmaid's Tale thing going on. So there's a lot of fucked up going on.
A lot of gray, dude. And not only in the groups, but in the individuals. You know what I mean? I think you'd be hard pressed. There's a lot of good, and I think the game goes way out of its way to make that clear. Like, even our heroes, even the characters we're closest with, there's black and white. You know what I mean? There's a lot of nuance. Every character, as virtuous as they are, has one, defect, a morally defective or a personality defect. No one's perfect. And everybody has a case. Everybody's avenging somebody. Everybody has a story, and a backstory and an origin and a beef and an axe to grind. And that's the thing. That's the thing that this game presents in the end, is that those things are universal, and that's why it's so, besides it being really fun and the permutations of violence and the way it's programmed to, have that much variety in the killing and stuff. Yeah, man, they're holding your feet to the fire. They're like, you're part of this world. For as long as you're in this game, you're part of it. You're going to see it through, and you're going to commit these atrocities. You know what I mean? And or not, but probably you're going to have to if you want to survive, if you want to live to see tomorrow.
Right. It's like there's no way to beat The Last of Us Part 1 without killing the surgeon. So,
yeah, that's it. Right. So, yeah, I mean, that's it. This game presents that thing. And I think that's why I was talking in my sleep. It's like that type of thing, not to even sound hyperbolic or exaggerate, because in the end, it's a good time. It's a video game. But this game gives you so much more food for thought. I think that's the thing. It just does, as a human being. And you don't even have to be that intellectual to see, like, this game is, as Tommy says early in the game to Joel, like, that's a lot. This game is a lot. And I'm here for it, man.
So back to the story itself, because I don't want to get too far off course. Although this is a great conversation so far. We are nowhere in the game yet either.
I know. Isn't that funny, dude?
I'm delighted to talk about this in depth, to be honest. It's nice. It feels like this is why I want to be in games. This is what I want to do is talk about games like this and with someone that understands them, So anyway, Eugene has this whole setup. They get the generator going. They find his secret basement. It ends up being a grow house. This, I think, is really interesting. There's a market for this, obviously. And why wouldn't there be a market for this in this world? And I would imagine marijuana being an incredibly valuable commodity, actually. If you need to trade for food or weapons or whatever, there's no doubt that in this world, people want to get fucked up. The meds are probably non-existent. And if they are, they're inert. There's definitely booze, but you have to find it. A lot of it's probably dangerous, frankly.
Yeah,
and
that's true, right?
That's probably a major skill. Like if you were again, I don't know if anyone's going to be brewing beer in this. Maybe they would be, but definitely, whiskey, or bourbon and rye, moonshine, obviously, things like that. So there's definitely going to be value to getting fucked up. So if you have some sort of way to grow marijuana, you might have one of, if not the only grow operation anywhere in the world. And so it seems kind of frivolous and almost funny in some sense, but then you think about it in the raw economic realities of that world. And you're like, yeah, this is actually maybe the smart, like this is even smarter than growing food or livestock or something like that. Like you have some really limited commodity. And I think it's a pretty big deal that they find this thing. It makes you wonder what they were doing, who was involved. Did they manage to get any money? But nonetheless, they do find a jar of joints, ended up smoking one, getting stoned, catching up amongst the plants and the bongs. They find a gas mask bong, which I think is so funny. Gas mask bongs are the top 5 funniest things in the world, are gas mask bongs, and how fucked up they are. It's like I used one only once, and I'm like,
you've done it?
Yeah, in college for sure. And it's like, this is insane because like you get nothing, no other air. It's like you're
just concentrated as you can.
Yeah,
get.
It's not good. It's not good. So what did you think of this scene? It's short-lived. They obviously have a little romantic interlude, have a little bit of a lesbian love tryst. We don't see it, obviously. Like there's a sex scene later on with Abby and Owen that's a little, they also cut away, but that's a little more vulgar. Yeah. So I actually thought this was somewhat tasteful. You know me, I'm a prude. I don't like seeing this stuff. So what did you think about that scene in the basement?
Yeah, I love these two together. First of all, I love Dina. I really do. I love how much she loves Ellie, and again, it just feels, I know people, now I hear the conversation as far as it feeling forced or is it woke or, is this sort of lesbian relationship, does it feel shoehorned into the story? But I just think it feels like such an organic romance, between two characters that really love each other. And, at their age, those feelings would be blossoming, whether they were gay or heterosexual, right? But the fact that they're, sort of discovering their sexuality or their romantic feelings as they're also discovering their love for each other is very moving. I find their relationship very, very moving. And, that's kind of like a breath of fresh air or a beacon of light in this world. It's pretty dark, So I kind of love that these two were discovering that they really love each other. And it's, as a player at this standpoint, it's making me worried because now they have each other to lose, and this is a fucking dangerous world. So that's how it plays up, for me, as far as loving Dina and Ellie as an item. It's like now you kind of love these characters, you love them together, and now you're worrying for them. You want to see them through now. I feel very protective over these two at this point, in the game. And like, I have just in feeling like this, I never felt stakes so high in a game before. Like I felt almost responsible, which, you get games that mean a lot and games that are super fun and games that are memorable. And we all have our list of favorites, but this hit different, a little more so. And especially because of these two.
All right. So we go back now again. We'll be back to the scene shortly, but we go back to Abby at this point, who's alone. And she's in the snow. She's amongst the infected. She's in trouble. There's a really cool touch here, I think, that I noticed and I wanted to write down. She's finding the infected that are all fucked up. I guess they're in between. They're like post runner, and maybe becoming clickers or something like that.
Yeah.
When they all are hunched over, and you can kind of sneak up on them and get those are the ones you should clear out as quickly as you can, because if anyone becomes alerted, then they sprout out and start getting crazy. So you just get rid of them. But what I loved about this is the snow has been going for a while, and it's piled up all around them, and it's piling up on the infected, and there's no footprints anywhere. So like the infected have just been sitting here like this since when it was clear, and the snow has just been gathering and going, and they're just all fucked up. It just puts the experience, in quotes, of the infected in perspective, that it's just a time warp. And you encounter these things and they have not seen maybe anyone for years, potentially ever, when you go into places like the hospital later on. Like these are infected so fucked up and so pristine from the beginning of the outbreak. And I just love that little touch. I thought that was a really fucking cool touch, because it's a contrast to the moose scene where there are footprints moving away and it's more active. This is different. And I thought I just thought that was a cool thing.
That's really neat.
It's neither here nor there.
It's a gestation thing as far as like learning about how these things evolve, and it's a fungal gestation, which I always forget because you think conventional zombies, and I'm old, so I'm thinking everything zombie that's come before this, and of course I put zombie in quotes, but it's a whole different thing because it's this cordyceps virus. It's a fungus, and those type of things are a reminder, because the time frames and the the evolution from state to state is different. So that's pretty cool.
I just want to say zombie.
Shut up, Cranberry.
I won't even try to do the Dolores Reardon weird voice thing that she does after that. All right. Shout out to Dad. He loves the Cranberries.
Yeah, he was a Cranberry stan, huh?
Yeah, I actually traded him. So when I used to get in the 90s, when I've told the story about how I used to get CDs from I got probably 40 CDs from Publisher Clearinghouse and all these things, and never paid for any of them. I don't know why I was allowed to get away with that. I just did it. And I had the first two Cranberries records, and I traded them to Dad for his Nirvana records.
Oh.
Yeah. He had Nevermind and In Utero or something, and I had whatever those two records were called. I can't remember. And
nice
I remember one of them was a white cover. And
CDs.
The CDs, right.
Okay.
This was probably 97 or something like that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, he was a fan.
All right. I didn't know that.
Yeah. There's some good stuff. I love that Cranberry song, Ode to My Family. That's a fucking sick song.
I was a big fan.
Yeah, they're great. R.I.P.
I wonder where they would be now had she I don't even know if they're together with a different singer or what.
No, I don't think so. That would be ridiculous. It might. Right? Well, I mean, maybe it wouldn't be. I don't know.
That was she was one of a kind.
It would depend, I guess, on who was the songwriter in some sense and what they were comfortable doing. I mean, there are bastardized bands all out, Linkin Park being the newest one. In my opinion.
About that.
In my opinion. I did see that they were trying to play Dodger Stadium and they got moved into an indoor arena there. So they're obviously not selling. I mean, I wish I could play
they got
an arena.
Scaled down a little bit.
Yeah, right.
Oh.
No disrespect to them other than the whole thing being disrespectful, I think. Anyway. So where are we here? All right. So back to Abby. Abby's on the run. The infected are after her. She's going through the snow. Pretty cool scene. I mean, it seems like she's in up Schitt's Creek, as happens many times in The Last of Us. She finds herself behind this chain link fence. The chain link fence is collapsing on her. Very cool scene.
Great scene.
And suddenly, one runner gets through. She's like crawling away, and a pistol shot to the head of one of these infected. Look up, pan up, Joel. Now, Abby still doesn't know who these people are, but she doesn't realize how lucky she's about to become. But again, she doesn't quite know it yet. So Joel and Tommy lead Abby on this frenetic escape, ending with a long and frantic warehouse fight where you have to fight directly. You could see Abby kind of holding her own with these two very grizzled post-apocalyptic veterans of the space. And it's good shit. It's really, really good shit. But there's a problem. The trio barely escapes. They go back into the snow and they go into a nearby building, which they temporarily barricade. And it's here that Tommy introduces him and Joel. And Abby immediately realizes who she's in the presence of. It's interesting to think about what she's thinking at this point. But I assume she's like, well, either way, I got to get back to my people. So why don't we all go back to my people? And she alerts them that one of the mansions nearby, they say they know the building. They say it's like the something place. Or whatever. I don't. And they're like, yeah, we're holed up in there. And they gallop off together. Abby's actually riding with Joel, which is extra dark. And they're being led into an unwitting trap. Abby is incredibly lucky. I'm wondering, Dake, so again, through your lens, so now you know Abby's looking for, we know from Abby and Owen, they're looking for Joel.
Yes.
We still don't know who they are, why they're looking for Joel, or what they're going to do to him. Although it seems pretty clear what they're going to do to him. I'm curious where your mind's at now at this point.
Yeah.
Because,
oh my God.
You know, as someone who didn't know that he was going to die, again, that wasn't robbed from you.
No.
The tension must have been pretty high, but the interest must have been pretty high too. I mean, this must have hit really nicely.
Yeah.
If you didn't know.
Yeah. Worlds are colliding. You know, I mean, you do know, even if you don't know, that this is not going to end well. You know, you see it, the culmination of it. By now, you know the trick. But I wish I could go back to 2 weeks ago or whenever I hit this moment where I could know exactly what I was thinking. And this is one of those things where I should have just wrote it down. But the tension was certainly high at this point because you know that this is where the powder keg's about to explode, you know, and you know what's going to happen. Now you don't know what's going to happen, but you know what's in the offing. You know that these are the rivalry. The horns are about to lock, and yeah, it's fucking brilliant, dude. It's absolutely brilliant. And this is just the beginning, by the way, which is kind of amazing to think about.
Yeah, it's so that's, I think, what was so striking and I think really bold about it. Not unlike maybe Game of Thrones or a story of whatever it's called, the Ice and Fire or whatever the fuck, where they kill an important character really early on and you realize truly nothing is sacred in the world. And this game follows a fairly similar path where there's so much death that nothing is sacred. And you really, I mean, after what happens to Joel, it's clear that no one is safe from the wrath of the writers, and that they can go after anyone because it's such a dangerous thing to do to your main protagonist, you know?
Yeah, dude. I mean, it's probably worse than Game of Thrones if you think of like just unceremonious death of main characters. Like,
yeah, because at least they build up to like it's an execution in public and all the rest of it.
It's insane.
Yeah.
It's a roller coaster ride, dude. If you haven't played this game, first of all, if you haven't played this game, why are you even listening to this? But if you haven't played this game, you got to really brace yourself. I mean, this is, because now it's Game of Thrones, but interactive. You're participating in it. You know what I mean? Like you have a direct, I think that's the thing. You get more emotionally invested when you're in it. You're not just you're a participant. You're not just watching it. So that's the power of a video game. And this is the most insane that I've ever witnessed. And I don't know if it gets any more like, as far as like, again, investment. I don't think it gets any deeper than this, you know? And this is the beginning of the dominoes starting to fall, you know?
So we're back to Ellie and Dina briefly. The two of them are kind of cuddling after the deed. And Ellie talks a little bit about getting the tattoo over her scar. This is cute because I don't know if she's trying to just be clever or whatever, but she says like, I got bit there and I wanted to get a tattoo over it. So she is telling the truth. Dina obviously doesn't believe her though. At this point, they hear Jesse kind of running in and running into the basement. So they're not able to kind of get, they're mid-dressed basically by this point.
Jesse,
so
dude.
Yeah. So Jesse sees his ex-girlfriend with his friend.
Shacking
and so that's difficult, but he has a little bit of disgust on his face, no doubt. And he's wondering why they aren't working. And they do note that there was a blizzard outside, but he says, quote, people rely on us, which is an interesting thing. And he's a little bit angry with them, but he's there because Joel and Tommy hadn't come back from their patrol. And that's obviously bad news. Ellie has a look of concern plastered on her face and they roll out to go look for him. And then we get thrown back to the Abby group and Joel is getting dragged right into the bear's cave. He just doesn't really know it yet. They're being chased by a bunch of infected. They see the outer gate of the mansion, kind of the chalet where everyone's holed up. Everyone out. So her whole group's out there kind of shooting and holding the gate open. And they get there just in the nick of time. And now they're inside. And the feeling is pretty positive in the beginning. The crews greet each other. They go inside with their horses and exchange pleasantries, but the mood changes rather quickly here. And when they introduce themselves, it gets, Tommy and Joel, it gets really quiet. Joel notes like, it sounds like you've heard of us. And then the jig is up. Abby shoots him in the leg with a shotgun, maims him really badly. And they ultimately end up wrapping his leg in a tourniquet to kind of keep him alive and keep him from bleeding out. And she grabs a golf club and hits him in the head. This is not the death blow, but this is kind of just knocking him unconscious. I did have a question about this part though, which was what stopped Joel from just lying here? And I'm not saying that his name is not Joel, but they're like, I'm confused by both sides of it. Like, why would they assume that this has to be the same Joel? And why would Joel admit that he was Joel Miller? It's not like they can look him up in the ID database or something like that. I'm not saying it would have saved him and maybe it would have looked a little cowardly, but you've come this far. And if you care about your life, this was a little confusing to me. Like, I feel like I like this. I think it's cool. I like how it falls into their lap, but they should have matured this a little more. Like, let this chew for 5-10 minutes, make this a really seminal scene for dialogue, not just for the violence that occurs, but for it to slowly to slowly dawn on them that they're curious and suspicious, but they don't know. That's the thing that I would have to say about this part.
Totally,
so anyway,
I completely understand what you're saying. First of all, Joel's not a rare name. Maybe that was Joel Smith. Maybe he just blew the
I've
wrong
known
guy's
like
leg
5
off.
Joels, in my life. I've known at least 5, probably. So not a rare name at all, even in the apocalypse.
The guy's leg is hanging off. He's like, it's Joel's my middle name. I'm actually Dan Smith. You know what I mean?
Dan Joel Smith.
That's the other thing. Like the Jackson contingent, like they got all their bases covered. They're so careful. Like go out there with just kind of assume, even if you think it's a slight chance that people are after you, especially after all the atrocities you've committed over the years.
Right. Like, why are you so comfortable? Yeah.
Not just assassinating a surgeon, a Firefly surgeon, but everything else you've done. Just cover your bases. Just have an alias. You know what I mean? Be Bruce or something. Wink, wink. That scene is chilling, though, the way it plays out, man, because, the pleasantries, these are caged, these are fighting dogs in a cage together, and it's just about to get fucking ugly. I think in this scene, Tommy and Mel, shake hands. It's pretty much like these people, apart from the fact that these are avenging factions coming for each other, these could be allies. Can you imagine if occupied Seattle and Jackson got together and did something put 2 heads together, man, they could take over the globe together. But that whole thing is so chilling because moments before, the truth is revealed. And then when the truth is revealed, there's a shot that they just have, again, shout out to the acting in this. It's the voice acting and the animation, but just the acting, the choices, the way the camera is when they find out, when Joel says, I'm Joel, it just happens to be on this seemingly arbitrary shot of Manny and another like kind of side character. I don't know if it's Jordan or somebody else sitting on the desk, and their posture changes when he says Joel. Like they're very relaxed, and all of a sudden they kind of sit upright in a kind of a not so obvious way, but they become on guard when they hear it. And then you kind of, when you watch it again, you realize like everybody is realizing the same thing at the same time, and they're all having their almost imperceptible, not to give themselves away reactions. It's fucking brilliant, dude. And the fact that you're showing side characters there and not the main character, it's just one of those things that's like, wow, this is so cinematic. You know what I mean? The cinematic choices, brilliant.
Yeah, it is. It's worth noting that we don't really get any we get a little bit of insight into the wolves in terms of, we know that Mel was trained by Abby's dad as like a kind of a pseudo doctor.
It's like his protege.
Right, exactly. And we know that Manny is like kind of a ride or die friend of Abby's, and we know Owen is the lover of Abby's and all the rest. And so we get that constellation of sort of relationships, but I think what's interesting is the reality that we don't really know the stories that they were particularly told. Like they are out for this dude. Like and we realize only later in the game that this was a known obsession of Abby's, and that she was looking for information and finally had discovered it, that this was important. Like this whole obsession with revenge. So I love that part of it too, that there's all this unsaid stuff about that's amped them all up and they're all ready to do what's necessary too. But again, I just go back to this particular scene, I think would have been more powerful if they just let it marinate. And, you know what I mean? Like, welcome them in.
I totally get that.
Sit down for a meal or some like pseudo meal. It's snowing out, can't go anywhere, got cans of beans or whatever the fuck you have, jerky or something. And you're kind of, everyone is suspicious and looking at you weird, but they're trying to figure out if you're the Joel. Right. And so maybe they prod about certain things, or like, where have you been? And like, tell us about yourselves. And I just feel like it's an assumption that was well made, but it could have, like you said, it could have been devastating. Like because the reality is they leave Tommy and Ellie alive, which was a huge mistake, but it shows their own humanity in some sense, which is, I think, really important. And they wouldn't have it's killing or going after the wrong person wouldn't have been something they would have done casually.
Yeah.
That's what I guess is what I'm saying.
Dude, you make really good points on two fronts. I think teasing out the tension of that moment would have been really neat, because we're all on tenterhooks anyway. So it's like, actually draw that out just in terms of tension as they're kind of vetting the information and sort of ascertaining whether these are the guys they're looking for, or tease out the horror in the fact, okay, we have these guys dead to rights. Wink, wink. Let's not show our cards yet. Let's kind of draw this out in terms of like, I don't know if it's in terms of like getting more information before we do the job, or who else can we get that's affiliated? You know what I mean? But like teasing out the horror of that is also kind of really an unsettling idea of like, I don't know if that would paint the wolves, or particularly Abby's group, as particularly heinous people. And I know that's kind of opposite of the point of the way the game does go. It's like, these are just humans that love a person, that care about her, and they're gunning for this person because they love Abby so much. But I do like, playing out the horror of like, all right, we know we got these guys. Let's not reveal that yet. Let's see what else we could do here, in terms of revenge. Those are great points. Those are great points. And it does feel like a game this thoughtful. It does feel like they're going from 0 to 60 a little too quick, where most of the game is the pace is much more deliberate and much more organic. It's like, oh, Joel, all right, I just blew the guy's leg off. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, it happens in no frames. And it's like,
it's quick.
It's very fast.
That's fine. That's totally fine. But that's one scene that I have a little bit of a critique on. I would have loved to have seen something a little more. Like, even if you kept the game the same amount of time, like I don't want the game to be any longer. Just remove something from some other scene that maybe wouldn't have been as important. Because I would have loved for them to just discover it, like you said, more glacially.
Yeah, but you know what though? Maybe in just thinking about it, not to overthink, right? But like maybe this is showing up like the seriousness of Abby. Like she's not fucking around.
Right.
Like she's blowing this guy's leg off before they could. It's like shoot now, ask questions later. Like I've already had it, you know.
In some sense, I mean, Abby has the most righteous claim to being upset. It's her own dad.
I agree.
It's not the adopted father and daughter that just met, and I'm not diminishing their relationship, which is heartwarming, and it's why we love The Last of Us. But yeah, like she is on a mission. You can't really again. Why I love being forced to play as her and accept the fact that if you could see things logically at all, you realize that she's not wrong.
No. Her dad wasn't even a soldier.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And he seemed like we learn later on when we see them as like a pretty good natured, nerdy, like, eccentric kind of dude.
Well loved.
Yeah. Right. Exactly.
Loved his daughter.
And drove them. The Fireflies were terrorists in some sense, but it's what we were saying earlier about the line between freedom fighter and terrorist was very blurry and the wolves that they were driven into the arms of this military dictatorship basically is much less elegant. They have their own civilizational structure and good people within, but it just made her more radical. So before I move on, I wanted to ask, and I don't know if you remember from where you are within the particular, like where your mind was when you were playing the game, but did you think he was in mortal danger at this point?
Joel?
Yeah, Joel. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I didn't know. I guess.
Don't you assume that he was always like, oh, he's going to escape?
Yeah.
Is that where you were? Like, yeah, right.
Right. We went through the first game. I think that, the show helped or didn't help as far as like, yeah, this is our protagonist. You know what I mean? So you don't think, even in a Game of Thrones way, you don't think of like, okay, this guy's expendable. I thought that they were kind of fixing to create some sort of rescue, some sort of Joel rescue. That's what you think in that situation. Maybe they beat him within an inch of his life, but you're going to have the capacity as Ellie and company to go get your guy. You're certainly not expecting this early in the game. And what happens is just, yeah, man, it's shocking.
So let's get into it then, Dake. I'm pulling up the note here. Yeah, because I had a separate document of like gameplay stuff. Okay, cool. So I didn't want to print more than 22 pages. Okay, so we are back to Ellie. So we see the whole Abby thing. Abby knocks Joel out, like I said. Now we're back to Ellie. Ellie stumbles across the chalet where the crew is holed up. You're kind of off on like a ledge looking down on it to the right. And you just find your way in very quickly, and you hear a struggle, obviously. Ellie run. I felt a little disingenuous, like looking around. I'm like, is there anything to find here? It's like, and I'm like, wait a minute. Are there any letters? Like, I gotta find a bandage. And so you eventually run downstairs, you run in, and Ellie sees Joel on the ground, maimed, Abby standing over him, foreboding, body tight, right? Huge. And then Ellie pulls her gun, but has no time to really act before she's knocked down and forced inactive. And she has to basically watch while Abby kills Joel right in front of her. It's a horrifying scene. And it's I don't know if I have more notes here. I don't know if we want to just stop here. I mean, like, where's your head at with this as it's happening? I
have never been so enraged in all my life. I wouldn't even just say playing a video game. I would consider TV, movie, video game all wrapped into one. I've never been so angry in my entire life. Like, never did I want to get back to Ellie, get back on the horse, load up, you know what I mean? Fill all my weapons, slap all the ammo in and go and do what I have to do in the name of revenge. You know what I mean? I was in like avenging angel mode. I was so upset. Like, I was so viscerally angry at the brutality. There's other things in that scene where it's like, Manny spits on Joel after he's dead.
Mm.
You know what I mean? Like the fact of like setting Abby and her group up to be the despised villains. They do such a good job of it. You know what I mean? With very little, with the exception of Owen, maybe like very little gray area. Like, okay, you're setting us up for these are the bad guys. I can't believe this just happened. That's our hero. Now we have to go and get revenge. You know what I mean? Like 100%. Like there was no question in my mind. Like, I'm ride or die for Ellie. Let's go. You know what I mean? So like Abby is public enemy number one. I hated her. I don't remember ever hating a video game villain like that or setting somebody up to be the villain. The game it's so when you understand the arc of the entire game and the journey that you will go on, it's brilliant. But just thinking it from this perspective before you set out, upon Joel's death and everything that happens and the trauma of it and the impact it has on you emotionally, it's just like, holy cow. I was really upset. Yeah, very upsetting.
Yeah, I just didn't get to experience it without knowing that it was going to happen.
Oh, dude, I was fucking enraged.
And
celebrating the game for being so bold.
Yeah.
As somebody who, like you, really salutes the creation of these things. It's like, wow, this is a bold thing to put in a video game. What are you doing to me right now?
It's incredibly bold. It's dangerous. I wonder what other ideas they had. I'm sure that wasn't the only one. And I think it's subversive, and we kind of lost the term that with Rian Johnson, the use of like subversion with that whole idea, just that term. I mean,
I get what you mean though
with The Last Jedi, but it's nice. It's challenging, and it reminds you that you don't really, as the fan, control the art, or that things won't always really work out, and things don't work out in this game. Things really don't work out at all. I mean, as I've said many times since the game came out, this game demands a third game more than this first game demanded a second game. And that's why I'm so annoyed that they really aren't doing anything with it.
I can't wait to talk about that with you later.
Because it's frustrating in some sense to have no resolution where things have gone so bad for both of them. And things end in the way that I think the best way they could have, which is both of them. Won't get to it. The visual of the two boats and all the rest. Like I love it, but I just didn't get to. I don't want to say enjoy it. I wouldn't have enjoyed it, but I would have loved to have been surprised by that. It reminds me a little bit of, and I don't want to. A character seems to have died in Uncharted 4 and then kind of comes back. And it reminded me of that, where I really thought, because I didn't know, I was like, holy fuck, they did it. And this, I would have loved to experience that here, but I just wasn't able to do it. And frankly, a lot of people weren't.
It's unbelievable. I mean, you're even thinking it's not true for a while until whatever confirmation, her sitting at the grave or whatever confirmations we get to follow, that is like, okay, no, this is really happening. You're almost in that state of denial where like, it's not real. How are they really going to do this? And then you're thinking like, how can that be it for Joel? And that's where you could justify the flashbacks and the flash forwards and the timeline jumps. Right. You could justify all that for a lot of reasons, but especially because you realize, okay, that's what's going to give us more Joel is the flashbacks, because now he's gone, from a current perspective, he's lost. So the only way we're going to get more Joel is through those flashbacks, and we do. And so it starts to all make sense, but at the same time, as it's adding up, that trauma setting over you of like, holy shit, they fucking killed this guy, and there's no coming back. There's no reset.
As you said, like there is a little bit of texture with the characters. Like Owen seems to be the voice of some reason where he's like, well, these dudes are going to be all over us. I think actually the rational move from their perspective, and again, I think this is what shows you the texture in their own humanity, and that like no one's the good guy, no one's the bad guy. It's very gray. It's about the original sin about whether the original sin was what Joel did to the doctor or what Abby did to Joel. And it's clear that the original sin is what Joel did to the doctor, but it also gets us stuck on this revenge plot where Abby buys into it. And so now she's really just as culpable. Everything's equal now. Now the response is going to make things unequal, and then you have to allow things to be equalized again or not. And this, I think, gets into the Israeli-Palestinian shit in a major way, where it's like the rules of, or not the rules of war, but the concepts of war that we play by is like, you can't let these attacks go without doing something, but then you do something and then it causes more attacks, and you raise a city or a town, and then it creates new terrorists. The terrorists then attack you, then you have to attack them back. And that's why I'm such a believer, and why I'm a believer in like righteous levels of just radical peace. I really believe it. Like, I believe that these cycles of violence in our lives, all of it, is not just war, not just geopolitics, but the way we deal with each other, crime and vigilantism. We have to have a different disposition towards us, and it's going to require someone to stop the cycle. And this game is all about their refusal to stop the cycle until there's no one left but each other.
Yeah.
And I think that that's a really powerful and important thing. And it's why I'm so profoundly anti-war and anti-violence and passive in a lot of ways, is because I think it's like, if you lived in a peaceful country X, and you didn't do anything to anyone, and you just wanted peace and prosperity and trade or whatever, and then you get bombed. Well, no one's going to blame you for bombing someone back, right? But what if you were not peaceful country X, but were like a provocative pusher of buttons, and you had to take some credit for that, and then you get sucked into the cycle and you feel like you can't back down? In other words, people can justify and even understand why someone might punch back. But oftentimes people are just punching back and forth, and they can't even really identify the origin or why we're even doing this. Like, why are we even doing this?
Right.
And
it's just this vicious cycle that you're perpetuating. And
it comes off as pushing pieces around a board. I've said that many times. It's very easy to do that.
Yeah.
And it's why I think it's so important for people to see war violence. And I mean that. And you and I have discussed this on the show in the past, where I'm like, you should see it. No, look it up. Go look. I'm not saying go to Live Leak if you don't want to or something like that, but like, go watch one of the drone videos of a Ukrainian or a Russian drone bombing the fuck out of Ukrainians, like in 4K. Watch video of a dude in the Middle East getting shot up by an AK-47 or beheaded or whatever. You don't want to watch it because you enjoy it. Some of you are freaks and you do. You watch it to remind you, like, it's not hypothetical. This is when you read about things in the paper or whatever, this is what is actually happening. And so I say that all of that because violence in this game is deeply instructive, because it is the end result of this vigilantism and this need for revenge. And you should see it, because you should know the response. It's the greatest visual ever of why it's wrong, why people want to hurt each other and harm each other. It's like, all we have are our lives. Everything is experienced through the prism of being alive, and you want to rob someone of that. I find that deeply distressing. And I dig that they lean into the violence. They really do. They make Joel's death brutal. It's part of the story, actually, because a major reason why Mel doesn't like Abby is because of what she did to Joel. And Owen is more concerned with the ramifications of what they're about to do, like the heat they're about to bring back on themselves. And that they really didn't let anyone know, as far as they all knew what the deal was, but I don't think Isaac and like the Wolves knew that this was even a potential possibility, that they were going to now bring heat down on them from this other kind of comparable settlement that is an equivalent, at least, of them in some way. So it's like, it also goes to show you how needless and heinous violence just sucks in everything and everyone around it, and everyone becomes the victim. I love this part of the story just because I think it's so vital to continue to nail this in such a, in modernity, we shouldn't be so violent. In modernity, we shouldn't be so aggressive. And getting lost in it just being like Israel and Palestine, which it is losing it for, it's losing sight of the greater picture, in my opinion.
Yeah, dude. And the game is clearly suggesting that already at this point. That theme will definitely continue front and center throughout the game. And you know what's interesting about it, Kyle? Yeah, like taking that moral high ground is a really difficult thing to do because it's much easier, especially in your anger, which is human, to perpetuate the next cycle of revenge, and then it just spins, right? But the thing is that's interesting here, and we'll see it again later in the game, not to spoil anything yet, but Abby, it becomes, after the death of Joel, as angry as we are, because not only, don't even think of it from the perspective of this game, don't only think of it from the perspective of being fans of the HBO show, but think of it as from the perspective of playing the first game. We're already kind of invested in Joel and Ellie, because that's who we know. You know what I mean? That's who we've come on this adventure with up to date. But the thing is, Abby does sort of take the moral high ground because at this point, after Joel's albeit brutal death, it's now it's an eye for an eye, right? She lets, now with the influence of some of the group, she is convinced to let Ellie and Tommy live. So at this point, justice has been done, if you could just call it an eye for an eye, but that's the thing, right? So she is kind of taking the moral high ground by not going any further than Ellie did. She's evening the playing field, right? But Ellie can't stop at that. And you can't blame her for that. I would say that's her dad in quotes, but that's somebody who's very important to her, right? And now the next level of violence, and now the next, and then that domino effect. But it's interesting in the fact of, we're, as much as we hate Abby, and I detest her at this point, right? She is showing humanity by letting those two live. And maybe without realizing it, but she's not an idiot, realizing that now these sins can be revisited upon her by leaving these two alive in that room, right? So it's already getting very interesting beyond, as angry as we are at the death of Joel. Now, there's a lot of other interesting things going on here in terms of food for thought. And that's what makes this game, that's what's going to plant this game so firmly in my memory, I think, is those seeds are already planted. Like, there's so much going on besides just a fun game. And dude, I mean, this is where it starts. You know what I mean? And it's amazing to think this early in that it's only going to get deeper from here in terms of, but this is kind of the beginning of that powder keg, that trail of powder leading to the powder keg. Now it's lit on fire and we're off to the races, Yeah. So
I think it's a vital point to reiterate, because I think you're totally right, is that it would have been over here if Abby listened to the inclination to just kill Tommy and Ellie.
Yeah.
They would have never, no one would have ever found that. They would have found those bodies sometime later and they would have been long gone. There would have been no evidence probably of who they were. And instead they leave enough clues to lead them back to them, which is awesome and for the game, but bad for them. And I think is true, Dave, like, just important to reiterate also the whisper of humanity in their choice to leave them alive. It's not as brutal as you would think, and does call into question what their motives are. And it's important to still note that no one really understands who these people are, like what the purpose of this is. And that's a big part of it. When you get back to Jackson, Tommy and Ellie are recovering, and Tommy goes to visit Ellie at her little home. And it appears that, obviously Ellie wouldn't have really known what Tommy's condition was. It's important to know, because he got like brutally pistol whipped and destroyed, but he's alive too. And so ultimately Ellie's kind of holed up in her house alone and brooding, reasonably so. Tommy comes with a Tupperware. Something's never changed, I guess, with food from Maria, his wife. And they begin to talk about a sort of revenge plan that they want to hatch. what's cool about this conversation, Dig, is that it's clear, though we don't see it, that they've already discussed this.
Mm-hmm.
That they're picking up on a conversation about like what they're going to do.
Love that.
And what we're figuring out is that there's some sort of intransigence with Maria, Tommy's wife, where they don't really want to get involved in this, because if they were going to do it right, they would send out a number of people and leave Jackson extremely vulnerable, and they just can't do that. And Ellie does point out that if the roles were reversed and that Tommy was done like that, that Joel would have already been on his way to deal with the victims. Tommy wants to kind of thread the needle, and he's in an impossible position because he's in between his wife and his brother.
Sure.
But just to buy another day to see if they can come up with a plan. It's important, again, to reiterate that they really don't know what the motive is here. And Tommy's mind must be much more than Ellie, who's heard stories and obviously been involved in some of the shit that they've done. But Tommy's mind must be running about like, who are these people? Why did they do this? So the next day, Ellie goes and visits Joel's gravesite, which is freshly dug. There's some flowers. Dina's nearby. Ellie says that she wants to just swing by Joel's house. I think this is a pretty cool storytelling moment. And they talk a little bit about what's happened since the last cut. And it sounds like basically what's happened is Tommy has run off. So basically was lying to Ellie about needing a little bit more time, but really trying to just buy time for himself to go and maybe do it in lieu of Ellie and do the right thing, or what he thinks is the right thing. And which is pretty crazy.
I love that.
And so he took a horse and he rode north without her. And as a result, Maria, who's one of the leaders of the town, has locked down access to the horses, to the weapons. Ellie would have no transportation, even if she got out of town. And so let's leave it here for now, and then we'll get to Joel's house. So yeah, what did you think about this whole scene with kind of plotting revenge and Tommy ultimately taking off without Ellie?
I love the idea of misdirecting Ellie in terms of, just for the sake of her protection. You know what I mean? Kind of like half-heartedly hatching this quote unquote fake plan with her, knowing full well that you're just going to run off like a thief in the night in order. So she doesn't have to, you know what I mean? Tommy becomes the new hero now. It's like, wow, he didn't tell his wife. He didn't tell anybody else. He just went off to head this thing off at the pass. So Ellie and company don't have to, you know what I mean? Again, it's like, it's that level of heroism, that level of sacrifice. Can you imagine being in these people places and being that heroic or that selfless, or to love somebody that much? It's a pretty horrifying idea.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But it's very touching. You know what I mean? Because Tommy, it's interesting. Tommy is not Joel. Like, Joel's the one who traveled across the country with Ellie. Joel's the one who developed this father-daughter relationship. Tommy is sort of, he's Joel's brother, but he's an outsider to that. So for him to have come to love Ellie that much, they've become a family. And that's kind of the cool thing in all of this when you break it down. And now he's going off to defend this girl that his brother loved so much. And sort of becoming, taking the mantle as this next wave of hero. It's cool. And it's really cool that when we set out, to create this whole other dimension of Tommy having passed through just before. So it really kind of creates this compelling story of seeing seeing the trail he leaves and being on the trail of not only your enemy, but somebody who's, one of your allies who's coming right before you. It's really neat.
It's heartbreaking in some sense, like the different echelons of sacrifice necessary to keep family in check, and like kind of weighing one against the other. Who you're going to disappoint, who you're going to let down, what thing you're going to do. Someone's going to be upset.
The only thing is, wouldn't Tommy know Ellie better? Like, Ellie's coming no matter what.
Right. And maybe that was maybe that was the idea. Maybe you can read it that way. I don't know. But maybe, you're right. They definitely know each other. So just a quick note on Joel's house, which I thought was another cool piece of environmental storytelling. You can learn a lot about him by kind of combing through his house. So first of all, I love, and it was very sad, very, very true to form for similar memorials today, just tons of bouquets of flowers and cards and letters and stuff outside his house. He was obviously, people don't really know the nature of him. Maybe some people figured it out, or it's kind of assumed if you've made it that long and what you've had to do and you've risen to some position of leadership and respect amongst people, that you probably have to be somewhat of a hard ass and probably have done some pretty bad things. But it's clear that he's well loved, and we don't really ever get to see that directly, but you see that indirectly, which I think is cool. He's touched a lot of people, and his absence, especially as brutally as he's gone, has obviously hurt many people in Jackson. And we don't really ever get to see anyone else's reactions to it, which is a bummer, but that's kind of cool in the same way. But you go into his house, Joel has, he's a lover of movies, as we know, and he has a VCR, which I love. He has a VCR and a DVD player, which is cool. And he has tapes and DVDs. He's got like a nice recliner set up in front of it for him to watch TV. There's a picture Ellie drew of Joel sitting on the fireplace mantle, and a dinosaur pamphlet is found nearby, which is cute too, because that's a reference to something we see a little bit later on. And there's a really cute, it's not cute, it's just a really touching, I guess, addition to Ellie's animations here. She's like constantly blotting her eyes with her arm sleeve because she's like got teary eyes, which I think is interesting. And it's fun as you look at his shelves. He's got all these tapes, all these DVDs, he's got a ton of books. He's got like a whole set of encyclopedias. And it's fun to think about as you settle in this world. And we noted this earlier, the market for this sort of thing, that people need entertainment. The old world books and media are going to be vital to your keeping your mind set. I think, you need something to do. And I love thinking about him kind of collecting and catering to his own collection. He has a drink cart with some old world liquor, which is cool. And then upstairs he has a workshop where he seems to whittle wood. He's working on some sort of cowboy horse thing, which is
cool. He's good, by the way. Dude.
Yeah, he's really good. And he was working on making a guitar too from scratch, which you can see upstairs. And he has a whole collection of acoustic guitars hanging on his wall. That's not a surprise. Huge fan of music. He's got sheet music. And there's also like an animal motif in the house. He's got a lot of animal and nature painting, statues of animals. So he's very much a Western naturalist, as it were. And I mean Western, like Western United States, with his plaid shirts and all of the rest. And this is where it gets really sad, I think. In his bedroom, Ellie takes the daughter's, Sarah's watch from the box, the shattered watch, which is a bit of a symbol that draws all the way to the first minutes of the original Last of Us to the end of the second game. And it gets even sadder because she goes into his closet and goes through his jackets and smells one and kind of just sighs, and kind of her shoulders collapse. And on the way out, you can see a picture of Sarah, and the famous picture from a soccer match of Sarah and Joel from the previous world, a little reminder of what once was. And it's a connection to Tommy too, because Tommy is the one who salvaged that picture and gave it to Joel. So a little bit of a connection there too. So what did you think of explore? Did you get to, or I'm sure you did, but did you enjoy exploring Joel's house?
Yeah, it was cool. I love that little touching moment with Dina where Dina's feeling protective, and, she knows it's going to be traumatic for Ellie, and Ellie's like, it's fine. Again, just a little acting there of like, I'm okay. I could go in, I could handle this. And, running in down memory lane for one last time. And, in as touching as it is, just kind of doubling down your own anger as the player. It's like, oh, fuck yeah, we got to get this bitch, it just it's kind of fueling the fire of like revenge for me at this point. And, again, just seeing how beloved he was. Like, Joel was a good man. I mean, he died rescuing somebody. He didn't realize he was rescuing his arch enemy. But that's another thing. That's more shade to put in the thing where it's like, it's not so black and white. You know what I mean? Joel might have never been assassinated by Abby had he hadn't rescued her. You know what I mean? That whole thing of like, yeah, you could see why he had a checkered past. He did some unsavory shit. You know what I mean? Like a lot of people surviving in this world. But the fact that he was so beloved and he's remembered, and the fact of how much his surrogate daughter already misses him, it's moving stuff, man. It's really, very few times will we ever get this emotional or misty. For me, I'm probably already like, I'm not crying, you're crying like 2 or 3 times already in the narrative up to this point. getting really emotionally wrapped up in what's happening, and it's very purposeful from a game developing perspective to be putting you through the paces of your emotions like this. There's a reason you're doing this before you set out. It's all part of the idea of like getting you sided up with Ellie and getting you invested in the revenge and having to get this bitch who killed your dad. And, I love the way it's all kind of thoughtfully tied into the tapestry of everything that's going on here,
So ultimately they leave the house, or Ellie leaves the house. She's with Dina, like you said. And Maria is waiting for them downstairs as they're going to leave together. And she comes bearing a letter from Tommy telling her he can't let it go and to stop Ellie from following him. Again, who knows what he really meant, but obviously he's got to put that message out there to Maria at the very least. But with Tommy gone, now Maria is worried, and they are certainly less safe without Tommy there as well in Jackson. So Maria sanctions that Ellie and Dina can go after Tommy to help him and ultimately bring him home alive. So it's not even about going to Seattle and to see the wolves and get revenge on Abby, which doesn't really seem possible. No one really even understands what they're dealing with yet. And still the motivations are unknown as well. So there's all of that. So they give her one horse, which they ride together, Shimmer, and ammunition and other supplies, and they're off on their way. And so ultimately we pick up with them all the way up in Seattle. Now we learn about their voyage. There's a lot of time that passes between, not unlike much of The Last of Us. A lot of time has passed between them leaving Wyoming and going all the way to Seattle. If you don't know the map of the United States, that's quite a long distance.
Yeah.
And requires crossing a lot of crazy terrain. So they write a little bit about it, and you can see some of it in a journal as well. But they ride along, they talk a little bit. It's cute here because Dina obviously wasn't privy to a lot of what happened in the first game because she wasn't there, but she knows things from stories that Ellie has told her. So they're reflecting on what if they run into cannibals like you guys did, which is something that happened in the first game. And one of the important things here is that they prompt you and remind the audience that they really don't know what the motivation of why these people were looking for Joel. And Ellie notes, quote, Joel crossed a lot of people, end quote. So she's not even really entirely sure. I wonder if she's making the connection because we know later on that she knows that what Joel did to the Fireflies. And so does she kind of know, like in her heart of hearts, that it's like, yeah, this is actually has something to do with this, but she's keeping it to herself. I don't know if that's implied.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Yeah, what do you think about that?
Yeah, right. Because he not only is it ascertained, is it sort of intimated that he's had a checkered past, but didn't it say in the first one that he was really operative in terms of smuggling?
Yeah, he's a smuggler. Yeah.
So, he's made a lot of enemies, very Han Solo-esque, and doing, probably duping a lot of people and getting the drop on people to survive. But yeah, I would think in her heart of hearts, Ellie would have to know. You would think she would know well enough to think it's about this thing, but I guess we can't really know for 100%. It's an interesting point, though.
Yeah, it is. It is, in my opinion. Okay, so the environs, and we could talk about this now because it doesn't really change. Seattle is the major place where the game takes place, the major locale. It's overgrown and beautiful. Lots of greens, beautiful use of light and shadow, especially on PS5, and just tons of little touches, birds and bugs and the chatter of creatures. And it's just so impressive. And obviously, as you stay in Seattle more, the weather gets worse and worse. And this is something that they've been referencing for a while, and they'll continue to reference throughout the game because it's important to the story in multiple ways. And obviously the weather was important in Jackson too. That's what got everyone fucked up and separated. And this whole thing happened to Joel to begin with. So the weather is an important operative in the game. But it's a beautiful place. And one of the things I wanted to ask you, Dig, is, and I'm fascinated by this, is balancing the apocalyptic nature of like that level of natural takeover and how quickly it could happen and would happen. I guess if you had such little human interaction, like really nothing, that these things would happen rather rapidly. Like there are a lot of cool visuals in Seattle, trees, like fully grown at this point, growing in the middle of a road, right? Or inches of dirt with grass over. You see this especially in Santa Barbara with the sand moving all the way around, and then like the sea, the kind of ocean grasses, the oceanside grasses growing everywhere and stuff. I believe this would happen, but there are books even that get into like what would happen after a month, a year, 5 years, and all the rest. And we saw a little bit of this during COVID. Actually, I don't know if you recall that early on in COVID, it was just a small story amongst a much more traumatic thing for a lot of people, but that our carbon was going, like, it was, things were like getting, it wasn't normalizing because we need to do so much more, but like it was noticeable that we were driving less. It was noticeable that we were burning fewer, fossil fuels and all the rest. So I assume things happen pretty quickly as if we stop putting our foot on the pedal as we've been doing for so many years and let things be. But it's cool to see how overgrown things are and how fucked up everything is. I think the only thing that bothers me with the way things are presented, and this is more true in settlements like the Wolf Arena or Stadium and in Jackson and stuff, is like, why is everything fucked up? Just because it's old, like there has to be nice, pristine things and things that are well kept. This was a problem for me in Fallout as well, the games where I was like, why is everything fucked up? Like certainly someone has nice furniture. They found paint and painted a wall or something, or like everything inside and outside seems so decrepit. I would have loved for them to lean more into the upkeep of various things, which they do to a degree. They have electricity and running water and places like that, and they're eating food and things of this nature. So there's no doubt that exists, but it just bothers me because everything seems to be equally decrepit. And I'm like, would it really be like that? Is it that hard to control that? But
yeah, it's an odd choice.
But obviously you see abandoned cars everywhere and all the rest. And ultimately early on in your search, you'll find a map of Seattle that will be really important to you because this is the area I was referring to earlier that opens up. And you can kind of run around and find things, but you have to get there first. And it requires you to go through the Seattle QZ. So this is another quarantine zone. We heard about the one in Denver. We experienced firsthand the one in Boston. We've heard stories about other ones. And what we ultimately end up finding out here is that the Wolves, Wolves are WLF. It's the Washington Liberation Front.
Right.
And so they call themselves Wolves because it's kind of like wolf without the vowel. There's a logo on the wall and it says that trespassers will be killed on sight or whatever. And what we learn through environmental storytelling, then just literally we learn it later on, is that the Wolves basically rebelled against Fedra in this area and took over and took power of the infrastructure. And it's run by this mysterious guy who you only meet somewhat late in the game, kind of a warlord type character, I guess, named Isaac, which is pretty interesting. So they have to figure out a way into this open Seattle area first, and this requires them to go through this Fedra checkpoint. And so there's some cool platforming here, and it's very quiet and pristine. You're not really being attacked by any enemies at this point. And you'll find some Fedra documents. Some of them indicate some interesting things. So you'll find a document that teases that there's like a new kind of infected, which you will meet later on in the game. Because things are, and again, I love the logic of it, that things are just getting older, and so the mutations are getting crazier. It simply requires time. That's why you're encountering these crazier and crazier things as time goes on. So that's built into the world, which I think is really cool. And you find out that the Wolves are at least based partially out of a place called Saravina Base, which is a hotel that you're going to get to later on. So that's kind of where you're trying to go. And then there are some other notes that you can find in this area too that indicate more things about the WLF, stuff about their security line, or I'm sorry, their supply lines and their security. They are expelling people at this point. It seems like they're in some sort of trouble, and you'll learn more about kind of this interscene civil war that they're having with this other group of religious extremists, I guess you would call them in some way. So what do you think about this early area in Seattle, the QZ? Do you have anything you want to say about it?
Yeah, I love the choice of Seattle for the game. I think it's a nice answer to Boston in the first game. And I think it's really a cool choice, Kyle, because you get a proper West Coast city with like a real skyline, but you also get a coastal city complete with the Pacific Ocean, which I find horrifying in this game. Every time you have to deal with the ocean, I'm like, oh my God, it just seems like such a daunting, it's rough, like who the hell knows what's going on out there? Who knows what's going on across the pond? Like seeing the ocean and getting to witness the ocean in a big coastal city like that is such a cool part of what makes this game, especially the second half of this game, so creepy. So I love the choice of Seattle, and I love the choice of a big West Coast city like Seattle, because the reclamation of nature, the shrubbery and the vines and the moss and, the towering trees and, nature reclaiming everything. I love that. And I love being amongst that. But the thing is, then if you just look up, you still get the hulking, towering skyscrapers and, all of that infrastructure, which is a really cool, it's really a cool comparison. It makes for some really cool visuals and really cool looking world building, which I love. And I agree. I think the rate at which nature is taking back over this urban environment is a little exaggerated and a little amplified, but I'll take it in the terms of just having really cool imagery to deal with, the way it's just like, yeah, it's definitely sped up if you think about the timeline that it's supposed to take place over, but it just looks damn cool. And then later on, like having the building cranes leading into the skyscrapers and just how dangerous and precarious everything feels, especially when you're up high. It's really, really cool. And then, just the atmosphere that a place like Seattle creates where, that weather, that raininess, the cloudiness, the gray skies, it's oppressive. It's like it creates a proper mood for a game like this. I think on the other side of it, if it was extra sunny and, temperate climate and everything, it would be creepy in a different way. But I kind of love playing into that prototypical horror environment of like, eventually the thunder and lightning. It just works. It just works really, really well. I like having Seattle and, the little Seattle things like coffee houses everywhere and stuff. It's really neat. It was really fun.
Well, yeah, I want to talk a little bit about this open world part. Just in the sense, so you get in there with Dina and Ellie and Shimmer, and there's an interesting point made here because Dina's not really familiar with Fedra. She comes from the Southwest, and there's like different things I think that happen down there. And so Ellie is very familiar with Fedra and informs her basically of their doctrine, which is because the important thing to notice about Seattle is that it's fucked up. It's fucked up beyond just it getting overgrown and abandoned. It's been obviously bombed to death. And she's like, what the fuck? Why would they do this? And basically Ellie's explaining to her that like Fedra would lose control of places and then just like destroy them and like abandon them. And this makes sense, but it also is confusing to me just from a strategic point of view of why I would understand you don't want to go to rural areas where there's not any infrastructure, but why wouldn't you want to try to hole up in like suburban places? A lot of people are dead. Like relocate people to more sprawled out places that are easier to control and hole up in and like alienate and isolate, alien entities around you. If you have a clicker going through a town or something, it would be easier than just like going into an apartment building in this crowded area with hundreds of thousands of people. It's strange. So it's no surprise that they lose control. And so that's a major reason why Seattle's in the condition it is. It's not just because of bad weather, and there's obviously bad flooding in the city, which is really interesting. And I don't know if that has to do with, just recent weather or weather patterns changing because of the lack of human activity for decades at this point.
Sure.
It's really interesting to think about all that kind of stuff. And I love that. And I love how it's unsaid, and it just kind of is a curious thing that pokes at your mind. But there's a lot of cool stuff in the open world. You get to and a lot of it is optional. I'm sure you did all of it, if not most of it. But you get to a half destroyed bank, which is an optional location. And there's a really cool story here. I don't know if you messed around with the documents or whatever, but basically when the outbreak happened, these dudes were like, we should go rob the bank. And they walk into the vault, the Ellie and Dina do, and there's some infected in the bank you have to kill. It's the cops and the robbers, I believe, their bodies, which is super cool. And you're surrounded by millions of dollars in cash, and they're just totally uninterested. But talking about the things that they would do with it if they had it, I mean, it's totally useless. And it's just so interesting to think about that. There's another scene where they go, and I think this is actually mandatory, but they go to a synagogue. This seems a little bit on the nose, but I actually, Dina's inclusion as an openly Jewish character, I think, is really cool. And you discover that, again, she's from New Mexico, and they had some sort of Jewish enclave there, I guess. I don't really know. That kind of got all fucked up. So she's not overtly religious, but she does pray, she says, and she's proud of her heritage, clearly. So you get a little bit of taste of Neil maybe here as well and his background, but also a little bit of the Judaism. And that comes back a little bit later too. If you pay attention when you go to the farmhouse, there's like a silver menorah in like one of the cases, which is pretty cool. So there's that whole scene. One of the cool places to stop optionally is the music shop. And Dina will like play the drums when you walk in, and there's like a bunch of stuff to mess around with and items to find. You can find a guitar here, importantly, and play acoustic rendition of Aha's Take on Me, which is another song that is brought up a few more times throughout. And this was apparently something actually that is drawn from a song that was originally sung by Ellie to, it's sung to Dina by Ellie, I'm sorry, at a bonfire back in Jackson. And you'll find and this is what I would bring up earlier too, and something I found fascinating was a wolf safe house, which is actually a coffee shop. And obviously they're talking about Joel's love of coffee while they're going out here. And there's an infected, which actually scares the shit out of you in one of the bathrooms in here, which is a rare jump scare for the game. But
yeah, there's not many jump scares,
which is good. And they make it more meaningful, in my opinion.
Definitely.
When that happens, you can find the key to a pet shop here. And then if you go to the pet shop, which is called Barco's, this is where you'll find what I was bringing up earlier, which was the wolf propaganda operation. And they have like a bunch of computers and printers set up, and they're making a bunch of different propaganda pamphlets and things to share with people. And you learn, and this is the only reference to it, but you learn here that in New Mexico, Dina tells Ellie that there was a Firefly-like group down there called the Ravens, and they called themselves constitutionalists. So they sounded like some sort of right-wing federalist group, I guess. And Ellie, in turn, expresses her fascination with the fact that unlike the Fireflies, which were not able to really knock the military out in Fedra, specifically in Boston and in other places, but they were committing terrorism, but never able to knock them out, that the Wolves actually did knock Fedra over here and took the entire place over. So you're starting to learn subtly that you're dealing with a pretty formidable group of people. And you'll see more evidence of this conflict at the courthouse when you finally arrive there, which is another mandatory place to continue. You'll see more evidence of the struggle between Fedra and the Wolves. And you can tell that there's a ton of animosity between the sides and confusion on who's team, and that the violence was crazy. If you read first of all, you see evidence of it all over the place, dead bodies, like summarily executed bodies strewn all over the place, bullet holes and blood splattered everywhere. But you could tell that there was just flagrant violence between the two sides, and that whatever happened between Fedra and the Wolves was very, very serious. And ultimately, you find documents that prove that Fedra did abandon the city, ultimately leaving it to the WLF, and that they had no belief that the WLF could administer to the people there. And they were totally wrong about that. But ultimately, you go into the courthouse to find gas, and here you're forced into a battle with Fedra infected, Fedra soldiers that have been infected in there the entire time. And it's one of the most frenetic moments in the game. And actually, I wrote here in my notes that it's really one of those times I was saying earlier, Dig, where I was like, I'm almost out of ammo, if not totally out of ammo.
That was tough.
So yeah, any part of the Seattle open world, I guess, leading up to getting gas in the courthouse that you wanted to talk about? There's a lot of things to touch on if you want to.
I love how big it felt. And I love the fact that they gave you that.
Oh,
But I did. Big and meaty.
Oh my
and
goodness.
It makes you feel like, you gotta almost intimidating. Like, oh, there's a lot to explore here. I hope I have time. You're always thinking about that. I hope I have time. And the game's not holding you to a certain time limit usually, but you know what the task is. The task at hand is ultimately. So there was always that in the back of my mind, like you had said earlier, which is funny. Like, am I taking too much time scavenging and crafting and doing all these things that are maybe a little too, are unimportant in the grand scheme of things, but you still want to get involved in everything. So it was nice to be able to explore and take your time and get a little bit of that world building, get more clues into the environment. You do find out about the protracted war, between Fedra and the Wolves, and the fact of again, we don't know that much about Fedra, but they must have been or at least seen as a pretty oppressive regime. Whatever they were doing wasn't working for the people. and this seems to be a theme no matter where you go. So I love that. And, shout out to the Wolves iconography. I love their logo. That's the new thing now in this. And, but again, you're seeing all these things. You're seeing that the Wolves are a force to be reckoned with, but it's frightening because this is your enemy. This is where your rival comes from. So you're finding out more and more about the Wolves, that they're this force to be reckoned with, but they're also who you're up against. So you're certainly not celebrating them at this point. You know what I mean? You're just finding out like, you got your work cut out for you at this point in time. And yeah, I just love that battle was that under the courthouse in the half flooded parking garage?
Yeah.
All of that stuff, man. Just like the crumbling infrastructure, the flooding, which makes sense with the rain. And as you're saying, the possible environmental repercussions of everything. And, it's I love how it plays out and creates that atmosphere. Again, it's it's miserable. It's raining, everything's leaking. There's seemingly nowhere you can get out of the rain, nothing dry. There's no refuge. It's just, you feel soggy and cold playing this game. You already said that back in Jackson. Like, there's something about, you get a little fire going, you get a little space heater, maybe with your solar heat, your gas generator. But yeah, there's something like that, chills you to the bone about this game. It just feels cold and uninviting. And like, God, can we just, could we just get through? Is there anything, to look forward to? Is there any light at the end of the tunnel? It's like, but still, it's like, it's painted so believably, it's rendered in this way of like, it feels so visceral.
And it is visceral.
So cool.
All right, Dig. So getting all of that gas, was necessary because they need to go back to, and the whole open world and exploring the whole open world was to get gas in order to get the generators to work at the wall so they can get further into Seattle and hopefully closer to where the Wolves seem to be located out of. So they successfully get that gas, and while they're going through a hotel, and they actually watch a wolf soldier get infected or attacked by an infected at this point, and they swarm him, and you have this huge fight in the hotel lobby. And ultimately, you end up stumbling upon this rather grisly scene. So ultimately, they end up finding these wolf bodies tied to chairs. And Ellie notes to Dina, and this really shakes Dina to the core, that there is this technique that Joel and Tommy used to use where they would pit people that they captured together to see if they were telling the truth by having them tell them information, point at places on maps, and do all of that. So the whole torturing of these guys is not above them at all, and they totally do it. And this does shake Dina, and because it's for the first time she again has experience with these so-called ravens in New Mexico and whatever her experiences that brought her to Jackson to begin with, and obviously she's experienced a lot of death in her own life. So as everyone in this world has experienced horrible things, so there's no doubt about that. But I don't think it was clear to her the levels of depravity that her own people would go to and what Tommy is truly capable of. And it's interesting, I don't know if you picked this up, that Ellie says to Dina at this point, Dig, that she's like, I don't want you to really judge Tommy for this.
Right.
You don't really know what these guys went through. Our experience has been different. We were born into this world, which in and of itself is a horrible thing, but these guys come from a different place and survived. And I thought that was really, really interesting. And it's at this point that Dina notes that, her own sister was killed and she would do horrible things to her own sister's killer if she could. And thus she seems to kind of remember everything. But the tranquility of this moment and the Seattle section is kind of broken suddenly, because though you have these interstitial fights, you see the violence, you see some infected and all of the rest, you haven't really dealt with anything too crazy yet, and it's been a little too quiet, in fact. And so when you're jumping over another one of these obstacles with Shimmer, an IED goes off and Shimmer is fucking finished.
R.I.P. Shimmer, dude.
And the animal violence in this game is pretty deep, actually. We'll get into that.
It is, yeah.
And it sends Dina flying. Shimmer is obviously mortally wounded, so Shimmer gets a bullet to her head by some mysterious people, and Ellie tries to crawl towards the gun but gets knocked out. And we find a cutscene here where Ellie wakes up in a classroom in an elementary school. She's tied up to a desk. She's being interrogated. Dina it's important to note, is like kind of falls into some ravine. And so she kind of inadvertently gets away. This is important in a moment. So she's being interrogated, and it's basically another one of, there are like 8 or so people that Abby is
Hardcore
dealing with Abby and her like entourage.
Yeah.
And this is the first one that you're going to deal with. So you're kind of like, it's like Dr. Wily's robots.
It
and
really
you have to
is.
kill them all before you get to Dr. Wily himself, or Abby in this case. So this guy, there's 2 of them actually. One of them is named Mike, who is not one of them, and he's like kind of some hard ass wolf soldier. And then there's the guy Jordan, who is one of Abby's people. Although again, it's important to note, these guys don't know. No one knows who each other is yet at this point, and they won't actually for a while. Dina is skulking around meanwhile, and Dina has her sniper rifle, and she's a good shot. So she's on the roof of the school building, and there's skylights. It actually reminded me a little bit of Brookhaven Elementary's computer room.
Oh my God.
If you remember that.
I do.
With the skylights in the center.
Yeah.
And it was just like, and it was all lit beautifully.
Yeah, very 60s architecture.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And so she shoots down and kills Mike, the soldier. So we know him very briefly. He's a little bit of a hard ass. He's gone. And meanwhile, Ellie's kind of trying to use a piece of glass to cut herself loose, while Dina falls through the glass and is in some sort of mortal struggle now with the Jordan character. And this finally thrusts you into your first battle in the game the entire time against actual human enemies. So you make your way through these guys, and you have to kind of make your way through the school, and they introduce dogs to the component as well, which is interesting. And so, yeah, what did you think about this whole scene? This is where the violence kind of really kicks off. The next cycle of violence begins.
Yeah. And in a way, it's funny that you say it that way, because in a way, I hadn't realized this is kind of where the game proper starts. I love calling it mini bosses, right? Because these are Abby's mini bosses. Mm-hmm. And Jordan, it's important to remember, Jordan is the guy who, in their confrontation, the time, in the moments that Joel was murdered, she's the one who cuts him. She cuts this guy in the face with her blade and leaves a big scar on his face. So he remembers that. So he's that dude. He's probably the least important, but of course he's boss. He's level 1 boss. He's level 1 mini boss, right? So I kind of love that. And yeah, this scene is amazing. It's so like from the moment they get the drop on Ellie and Adina, and they kill Shimmer and everything, to like getting them tied up, and the Mike character dying and the Jordan character living in the resulting shootout. It's so much fun, and it'll spell like, it's also horrifying, and it'll kind of spell out what the game, the rhythms of the next sections of the game will be like. And I kind of love, what is going to end up happening. You don't realize it yet at this game, but it's important to remember, like, you will run through all of those people and some others that were there with Abby, that, Ellie throws into the thing of like Abby's group. Those are the most important enemies. And we're going to see them. We're going to meet all of them. And this is the beginning of that. And it's really kind of it's happening. It's also, you're worried, like, are they going to stop Ellie in her tracks, or is she going to be able to run through these guys and carry out her revenge? She's up against some pretty dramatic odds. She's also on their turf. Let's not forget that. That makes it a little more, that kind of puts a fly in the ointment as well. But yeah, man, this was a neat scene.
One of the things I love about the reference to like bosses or mini bosses, which is interesting, is it's not so sacred as that Ellie has to be the one who kills all of them. Like, for instance, Manny just kind of incidentally gets shot in the head by a Seraphite later on in the game. So she doesn't really have to cut through all of them, which is kind of cool. So it's not so literal, which would be cool in and of itself if she was going after each one of these people in like their own little territories.
Yeah, no, that unceremonious death thing is such a part of, like, I think the point of like, this isn't going to be a story full of fanfare. You know what I mean? People are going to die. Seemingly important characters are going to get their heads blown off in, spur of the moment, and we're never going to see them again. This is what happens in a revenge scenario. Not everything's going to be dying, in a blaze of glory.
Yeah. And the same thing happens to Jesse.
Yes.
Right. So it's not just like the wolves. He just comes out of the door in the theater and just gets his head blown off. And that's the end of that. And you don't expect that to happen either.
I couldn't believe the unceremonious deaths. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. I mean, like everybody. No one gets to, very few characters. There are a few, we won't ruin them, but some do get to go out in a blaze of glory or sacrifice themselves. But in a lot of ways, as is the case in these scenarios in real life, but I'm sure that's part of the point of the way they design these things happening is no, everybody's expendable. Nobody's important. It's all, death is an equal opportunity employer, man. And it doesn't have to be memorable. It doesn't have to be cinematic. It's just, you're just going to die.
I like the working your way through the school too, because it just grounds you in the reality of, there's a school in the first game too. There's hospitals in the first game. There are apartment buildings in the first game, all the same stuff, but it's just the humanity of all the things that this is what's left is the skeleton of society. And so I really enjoyed just that entire section. You ultimately leave the school and jump over to an apartment building. And it's here that Dina makes an interesting observation, which is why did they let you live in the first place? Who actually are these people? It adds a certain gradient that didn't exist there before, because again, this is all set off. Again, it's what we said earlier, chicken or the egg. And then Abby's specific choice, even though I think the chicken and the egg thing, it begins with Joel's decision. Abby really makes the most seminal decision by not ending it there. And so Dina's really the first one that actively introduces that entire idea in the game. You can find some interesting letters in the apartment building as you're kind of going through it. You find one letter from a dude, a WLF guy who got bored with a girl on patrol. They got drunk together. Did you read this letter? And then
I don't think I did.
They kind of let their guard down and get fucked up by some infected. And he writes in one of the notes, quote, "Seattle traded one shitty ruler for another," end quote. So you can already tell that there's some consternation in the ranks and some sort of blasé attitude towards their charge as wolves, because they feel like they're doing the same thing for maybe even a worse person than the federal organization.
I love that.
And there's another note in the coffee house here, and I made a note of this, another coffee house. Obviously, we're in Seattle, as you said earlier, where basically a lot of people, Fedra got so bad that a lot of people kind of turned on them very rapidly, but really weren't considering the ramifications of getting rid of that particular organization, that you're kind of getting rid of one bad guy for another. And so there's some interesting stuff there to be read if you go into it.
Opposing one dictator for another, right?
Right, exactly. You get attacked by more enemies at this point. We've been into a lot of this. This is actually a cool part of the game because they introduce traps, as you were saying earlier, and tripwires, and it sets you up to, it's very tutorial like, where it sets you up to just exploit this one section with tripwires, which is really fun. You don't have to do that, but you can. And Ellie notes to Dina, and shout out to Bill, that she says she's like, "I knew a guy once that rigged an entire town up like this." And so a reference obviously to Bill. And then Dina asks why Bill did that. And Ellie says he had trust issues, which I thought was very funny.
So Ellie, I love it.
Ultimately in the exploration, we come to the first reference really to the Seraphites. And it's a mural of a mysterious woman, and it says, "Feel her love." And a nearby letter kind of explains a little bit of who the Seraphites are, religious kind of extremists, or so it seems. And around the corner from there, they find Tommy's horse being eviscerated by the infected, but Tommy is not around, and it seems like Tommy himself might have shot the horse. And Dina is starting to kind of get sick and tired at this point and worn down. We don't know at this point. I don't think that she's pregnant, right? Oh,
not yet.
No, not yet, right? Because we're bouncing back and forth. And yeah, so you have to get through this area with all the improvised explosives. It's easy enough to do. You throw bottles and bricks at them if you really need to. And the entire point here, by the way, is to get to the TV station, because in Jordan's documents, so when you kill Jordan, you can go through his stuff, and he has some interesting stuff, including a reference to a television station where they're holed up. But most importantly, for purposes of the story, he has a bunch of pictures of all of them, and she's kind of carrying it around as a rogues gallery, which is kind of cool too.
Love
so a
that.
few things to talk about here, Dig, but I was specifically curious to get your thoughts on the first encounter with the Seraphites, not the actual Seraphites themselves, but like who this woman is and like this person that they worship. What did you think about this?
Yeah, we haven't identified it. We haven't come across any of them yet in the flesh, but now we're starting to see the imagery. There's some sort of cult, some sort of religious faction also in the offing besides the wolves. So that's interesting. We're starting to get the first taste of that in the imagery. And that's also creepy. And it also plays into like that. That's a great way to integrate something into a post-apocalyptic universe because it's very believable. You know, you could see people sort of clinging to religion, starting their own religion, maybe, you know, as far as like grouping off and starting, you know, not only, you know, starting a civilization or some, you know, a common ground civilization, not only in terms of protection, but in terms of hope. You know, you could see that being a very believable thing, the cult in this world. So that was really interesting. You're starting to get the first taste of that. Like something else is in the offing. It's not just the wolves. And yeah, at that point I was thinking too, like, is that like a fringe group from the Fedra people that are left over or whatever? You know, you're not sure at that point. It's really interesting. And that, yeah, this whole little era of the game between now and them arriving at the theater eventually, you're starting to realize something's wrong with Dina. She's complaining about being winded. She's complaining about being, overly tired. She needs to rest. So you're not quite sure what's up yet with her. But you know something's wrong.
You got to rest. Got to get your rest. It's important.
Which I can relate to.
Yeah, you sleeping better now?
But she's young. Well, you know, I was sleeping better, and then I got sick. Which I was saying, that's right. I was saying that on Constellation, and I don't know if it's seasonal allergies. I suspect it is. But last night I slept great in preparation for this podcast. First time in probably 3 or 4 days.
That's great. That's good.
It worked out.
Good.
Yeah.
All right. So by the way, one of the things I love about the Seraphite prophet is we never know her name.
Never find out anything.
No, they call her the prophet. I don't even know if she has a name. I was reading a little bit about, because I got most of it, but there's some stuff I missed, I guess, just from environmental storytelling or whatever, about them founding this sort of cult very early on after the infection or after the outbreak. And they kind of just were living a sort of pastoral, egalitarian sort of life and getting away from like the sins of humanity. And perhaps that this was something that was visited on them. But yeah, they worship this woman, but they never say who it is, which I think is really interesting. And I thought I might have missed it. That's why I looked it up to begin with. I'm like, what was her? I wanted for my notes. I'm like, what was her name? Like I missed it.
But I missed it. Okay.
But it's not there. So ultimately we get to the TV station and you learn a little bit more about the Seraphites. It's, first of all, the TV station's cool. It's very old school, built in like this terraced sort of thing. So you climb up into it and through an open window. And you see a Seraphite logo painted in blood. It looks kind of like a sideways Jesus fish with a line through it in some sense. It's not what it is, but because it's not Christian.
I could see that. Yeah.
Part of me, I don't want to complain too much because I think the Seraphites are cool. I love the whole religious angle to it. I wish they dealt a lot more with it than they did. And I think that one of the things I still agree with that I heard in the previous podcast I did with Chris in 2020 was, by the time you get to Haven, it's disappointing because it's like they fuck it all up. Like you hear so much about it, you want to see it. Like you want to see this society, but you really never get to see it. You just see little outbursts of it, which is cool.
You see it burning to the ground.
Right, exactly. You get a little taste of it, but yeah, that's it. That's basically it. It's kind of a bummer. But you see some of their own brutality here. There are people hanging from the rafters in the studio. They disembowel their enemies when they hang them, which is fairly interesting. These are wolves that they've disemboweled. And you explore, you find, so in Jordan's notes, there's a reference to a woman named Leah, who's I guess his girlfriend or his wife. And you find her dead body there, strewn with arrows. The Seraphites typically fight with arrows and melee weapons. And so there are, by the way, this is another cool thing. I don't know if you noticed this in leading up to kind of being more exposed to the Seraphites. You start seeing various bodies of enemies like infected and stuff with arrows in them. But if you have to kind of notice it, which is kind of neat. That's not so really cool. Drawn to your attention. And that would be a huge surprise. The Last of Us is full of bow and arrow use, which is good. and eventually you have to kind of deal with the people that are so the wolves come back, they find the bodies of their friends hanging from the rafters, and we realize that the wolves themselves are in some sort of war, as we noted earlier, with this religious group who we find out are called the Seraphites. And actually, an important thing here, I was wrong earlier. It's in Leah's bag that the Polaroids are then, not in Jordan. So
okay.
You see pictures of Abby, Owen, Manny, Jordan, etc. at that point.
But now she's got the Polaroids of the whole rogues gallery, so she knows exactly who she's got to go after.
You know what it reminds? You know what big the hanging bodies always remind me of is Castlevania 2.
I think of that the same thing,
because I think that's the first time I ever really saw that kind of imagery.
Yeah, Simon's Quest when you go into the mansions.
Right, that's exactly right.
Yeah, yep. It does.
That's so funny that you think of that too. That's like literally what I think about when I see bodies hanging.
Yeah, there was
especially multiple bodies,
them.
not like a hanging at like a. Not like a hanging in the Wild West or something. I'm saying like bodies like hanging just unceremoniously. That's what it reminds me.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, that's my first call up too. Yeah, that's so strange.
It's really violent when you think about it.
So similar.
Yeah, like I wasn't really, as a kid, I wasn't scared of that for some reason. Like,
I thought it was so creepy.
It's creepy, but I was more scared of like Dracula and all this. I wasn't scared of like the hanging bodies and all that.
Right. That was
the implied violence. It's really interesting to think about.
That was one of the 8-bit games with the creepiest atmosphere.
It's still one of the most atmospheric games I think ever made.
So creepy.
The day-night cycle and all the rest. Good shit.
Oh, it's so good, dude. I used to scare the shit out. Now, granted, I'm 16 years old, 17 years old, playing in the basement at night. I used to creep the shit out of myself. At 1 a.m. playing that game. Oof. But I did it. I saw it through. Bad ending. The bad black and white ending would terrify me. Then I'd shut it off and run upstairs and go to bed.
Yeah, I hated the black and white ending. It's the worst. So ultimately, we have to fight our way out of the TV station. There is a very video gaming part of this game that I think is worth noting here, which is so common in third-person shooters, and Uncharted, obviously, where it's like you're walking through a place. There's no enemies, but there's all this shoulder or waist-high cover everywhere for you to use. And so you just know when you're going into the TV station that you're going to fight your way out of it. And ultimately, you do. And you're basically overrun with wolf soldiers at this point in the studio. Reinforcements arrive and begin shooting at you. You can kind of deal with some of them, but not really. And you're trying to basically get back to a tunnel into a train station, and you have to mask up to deal with other wolf agents down here. Again, with Dina not yet knowing that Ellie is immune, so she has to continue to hide it. This is going to be important shortly, though, because of what ends up happening. Mm-hmm. So the cool thing about this conflict, and I wanted to know, first of all, this is a very memorable part of the game for me because I love the lighting. It's the part, Dig, in the tunnels with the red lights and the train. Yeah. It's like so beautiful. It creates these amazing shadows. And what's cool here is that there are infected around. So this entire conflict, you can just kind of, it's the first time you can, in the game, and it's not the last, that you can sit back and just watch two sides fight each other and kind of deal with each other without ever having to get involved. So what I ended up doing here in the train station was just take like a brick and just throw it into like the middle of the soldiers as they were coming. And they're like, what was that? And then the infected clickers kind of activate and they fight each other. And then you just deal with the stragglers, like whoever's left. The only thing is that if you're seen, you still have to kind of skulk around. They see you. That's the kind of bummer, is that they react to you. It would be cool if they were surprised by your presence while that was all happening too, and acted a little bit differently.
Yeah, so, that's a good point.
Like they become aware of your presence in some sense, which is not really fair.
It's not a big deal. You're trying to pit them against each other and they're still noticing you. It's like, come on, man. Yeah, frustrating.
And there are some letters down there too. You learn more about the Seraphite capital city of Haven, which we'll see later in the game in complete disrepair, unfortunately. And you find letters between a guy named Gray and a woman named Jules. These letters go back and forth. I don't know if you noticed this. He's basically trying to recruit her and get her to join, I guess, leave the wolves and come join the Seraphites. And so, yeah, what did you think of this this section in the train? Do you have anything you want to say about this train combat? I really, really enjoyed this section of pitting the two sides against each other.
Yeah, that was really fun. And I love the fact that, we find out the wolves have, we have this Hatfield McCoy's thing happening in Seattle where these two factions are fighting each other. So in other words, the wolves have their resources tied up in fighting with another kind of enemy group. Thank God, because maybe that helps Ellie. Maybe that helps Ellie's case a little bit. But I kind of like that. And, the more you think about it, it was really necessary to have that. Like the wolves had to have their hands full with something else, not just the, possible approach of somebody who was coming for vengeance, bloody vengeance, the bride, essentially. So I like the fact that there's this conflict and they're warring over this, control over this area, which is cool. Now, Kyle, I don't know if you got this either. I would say even before I got to Seattle, knowing that we were going to Seattle, I just thought my first thing, now I don't know if I'm thinking Frasier, the Frasier logo, whatever. I'm thinking Space Needle. And I'm thinking that's going to be the sort of set piece thing. So keep looking for the Space Needle, right? And eventually, I'm always checking the skyline because of this, right? Eventually you could see it in the distance, seemingly arbitrary. And then later on, when you get close to Haven and everything, you have to kind of follow it, because if you know the Space Needle, it's outside in like the Queen Anne neighborhood. It's not near, the Space Needle is not near the rest of the Seattle skyline. So they did it right. Geographically, it's accurate, but the Space Needle never really becomes a thing. I was very disappointed in that.
There's that one scene in Haven, right? Or on the
you have
island.
to kind of follow it.
Yeah. He's like, follow the tower. And she's like, the Space Needle. And he's like, what? That was it.
That was
the only reference, which I guess is somewhat realistic. It's funny because maybe we'll get to this game one day, but this is actually the second major PlayStation game that took place in Seattle, because the first is Infamous Second Son, which is the third Infamous game. And that takes place in Seattle. And that kind of Seattle iconography is much more central to that game.
Okay.
So if you're into that sort of thing, that's a great game. I mean,
we never played the Infamous games for Knockback.
When they come, it's just so inconvenient to play them on PS3. I feel like they gotta come to PS4 at some point and then be playable on PS5 and all the rest. So when they do, we'll definitely do them. And they're excellent.
Yeah.
They're just fun superhero games where you make choices and you either play as a good guy or a bad guy. That's basically.
They look cool.
They're great. They're really great. The first two, I think, and the second one especially, I think is rock solid. The first two are on PS3. The second or the third one is on PS4.
Okay.
And that's the end of the series. Those guys make Ghost of Tsushima now.
Oh, okay. Same studio.
And Ghost of Yotei or whatever. So where are we here? Oh, okay. So it's also worth noting, Dag, at this point that we run into the new enemy type that we had referenced earlier. You, again, in the checkpoint at the QZ, you find a document indicating that there's this kind of fourth evolution. You got your runners and you got your, what do they call them? Stalkers. And you have your clickers. These are shamblers. They have this kind of area of effect acid attack and can like shoot this sort of porous acid at you or whatever. And so you have to be really aggressive when you fight them and get in their faces. I think shotguns are great to use on them. You can also kind of snipe them from afar. The lesser weapons are not hitting them in the kind of face and head area, I think is a bad idea. And I definitely restarted a couple of fights or back to checkpoint when I wasn't quite satisfied with the way I dealt with one of these guys.
They're tough.
But yeah, pretty scary, especially when you have to deal with like more than one of them at a time. You have to be super aggressive and just kind of get rid of them. Sneak around as much as you can to get rid of the kind of fodder enemies that can really complicate things for you if things go off, and then deal with them because you can't really sneak up on them. So you have to alert them. The flamethrower was pretty good on them later on too.
Oh my God.
If you want to use that.
That's when I fell in love with Abby, by the way.
Yeah.
It took the something superficial like flamethrower. I was like, and that was hours in. I was like, all right, I'm in.
It's very Terminator or something, right? Like Sarah Connor or something like that.
Now, I fought the Shamblers with always my beloved, especially with Ellie, Molotov cocktails. And then with both, but especially with Abby, I did use the pipe bombs because I found out, as you find out, if you hit them directly with the pipe bomb, then it stuns them into place. So they'll be in blast radius. You won't miss. In other words, you got to hit them with the projectile of the pipe bomb to keep them in place. And then boom. And then, of course, it takes a bunch of shots and then maybe a couple of extra shotgun blasts or something. But yeah, that's how I chose to deal with them. But you're right. You have to clear the other enemies out first. Leave them for last.
Oh, definitely. It gets too complicated after that. Especially if you have a clicker who can just grab you and kind of one shot bite you.
Oh, they're such a pain.
I love seeing it's such a relief when you're fighting the stronger enemies like shamblers and bloaters and everything with just that red reticle that pops up to show that's like the kill shot or whatever.
Right.
As opposed to the white reticle that just, it's like, it shows that it connected, but it didn't kill them. You're waiting for that red indicator.
You got to have it. Now, Kyle, I have to ask you this. because I want to make sure I'm not spoiling anything for you. Have you seen the trailer for season 2 yet?
I saw I don't know if I've seen all of the footage, but I saw like whatever the introductory trailer was, like the first 2 minutes or whatever.
Yeah, that's the only one I've seen.
Yeah,
I thought that was the only one, but
that might be. I don't know. I just don't really keep up with it.
So you watched that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. So you know what it shows, what it doesn't show in case it comes up. Okay. All right. That's interesting. What do you think of the casting of it? From what you could see in the trailer anyway.
Yeah, that Devers chick, Caitlin Devers, whatever her name is that what her name is?
She's going to
Chrissy
play
Devers or something. She plays Abby. Which I find a little weird. She would have made a better Ellie, actually, than an Abby.
I could see
And I
that.
know a lot of people have a problem with Ellie's casting. Ellie's casting is weird, but I don't really have a problem with it. It worked for me.
She's such a great actress.
Yeah, she's great. And that's what I was saying. I loved her in Game of Thrones, and she was fucking awesome in Game of Thrones. She's like one of the great characters of my opinion in Game of Thrones.
I mean, she's a Shakespearean level actress. That's what carries it, because I know you've fallen again, like just playing this game, you re-fall in love with the game characters, and you're like, I want them to be this, you know, and you're not like Pedro Pascal, be damned. He's another great actor. And as soon as that series, it's just like the first season. As soon as season 2 starts, you're going to be all in. It's going to take 10 minutes, you know, but right now I'm back in that space of, I want these people, you know, I want my Troy Baker. I want it looking like this, right? I want my Ashley Johnson. I want it looking like this. And you're going to have to reconvince me. I know it's not going to take long, but I'm certainly in that mindset. And yeah, the Devers chick, she doesn't have that Abby imposing physique.
No, that's the confusing part, is that they were saying like they wanted more of like the persona than the body type. And I'm like, I think the body type's actually quite relevant.
Very important.
They actually at some point the Shamblers say, or not the Shamblers, the Rattlers say when Ellie's about to kill that like biker dude, he's like built like an ox.
Love that part.
Right. And
yeah,
it's like, yeah, like she is supposed to be able to handle herself. And that's what I was saying earlier about the visceral nature of her killing, where she's like strangling dudes and like using her arms and stuff. She's built. I want to be open. I am open-minded about it, because I think that the HBO Last of Us season 1 series was great. And generally speaking, PlayStation Productions has been no worse than good, whether it's the Uncharted film, the Gran Turismo film, the Twisted Metal series. These are all good. Yeah, if not, and I think the Uncharted movie was actually kind of great. I mean, it was surprising. It was surprising how much I bought Tom Holland as Nathan Drake. Like, I just bought it. I just did. Yeah. I just believed it. I don't know why. I just did. And so I want to be open-minded about this working somehow for it, because Joel's a little off. Like, Pedro Pascal's not really Joel.
No.
And Mormont, why can't I think of her name?
Oh, Bella Ramsey.
Bella Ramsey. She's not really Ellie, but this is not really The Last of Us either. And doing things a little bit differently, I think, is beneficial. Like, not trying to replicate things, and also giving an ode to the original actors, whether it's Troy Baker playing I think he was one of the cannibals, right, in the TV series. And then of course,
that's right,
Ashley Johnson was Ellie's mom, which is a scene that's not in the game.
That's right.
But implies how she became immune, which is pretty cool. Actually,
yeah, I love that.
They put that in there. So So am I crazy about the casting? No, not really. But I'm open-minded about it, just because I want to give them an opportunity to let me down. This is not an arms crossed operation for me, like a lot of things are, because they've earned the exact opposite. That's why I have such a problem with people's problem with this game, and why I have an even bigger problem with people busting balls about Intergalactic, their next game, where I'm like, what's wrong? Are you crazy? Like, these are some of the few people that don't fuck things up.
Right.
Let them disappoint you before you. Will they disappoint you? Maybe. But I don't know why you would think that.
Yeah. Benefit of the doubt.
Yeah. The team 100%. That made Crash, Jack, Uncharted, and The Last of Us is they're really hurt. They're running on fumes, I think, over there. If you say so. So anyway, at this point too, Dagan, this is what we were talking about. We shouldn't talk about this moment, is that Dina discovers Ellie's secret because Ellie's mask breaks. And there's a really cool moment when they're amongst the spores where Dina is like, kind of just without even thinking, being like, oh, you can share my mask, and goes to take it off. And Ellie pushes her against the wall and basically is like, I'm immune. Like, nothing's going to happen to me. I'm immune. Mm-hmm. And this is a mind breaking thing for someone. I think it's kind of glossed over in some sense, because the game is so it's moving so quickly. You're only really seeing 3 days plus some flashbacks and flash forwards or whatever. So it's moving somewhat quickly, especially because it's 30 hours or so. So you're really spending so much time in these 3 days. You don't really have time to marinate on any of the information. And maybe you would only get an honest answer from Dina during the farmhouse chapter or afterwards. We don't even really know where she is. Presumably she went back to Jackson, but we can talk about that.
Breaks my heart.
But it must be mind blowing to be like, no, I'm really immune. And here's like what the situation kind of is. And that must have been amazing to know. And you have to be so skeptical of that. Like, how many people in this world have been bitten, being like, no, I'm not going to turn. And like, it's just an inevitable sort of thing that happens, but it really doesn't happen to her. And she explains that Joel knew, Tommy knew, Maria knew, and the Fireflies knew, but no one has ever really made the connection between these rumors, I guess, that might be circulating in the West about what happened at the hospital and with the Fireflies and kind of the debasement of the Fireflies or the debasement of the Fireflies. And Dina obviously doesn't believe it at first, but Ellie really has to explain it. And Dina also, since we're talking about health, Dina obviously is not feeling well, as we know, and that's because she's pregnant. So she's having, I don't know what you would call it. Is it morning sickness or something? I don't even know. It could be something else. I'm not a doctor, obviously. She has a funny quote here. She says, "Don't worry, it's not yours," to Ellie, which I thought was cute. Obviously, the implication is that it's Jesse's. That's not a huge surprise. And she's known for a few weeks, but didn't say anything. This is a little scary and disappointing for Ellie because they really could have turned back and brought her back and gone on alone. And is she some sort of burden? Potentially, but creates this whole interesting subplot for the game in the theater where they're kind of holed up. You learn that Fedra soldiers were actually holed up in here for a while. You find some of their bodies, and Fedra soldiers basically rotted away in this theater, hiding from the wolves during the attack, and kind of lived quietly for a long time. But then one of them gets sick and the others head to the hospital to get him meds and never return. And so this dude dies alone, and you find him like in a little tent upstairs. So a little cool storytelling there. So yeah, talk to me a little bit about the theater, and if you want to touch on Ellie's immunity kind of discovery to Dina and the pregnancy and all the rest. There's a lot to say here.
Yeah, they're swapping secrets now, right? Dina finds out Ellie's immune. Ellie finds out Dina's pregnant. And yeah, that's going to create a little wrinkle in everything. You know what I love about you saying like the wolves or the Fedra soldiers being held up in the theater? What creeped me out about this game, and you see it intermittently along the way, whether it's a school or a toy store or this movie theater, is seeing the improvised beds in weird places. Like people were living, in the loft of the movie theater,
right?
In like, in the cafeteria of the school. It's like, and then creating improvised showers and like these living areas. It's really creepy, but it's really visceral and realistic. Like you could see like that's the way these people were living, with these leaky roofs and these buildings that were, drafty and cold and damp, and there's mildew and God knows the black mold situation and all that kind of stuff. If you don't get the lethal spores, you're definitely inhaling the black mold and everything. It's really interesting. But I love the set piece of this movie theater because this is going to be a staging ground. You know what I mean? We're going to see this place a lot. This is like one of the core environments. And, decisions are going to be made about, now they got some baggage. What are they going to do with Dina? She can't go any further, especially with the knowledge of being, a certain amount pregnant, but also just not being able to physically do that, So now what? Now they got this whole new problem, but they're nowhere near Wyoming. So where do they go from here? It creates a lot of new drama and a lot of new tension. And we're also far enough in the game where we really care about Dina. We don't just care about her because Ellie cares about her. We really care about this character. She's courageous. She's got Ellie's back. It's like that whole moment where they're setting out and Ellie's trying to give her an out. She's trying to give Dina an out. Like, you don't have to do this with me. And that whole you go, I go thing of like, this is another ride or die. And it's not just romantic. It's a real palpable love, So now we got somebody preggers on our side, man. It's not good.
Oh boy. I hate that term. All right. I think it's time for another flashback here. So Ellie she goes backstage in the theater and finds that an acoustic guitar begins playing it, plays Joel's song and brings her back. And so we go back 3 years. So this is obviously after they return to Jackson, but before Ellie discovers what Joel has been hiding from her. So they still have a somewhat solid father-daughter relationship. And Joel is bringing her somewhere to surprise her. And she's actually kind of tinkering around with the guitar, even at the campfire, wherever they're kind of resting, which is cool. And so they're going to go hike to a secret location, and Joel insists. And along the way, there's a lot of playfulness. Joel pushes Ellie into the water, which is cute. And this is an allusion to the first game because Ellie couldn't swim in the first game. So Joel's kind of giving her instruction on how to swim. And she quickly gets back at him and pushes him in. But it's revealed that like they have to go into the water anyway, so it doesn't even really matter. I did have something I wanted to point out here, something beautiful and then something strange. The beautiful thing is that they look the wet clothes and the way the water drips and glistens off of things. It's incredible how good it looks. And this was true in Uncharted as well. So that's just technology that they really have nailed down. It looks so awesome. And this whole environment looks great. The going in and out of the water, underwater, the trees and the foliage. It looks great.
It's beautiful, dude. Yeah, that saturated fabric and the way the different fabrics get saturated differently, not just the way they hang, but like the suede of the backpack looks wet, different than the jeans, different than the cotton shirt.
Right. And one thing that bums me out though, Dig, and I wonder if you picked up on this. I mean, it's nothing to pick up on. It's a little immersion breaking. Is just their willingness to go in and out of water so easily, like with little regard for their comfort or discomfort. So that's one thing, because you live in this really crazy world and you're used to being uncomfortable or whatever, but they just are so willing to do it. But the bigger thing to me that I think got me even more annoyed in some sense when I really started focusing in on is like, you're getting your backpacks wet. So like you have all your clothes in there, food, your journal that you're writing on. It doesn't really make any sense.
No.
Like it's that to me is I wish that they were a little more mindful of that. I don't know how you would do it.
Just a backpack.
Right. The backpack
try to keep that dry.
Yeah, like you definitely want to keep your backpack dry. Maybe, I don't know. It always strikes me as weird because then she's pulling out her journal and she's like doodling in it. And I'm like, dude, you were just in the water. Like that thing would be destroyed.
I totally hear that.
So I don't really get that part of it. But I do like the playfulness nonetheless of them going back and forth and getting pushed in the water. But Joel knowing that they just have to get wet is really cool. And the water looks amazing. Like I said, wet clothes look amazing. And it's cute because Ellie guesses, she's kind of facetiously guessing. She's still more childlike at this point. So she's facetiously guessing that they're going to go see a dinosaur. And then it ends up being that they're going to see a dinosaur. There's like a brontosaurus statue or something that she comes across. She's
so good.
She's completely amazed by it. So they come across the Wyoming Museum of Science and History, to which that dinosaur is outside of. And by this point, by the way, you can read some of I was saying earlier, a fun thing to do that's kind of subtle is reading the journal that Ellie carries with her at different points in the game, because it covers a lot of interstitial shit that you just wouldn't have seen. So here she's referencing Dina and kind of her interest in her, but also the old girlfriend Kat that we mentioned earlier that we don't really ever get to meet. But she's referenced one more time and going on Joel's surprise and how she hates farm duty and wants to be a hunter, or not a hunter, but like a guard or a soldier. So yeah, inside the museum, I mean, this is a seminal scene in the game. I love when she sits behind the reception desk and she's like, "Oh, sorry, the dinosaurs are busy right now." And then she said, "Wait, one of the dinosaurs is here," talking about Joel, which I thought was really cute. A lot of Jurassic Park references, although they never say the name of the movie, which I thought was interesting. I don't know what that's all about, but it's tons.
Even talking shit about the sequels.
Right, exactly, which is really, really funny. And of course, there's the space scene. So Ellie's really into, space and astronomy and all the rest. And this has been set up both in the previous game and earlier in this game as well, because I was telling you earlier, if you look at her bookshelf, she has all these science and astronomy books on and all the rest, and her astronaut statue and so on and so forth. So this is a really heart-stirring kind of section. I think they get into like one of the old capsules there. It's cool that because this is a decrepit ancient museum full of things no one cares about anymore, that you can kind of just fuck around with everything. You put on the outfits, put on the helmets, get into the capsule, get on the rover. And she does all those things. And so they get into the ship and Joel gives her a tape for her tape deck of the Apollo 11 audio launch.
Oh, that's so cool.
Which is cool. And a pin as well, which is on her backpack, and that's where that kind of space pin comes from. So, what did you think about this whole museum scene? This kind of interstitial.
I love it, dude. I love it. This is the scene that people are saying in the show is going to wreck them, which I could see. It's gonna be beautifully translated in the show. You just kind of know it. I love Joel giving these gifts, but I love it. What's really touching is how much it means to Ellie, the tape and the pin, and just being there. You know how excited she is to climb up the T-Rex and jump off, into the water, and how there's still that father-daughter dynamic of be careful, come on down from there, that type of thing. It's very, very sweet. But I love it in terms of a visual set piece too. It's just built, it plays into her interests of science, of outer space, and of dinosaurs. But I love having those things sort of put into this world as like a respite. It's a break. This is a world, this apocalyptic situation. This is a world of survival, but you're still getting, again, those human things of giving gifts and remembering birthdays and doing little things, downtime, things that mean something, entertainment, leisure, those little quality of life things that, that's the really touching bit, is that people are still trying to get that in this world, just a little something to, take our minds off our troubles. And a dad being a dad to a daughter who's saddled with a really hard life, pretty amazing scene. And one of those scenes I'm definitely looking forward to seeing how it translates to the Max series, because it's captured pretty damn perfectly in the game. So they're going to have their work cut out for them to try to one up it. I don't even know if it's possible. It's just beautiful from being in that capsule and Ellie's wonder to, the way the dinosaurs look. I mean, they really nerded out, not just the Jurassic Park bit, but like the dinosaurs included in that, T-Rex, Triceratops, Stegosaurus. They did the fin dinosaur. What is it? The Dimiosaurus or whatever. Like those are all like the 70s dinosaurs that we were fascinated with, and then getting into like Compy and, all that kind of thing. It's like, it was a proper little like nerd moment. I appreciated it.
Yeah. The astronomy stuff was cool too, with the planets.
So fun.
And all the rest. Yeah. I really dug that. And there's the little touches of personality, because I think you can select one of 3 helmets when you go in. So just little things like that. And yeah, it's a very heartwarming moment, and it will be an interesting, probably its own episode, I assume. And as you were saying, and so I think, I'll be very interested to see that. And honestly, like the tail end of the museum part is a little darker, because you expect that they're going to get attacked when they go into the second part of the museum. They really don't, actually, but you kind of feel the tension because Joel says something like, I didn't clear that part of the museum, and then they just kind of go in and go over. But they do find some other stuff, and I think there's a subtle and important moment here, indicating to Ellie going back to Utah. And I want to talk to you a little bit about that. But you find scrawlings on the walls left behind. Someone wrote like, "I killed for them," in scrawling on the walls, and you find a suicide note from someone saying that he was kind of like, he just regretted how bad things had became and how things are spiraling. And you see a Firefly logo with liars underneath it, which is interesting. And I actually think, and then like a wild boar comes in, knocks Ellie down. She gets separated from Joel. They ultimately get out and go back. But that liars thing, Joel doesn't know that she saw that. And I wonder if that spurred on her interest in what really happened there, which obviously has been bothering her since they got back. I mean, at the end of the original Last of Us, you see how much it bothers her on her face, and that she doesn't really believe Joel's explanation, and for reason, because he is lying to her.
Right.
I guess we should save it for later, but I'm wondering, they never really explain why they go back to the hospital. And I'm wondering if it's because Ellie sees this specific stuff and somehow finagles it out of Joel, because Joel doesn't tell her the truth until after she goes through the hospital or whatever.
That's right. Yeah.
So we'll get to that.
So
but
I
think
it's little clues like this that build up to her finding out the truth for herself.
Right. Like I don't know if that's a connection, and it's important to note that I should have said this at the top, and you're probably the same, but it's like, I didn't read or watch anything about this game, like other people's perspectives. even at the time, mostly because I found everyone's so fucking exhausting about it that I literally tapped out. It was the first time I ever was like, I don't want to cover a game anymore. And I don't even really want to talk about it anymore.
No, I haven't seen anything.
So yeah, me neither. So I don't know what people's interpretations are, or there's a lot of behind the scenes shit. And so I'm really just interpreting it from the gut. But yeah, I feel like that liars thing is a reference to, I mean, it's obviously a reference to what happened, but it's a reference to, and what were the Fireflies lying about? Lying potentially about salvation, about having a solution. It's not that they knew literally that Ellie was the one that got away, but rather that something went really wrong and they misled people and it all fell apart because of the decision Joel made. And Ellie, I think, is getting closer to that by seeing that imagery. And I definitely didn't make that connection the first time I played it.
That's so interesting.
In my opinion.
And were they saying they had a cure because they had this new hope that seemingly
I don't know. That's the thing is like, we don't really know like what people, exactly. Like what people,
so the people are like, they're liars. They said they could cure this and they couldn't, but they actually could, but because of Joel's actions, they could, that's really interesting. That's really an interesting bit.
And I remain hung up all these years, 12 years later after the original came out of like, because I know Neil specifically says that it would have worked, that they would have made a vaccine or whatever, like that was the indication.
Okay.
But this is the authorial intent, something Hogan and I talk about all the time, where it's like, okay, that's cool. And I think that that's important, but I don't interpret it that way. I don't know how they would have known that they definitely would have made it work. How? That's why I think Joel's decision is so much grayer. It's like, you're killing this girl. You certainly believe what you're saying. You probably have hard science. You see a little bit of it here, like where they're thinking about things. When you go back to the hospital, actually, you see a lot of the evidence of what they had and documents and x-rays and all the rest. But like, how can you know? Where did this confidence come from that you're going to, so I just don't believe that in my own interpretation of the game. Like it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense that they would have known it worked. How would they have known that?
Maybe it was Jurassic Park, like they had a frog that was immune.
And it's too bad that no one knows. It's not too bad, I guess. It's just like in the show, they show Ellie's mom's alone when she dies. And no one even knows that she was bit or anything like that. And
right.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, and they know that she was bit and killed, but they don't know that Ellie is immune and she was tied by umbilical cord at that point. And so
right.
There's like some sort of explanation to be had. You don't want to replicate it because it would cost the life of the mother, but it shows you that there's like some way to do it, some way to imbue a human with this. And so that's more believable than saying like, yeah, we got this in the can. We just need this chick's brain. I don't understand how that works.
It's interesting.
All right. So back in reality, Ellie finds Dina in the projector room of the theater. She's throwing up from her pregnancy. She says, "How hot do I look right now?" Which I thought was funny. There's a radio here. It was broken before when you were exploring, but it's working now. Dina's got everything going with the electronics, and the wolf's comms are quite useful because while Ellie's been sleeping and resting, she's been spying in between throwing up sessions on the wolves and kind of figuring out their organizational grid system on their maps. And she thinks she's figured it out. She has some information, including that Owen guy is like AWOL, so no one knows where he is. We'll find out that he's at the aquarium, which is a place that he and Abby would often hide out from. And section 14 that she's identified on the map is a part of Seattle called Hillcrest. The wolves say that a lone man with a gun is roaming around there, and this must be Tommy. We find out that it wasn't necessarily Tommy. I don't know that we know if it was Tommy or if it was Jesse at this point, but it was someone.
Right. That's right.
But we think it's Tommy at this point. And this area is super cool. It's wildly overgrown. Like I was saying earlier, adult trees just sprouting out of the middle of the road, which I thought was really, really nice. Everything's all fucked up. And again, the city is so fractured and fucked up from the bombing early on by Fedra that it makes sense that it would be like this. Interesting texture here, Dave, is you find notes in this area from wolf people that think that Fedra is going, or that wolf is going too far, WLF is going too far, just like Fedra, that they're getting just more of the same. And you hear references of a stadium that they're kind of bringing everyone towards. You'll find out later that that's kind of their home base, their capital in some way. And you find letters between people named Yolanda and Boris. And you realize how fascistic the wolves actually were. So they are going after and this is kind of like French Revolution style shit, I guess. They are going after Fedra collaborators and people that were on Fedra's roster. So they broke into Fedra HQ at some point and found soldier rosters, and they're going around executing the collaborators. But you don't know any of this if you don't read those notes and kind of put the environmental storytelling together. So it's really, really dark. And because Yolanda, I guess this woman Yolanda worked for the Fedra at some point, she has to kind of flee and stay out of harm's way. And so it's a pretty fucked up situation. You also find graffiti "fuck the WLF" with X's over the eyes for the wolf logo, which I think is pretty cool. And Ellie takes note of this, that though the wolves control this area, though that they overcame Fedra, they are having their own internal problems, or at least there are people not satisfied with the kind of military dictatorship that they've created. And so between letters, between all these different people, you'll find that they are trying to recruit people and kind of turn people away and all of the rest. Did you read in any of that stuff about the brutality of the WLF? And you're kind of, before you even really get to know them, you're learning the whole spectrum of their personality and the way people perceive them, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely could get a lot from the at first cryptic, but then not so cryptic graffiti. You could get a lot that there's like not only this cult, but there's also dissension in the ranks. You can get that from, the intermittent letters. I went out of my way to collect every letter, but I didn't read every single letter just because of the momentum of the game. I was just way into the revenge plot, especially at this point. I slowed down once I realized what was going to happen with playing half the game as Abby and all that. But at this point, I was still gunning. But yeah, you can get a lot just from the graffiti. And it was interesting. It adds another layer, another dimension where you realize there's some kind of mutiny. There's some kind of dissension in the wolves ranks before you even learn too much about them. You just know this is their geographic area. And before you even see the stadium, before you even get there and see the scope and the scale, you already know there's trouble in paradise.
I love that. Yeah. Cause it would be hard to, this is a very challenging situation. I don't know. It's tough to say, but like, you really can't have a democracy in these kinds of situations. You don't have to have a fascistic military dictatorship. You have to have some sort of leadership structure of people that are like, you have to kind of put your trust into other people. We're so beyond the democratic norms of society at this point. It's just survival. And so you need to put your trust into the people that you think can help you survive. So it's no surprise that there's going to be, because people have so little control over their leadership and kind of few options, that they're going to become disenchanted with the options that they have. And the brutality that those that run the WLF and this guy Isaac, who you only continuously again hear about. Yeah. You don't really know what he's capable of until later when you find him personally torturing someone, which I thought was so interesting. Like he's personally fucking this person up. So he's definitely in it. Like he's not one of those leaders that's going to ask you to do things he wouldn't do himself. So you have to respect that out of him anyway. But
he's hands-on, man. When I saw the casting of him in the trailer, they only have one clip and I was like, oh yeah. Like it made so much sense when I saw who's playing him in the show. I think it's a good choice. I just think you got to be careful casting stars that are too big, but I like it. I like the casting, but the character, we don't know anything about him yet. Not yet.
This is at a point, Dave, this is actually a really cool series of fights here because you're kind of fighting in this overgrown middle-class neighborhood against the WLF. The shoveled houses, they're kind of built into this terrace, and you're going in and out of houses, in the garages, downstairs, outside, back. It's super cool, and all these different kind of labyrinthine ways through, and there are tons of enemies, so you really have to figure out how you want to proceed. Do you want to be loud and deal with this in gunplay? Do you want to really try to sneak through? Again, the very generous checkpoint system allows you to kind of tinker around the edges and figure out what works for you and restart if you're not into it. And you have to really be useful. And I wrote here in my notes, like, not only was I running out of ammo here like I was last time, but you really have to use your items here for the first time. It's good to try to set some explosives, use some Molotovs, obviously keep yourself healed. Maybe you want to make yourself a suppressor for your pistol, and so on and so forth. So I think there's a lot of cool stuff here, but I really liked this area a lot because you're also exploring like the storefront area, just this kind of suburban texture that Seattle, I've been in Seattle many times. I love Seattle. It's awesome. I've known friends that have lived like out by the University of Washington and all these places that are, Washington's kind of a suburban sprawl with a city, but there's a lot of, Bellevue and all these different things around it. Not unlike a lot of other urban areas.
Sure.
But I think that they explore it really, really nicely. But the one thing that I wanted to ask you about here is that here's where they introduce dogs. And I really think this is a cool mechanic and really leans into the you're going to do what you have to do kind of mantra of the game. The violence, the revenge, the inability to get through these parts without doing something about those dogs, the ability for them to sniff you out and give you away and attack you. So you have to kind of clip them. And I have to be honest with you, in maps where dogs would show up, I would put a suppressor on my pistol and take them out first if I could, because they're just so dangerous. And they do a kind of die, and it's sad. And then they the people get mad and upset, obviously. And you get upset because you're killing a dog.
Snoopy.
And yeah, it's a sad situation. What did the killing of the dogs strike you as it did me as something quite difficult about the game?
You know what the first thing I thought of when I thought of dogs, though? I'm like, why can't I have one? Wouldn't
right.
it be so cool to play as Ellie with a pet dog? That's reason enough for a game 3, first of all, right? To have someone you could set out. God bless you.
Thank you. I thought I muted. I didn't mute. Thank you.
Oh, I think you did. Did you?
No, I didn't. I didn't.
You missed it.
Yeah, I missed it.
So close.
But
Ellie with a pet dog. I mean, come on.
We do get Abby with Alice a little bit later on, which is kind of cool. I guess
that is true.
Yeah,
that is true.
But not quite Shadow and Interceptor or whatever you're referencing.
But yeah, I think one way, it's inevitable. You're going to have fisticuffs with the dog. You're going to have to murder a few dogs. I think I see it as quick shot,
fisticuffs with hopefully. The dog.
Don't melee the dog. Don't do it with the improvised, like the pipe that you crafted 3 times over with the pointy shafts hanging out. That's just mean. Don't gut the dog with one of those giant scar pickaxes or whatever. You can do it, and it's terrifying. But yeah, they make you feel it. You know what I mean? Again, visceral. Like you're going to hear the dog yelp. You're going to hear the soldiers scream their exception, like, "Oh my God, they killed Rover," that type of thing. But the more you know the game, and the more you recognize like this game isn't going to spare the brutality, the more the dogs make sense. Also, you're not hiding under stuff because they're going to come sniff you out.
Yeah, you got it. They change the whole dynamic of the gameplay. You can't skulk around and wait and just move around. Like you could really do that indefinitely if you just kept moving, but like these guys will sneak you. That's why the suppressed pistol or like a bow and arrow is good, as long as you get them away from their handler or whatever. It works out pretty well. But yeah, I thought it's a bold thing because people don't want to kill dogs, and they're like, no, you're going to kill these dogs. It's not like a role playing game, like a turn based role playing game with a dog sprite or something, or like some mutated Castlevania wolf or Resident Evil dog coming through a window. It's like, no, this is like just a dog that is obviously trained with them, but it's a dog you might have as a pet. And very difficult.
Yeah, of course.
Very difficult. But I think good. And this entire section culminates in a pretty cool car chase. So you run into Jesse. You think you're looking for Tommy, and maybe you are. This is what's unclear to me, is that they might have been reporting that Tommy was the person they're looking for, but you run into Jesse. And Jesse is there kind of, everyone's chasing after the next person. Now Jesse's kind of going after them, I guess, to try to get them back. And so ultimately there's this car chase. Again, I think very reminiscent of Uncharted 4, but a very welcome reprieve. No, I don't want to say reprieve because I like playing the game standard, but they change things up enough where I'm like, yeah, this is cool. And I like that they lean into it being a video game where they're like, no, you have unlimited ammo, no worries, just deal with the problem at hand. And so you're driving away, and it's an insane, thrilling section. I love it. Shooting the soldiers, shooting the infected. You're driving ultimately like a wild man. You end up in a pond and you swim away. Ultimately, Ellie and Jesse make their way back to the theater. Dina is surprised to see Jesse. This alienates Ellie a little bit because Dina and Jesse are kind of acting comfortable with each other. I think Dina is probably really excited to just see the father of her child. It's just a very deeply seated biological thing of like security, but that's where we leave it before we get back to another flashback. Anything you want to say about that section before we?
No, I mean, the Jeep section is the first of a few sections to follow where it feels like, as you said, very video gamey, but it's a welcome thing for me too. I like the fact that it's cinematic. I like the fact it doesn't last long. I love the fact of the point that you brought up of unlimited ammo. That's the only time you're going to get unlimited ammo. Mm-hmm. Later, we'll get the horseback escape through the burning haven and we'll get a couple of boat scenes that are sort of on rails, similar thing, escapes and jaws through the jungle and, the different patches of the ocean or whatever. But yeah, they kind of feel like welcome, sort of a welcome change. You know what I mean? It's not like they last long. They don't take you away from the main thrust of the action for too long, but I enjoy them. It does feel very video gamey. It's a nice reminder, and it could be pretty oppressive. Like, this is a pretty heavy game, so to jump into the fray in a fun way, it's a little levity almost in the game, which I like.
So we get another flashback here. This is now 2 years prior to the events of the game, so it's after the birthday. But Ellie's suspicions are starting to grow more. And actually, I think, is it at this point that I don't think they know yet. I don't think Ellie No, Ellie doesn't know the secret yet about what happened. That's after this. So this is 2 years ago. Ellie is with Tommy. So this is an interesting kind of combination of people. And they're out on a hunt together, kind of cleaning up some straggling infected. In fact, you get to fuck around in the Wyoming wilderness for a little while with Tommy and use the sniper rifle and kind of learn about the arcing bullets and all of the rest.
I love that section, dude.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's so fun. They never use that. They never use that mechanic ever again. It's not.
Never.
It wasn't like a tutorial to say like, yeah, later on you're going to be. That's what kind of the way it felt. It's like, all right, they're lining you up to learn how to use the sniper rifle, which would be kind of boring. It's like, this isn't Call of Duty. I don't need to have like a sniping section where they're running at me and it's like fucking crazy beach landing or something like that.
Do you think something got cut out though? Something got put on the cutting room floor?
Potentially, because it is weird. Like, why are you? I think it's really cool. That is the way you shoot. I don't know that because I don't shoot sniper rifles, but I know that that's the bullet falls immediately, starts falling. So you have to aim as it arcs, like to arc it into things, because gravity's pulling it down immediately. So it's cool that they did that, but I just didn't really understand what the point of that was. Like, you could have just had a straight up arcadey sniping section, and if it's not really trying to lead you in anything else, but it's cool nonetheless. And I thought it was cool to see Ellie and Tommy together, and Tommy is kind of talking to Ellie about Maria, but Ellie's kind of distracted and not really listening, and he inquires why. And he also sees some infected off in the distance. That's where you kind of fight. And again, the idea is to eliminate as many of these things as possible so they don't have to deal with them more imminent to their settlement. So this is all part of a hunt. As we realize, Tommy and Ellie go back to a nearby lodge and Joel is already there. Joel asks about hearing the gunshots in the distance. He doesn't seem all that concerned about it, but he's messing around with Ellie's guitar and the guitar he gave, and he notes that the guitar needs new strings. Ellie was unaware that you even change guitar strings, and you don't have to until they break. I mean, it's good to if you want better action and all the rest. But so ultimately, Tommy kind of weasels his way into this. He realizes that there's tension between Ellie and Joel because Ellie still hasn't written Joel off yet. That's about to happen. But she is deeply suspicious about everything. Like, she's obviously been dealing with these thoughts and these feelings for several years now about Joel misleading her. So there's a coldness there, and Tommy knows that this coldness exists. So he's trying to kind of broach the divide, and puts them together and suggests that there's a music store right around the corner. So why don't they go to the music store and see if they can pick through and get some guitar strings that have been sitting there for a couple decades at least. And Joel and Ellie make small talk on this voyage. She's receptive. It's cute. He's trying to talk to her about reading Savage Starlight, the comic book series that she really loves. And he tells her it's not his cup of tea, but then explains like these deep, intricate story plots to her and kind of getting to her. And so, cooling things off a little bit. And Ellie kind of talks to Joel about going on dual patrols now. And though she's young, she's capable of it and he trusts her. This is kind of the reference earlier to kind of keeping her out of danger by using and leveraging his relationship with Jesse, I think, and other leaders in the town to kind of keep her out of danger, but she wants to do more. And there is a cute moment where he offers to boost her over like an obstacle as they're going, and she like refuses his help and just does it herself, which I think is nice as well. So there's some humor here, but also she's getting older and maybe not as reliant on Joel anymore. And unfortunately for them, they realize rather quickly that there's no straight shot into the music store, that they're going to have to go around and find a way through. And this is a nice time because the camaraderie is still very much alive once they let their guards down. And they ultimately encounter a bloater in the basement of a specific building. And they get out of there and they talk about, a few different things back and forth. And they end up ultimately finding these bodies in a coffee shop of this couple. And they wanted to kind of get away, I guess, from Jackson. And they didn't get very far. They got bit. One of them got bit by a bloater, or an infected person got killed or got shot, and then didn't commit suicide as he promised. So he's one of the people you kill in there. So they agree to bring the bodies back to Jackson for a proper burial. And Ellie again uses this opportunity and seizes this opportunity to ask about the circumstances surrounding their voyage to Utah in the original Last of Us. And she says, quote, "You said there were dozens of people like me. I had so many questions for them." And Joel insists that this is all true, tells her that the tests were useless, that he got her out of there. She asks why she was taken when she was still unconscious. She obviously still doesn't believe him. And Joel seems upset that she wants to rehash all of this, especially at this point, but Ellie just can't let it go. She wonders, if there are so many immune people, how come they've never met one? Are they hiding? This is an interesting sort of point. So things are starting to come to a head here. What did you think about this whole scene? The tension's kind of breaking, but things are ratcheting up as well. What are your thoughts?
There's so much humanity in this, man. It's the fallout of everything Joel, unintentionally created. He's just kind of hoping this problem will go away because he loves this kid, and it's just the things he set up, like the dominoes have to fall, and I love how it starts. I mean, as you said, it's very sweet, an uncle trying to lovingly intervene in an effort to break up the tension between his brother and his daughter, essentially, and there's really, again, at the heart of this, the awkwardness and the tension between a dad and a daughter, an aging daughter, a teenager, like that dynamic just exists anyway. I mean, this is a very hyperbolic look at it in a very hyperbolic situation and a crazy lie at the center of it. But this is any dad and any daughter of this age. There's a lot of natural, organic things happening that's very relatable. If you know about that kind of relationship, it's very sweet. And you're really hoping for Joel, but Ellie's way too smart and she just knows something's amiss. This problem's not going to go away. Like, this is going to come to loggerheads, and it's happening. And it's heartbreaking. It's so tragic to witness, and I love any kind of moment between Joel and Ellie, because for me, this is what it's all about. This is why you're so compelled in this whole adventure. And it's a treat, especially these flashbacks, especially knowing now that he's gone and these moments won't exist anymore. But man, you just know how it's going to go, but you're just rooting for things to go okay in spite of yourself. It's so sweet. It's what makes such good, compelling fiction, because you know how it's going to go, but you're still hoping against hope that it's not going to go how it's already going to happen. It's brilliant.
So we end the flashback at that point and we get back to Seattle with Ellie. And back at the theater, Dina has been doing more intel work. And so obviously she sent us out earlier because a man with a gun was roaming around. That ended up being Jesse and or Tommy, who we don't really know. But we end up running into Jesse. And so she has more intel. And it's that one of the women that was at the hospital, or one of the women that was at the 5 of the 8 intruders from the wolves that went to Jackson is Nora. And she is at a nearby hospital, according to Dina's intel. Still no sign of Abby, though, but this is getting us closer to finding her, perhaps. And this is obviously a lead worth pursuing. There are only 5 of the 8 alive now of those intruders. Jesse is down and out, and Dina wants Ellie to wait for him, but she doesn't want to wait as the plans get changed. So she wants to get there and try to get this information as soon as possible. The important thing about this entire section, other than finding some more letters, you find more evidence of the Seraphites. You find a specific letter from a deserter, a bunch of a kill list that Isaac gives to the wolves to find 4 wolf deserters that stole supplies and weapons and tried to go join the Seraphites. It's unclear if anything ever happened to them. We don't really know. But the ultimate and important thing here is that we run into the Seraphites and fight with them for the first time. This part is really, really quite gruesome. And you come across a park crawling with these mysterious cloaked, brown wearing, bow and arrow wielding, melee wielding enemies that do this quite ominous and scary whistling to communicate back and forth to each other, which I love. I think it's so fucked up. And in fact, you see a person ahead hanging from a light post. Things are quite dark here. And what are your thoughts in running into the Seraphites and fighting them for the first
chilling. Time? Yeah, your first Seraphite's like a Seraphite mini boss. What is up with the big... Did they ever explain that? Like the big hulking mini boss Seraphites, the ones that usually wield the giant...
Yeah, I don't think that it's just... Yeah, I don't think there's anything to them. I just think they just happen to be big.
Superpowered.
Yeah.
You know, I think they take like multiple headshots. They're huge. It's like Incredible Hulk Seraphites. But that's a great little boss fight because you have like the Seraphite archers on the periphery. Then you have to fight the main hulking dude that's in like the abandoned pharmacy or whatever. When you try to go through the door, he throws you down and you realize like, okay, these guys are going to be hard to do melee combat with. So let me run. Let me, try to get a couple of headshots from a distance. But that's a really fun scene. And one of the earlier boss fights too, like, and the fact that you're coming across the scars for the first time and you're seeing what the wolves are dealing with. I love that scene. It's the first, besides that Jordan Mike fight, it was the first time you're fighting like a human enemy that felt like another boss fight. You know what I mean? A couple of infected things happened between then and now. But yeah, that was a memorable one. And actually one that took me probably at least a half a dozen tries to get it right. Like where I was going to run, jump out of the one building, jump into the other building, make them chase me, get into a position where I felt like I could protect myself from the arrows and the projectiles, fight the first dude, and then take out the other. I think I took out the other archers with like Molotovs or something. I figured it out. But it was fun because I played on moderate difficulty and it was still challenging enough, man.
Yeah, that's standard. I think that's what most people play on. There's nothing wrong with that.
It was a nice balanced difficulty, I feel like. It wasn't, they weren't giving me anything. It didn't feel like like they were handing me anything, but you had to earn it a little bit, but it wasn't difficult enough to be super frustrating. So it was a nice balance.
There's a nice like jump scare. It's not really a jump scare, but it happens very suddenly. Like Ellie's slinking through and she gets shot with the arrow and you can't avoid it. And they introduce that cool mechanic of R1 to pull the arrow out. And it's kind of like continuous damage if you don't do it. I thought that was a nice touch to the dynamics. And it only really happens if you get shot with an arrow, but it over and over again, you have to kind of pay attention to that or you get bled to death, which I think is pretty cool. I also dug the Seraphite when they would find a body, they would let like one of their own bodies, they would let out like this really creepy, scary form of their whistle. That whole whistling thing I think is really well done.
It's chilling.
It's really, really nice and gives them this primitive, like Native American style guerrilla war feel to fighting this more proper armed military. They don't use technologies really.
Right.
I think
they're a primitive people.
Right. I think some of them have guns later. But
I think you're right.
Lev talks about that, about how like certain people are allowed to have like certain lights and batteries and guns and stuff like that. I guess depending on their class and where they are in the structure of the Seraphites to protect themselves. But generally speaking, they don't. The whole idea is to not deal with technologies and not deal with modernity anymore. And that what happened to society could potentially be, the root of all evil is the modernity that they're trying to escape. So
right. Exactly.
Something really interesting about that.
And the whistle's a really clever tip off just in terms of gameplay because you know who you're dealing with. You know it's like the wolves, right? So that's the telltale sign that you're dealing with the Seraphites, which is neat.
There's that one part too where you find the scars torturing and about to hang the one soldier that they found and just disemboweling people. And you ultimately end up in this parking garage swarmed by scars. And this is a cool part of the game. I want to say that they showed this part too early. Like this was the combat that they showed and how different it can go. You're going under cars and over. And there's just something, I love the verticality of these different sets. And especially when you're using listen mode and you just see dudes That's what's so funny about the hardest mode, where you can't use that and you have to kind of just.
Oh, there's no listen mode.
Yeah, there's no listen mode in the hardest mode. In the hardest mode, you have to just kind of play it straight up.
Dude, I didn't use listen mode for like way too long in the game. I wasn't using it at all. Like I would click it on real quick. I would R1 and I'd be like, all right, this isn't working. I would just dismiss it stupidly until I felt like there was a certain section, I'm not even sure which one it was, where I was like, I have to use this. And from that point on, I was like, how have I not been using this? You know what I mean? Like it was I went stupidly far into the game without using listen mode because I just dismiss it as, broken. But no, it's not broken. I was just an idiot. It's quite essential and very useful, especially in certain environments. Certainly in some indoor environments, like there's no way to not use it because the enemy AI is pretty good, even on moderate. Like they'll find you. Tall grass be damned, they will find you.
Yeah, you. It seems like if you are prone, you can get away with more than being crouched.
Yes.
But if they're over you, they will see you. And so you have to kind of just.
You're not invisible.
Right. It's somewhat easy to manipulate the field of vision because it makes the game has a really cool design too with making that like that. I can't even impersonate it, but the noise, like the filling noise of getting seen.
Yes.
It's like getting closer and closer and then it goes away. There's really cool subtle shit like that. And so the field of vision, it's very Metal Gear again, where you don't see the cone, but you can kind of know where it is and move around them. And so you hear that noise come in and out, knowing that you're either and pushing it too, right? You hear the noise and you're like, I'm just going to go and hope that you just get away with it. And of course, like stabbing or strangling someone and just hoping that no one like comes around a corner, and sees you. I like using them as body shields though. I had a really cool scene where like I was holding a guy and I just like shot these two dudes right in each in the head.
Did that.
Yeah. And then you don't have to strangle them. You could shoot them in the head. It's just that it's going to make noise,
That I've done.
So I thought that was kind of, I did that on an accident a couple of times and then I reset the checkpoint.
Yeah. That alert sound. Cause like you're saying, there's no visual radar, but what is it? Like an intensifying timpani or something.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Right? Something like that.
It's very clever.
Pushing it because it's intensifying to the point of like they're gonna then it's gonna be boom and they're gonna see you, but you could push it. It's pretty forgiving, but you're always kind of flirting with the line. How far can I push this?
So you ultimately find your way into the hospital. Very cool scene here. The guard is playing Hotline Miami on Vita, which is awesome. I love that they included the PlayStation Vita in this. It's funny in the Chris conversation. I was like, how do they have a Vita? I'm so fucking stupid. So I was like, how do they have a Vita that works? And how do they get around like online functionality and all this? Vita just had Hotline Miami on it for all these years. And then it just works. But who cares? I thought it was a cool shout out and it's awesome that they got permission to use Hotline Miami in the game.
That's so neat.
I love that game. Have you ever played? I don't think you ever played Hotline Miami.
Never played it.
Oh, it's wonderful.
But I know it's legendary.
Yeah, it's a wonderful game. It's really fucking weird and surreal and very difficult and very simple in some sense, like the gameplay styling, but to master it is tough. So I loved that. That was and the bummer about that I remember too is they spoiled that there was a scene they showed at one of the E3 or something, which is like the hospital scene, and they show that she was playing Vita, and I'm like, why did you ruin that? That would have been so cool to just have that in the game. And there are other Sony electronics too. Like we said, the PS3 earlier, but also like I think Ellie's Walkman is a real Sony like actual Walkman model, and it has the Sony logo on it and stuff.
How
I like
cool is that?
And in Intergalactic, they have the same thing. There's like a Sony CD player and stuff. They just love putting their shit into these things.
It makes sense. And this character too, the video game thing this is our introduction to this character, but as we'll see, that's her thing. That's her shtick. That's what this character is known for, playing the video games. So, and there'll be much more humanity. Right now, she seems kind of expendable, but as we know, nobody is seemingly expendable. We're going to get her backstory too. Like, right. Brace yourself.
Even the Hotline Miami player, we're going to get her backstory and humanize her a little bit. So we fight through some enemies and we ultimately end up catching up with Nora, but she runs away. And there's a pretty cool chase sequence actually, where you're running through the hospital and she's throwing things on the ground and shutting doors. And you ultimately end up trapping her, but she does get bitten while she's running away because there's infected all over the place as well. And she's surprised that actually she doesn't get bitten. She breathes in spores, and Ellie is totally fine. And she's shocked by this. And she doesn't believe that Ellie's going to be fine. But what's interesting is that as soon as Nora is exposed, she starts coughing and getting fucked up immediately. So it's not something you can really hide. It seems like for very long. So she's going to turn and she's over. But it's a matter of if she's going to give Ellie the information she needs about the whereabouts of different people that she wants, specifically Abby. And they don't show it, but they do indicate later that Abby does kind of torture her and fuck her up to get her to talk before she dies. And so Ellie comes back to the theater. And again, we don't know exactly what happened. And we certainly don't even know the implication of what we would find out later about what Ellie did to her. We still don't really know the detail, but we definitely don't know that now. And Ellie goes back to the theater and she's shaking, bloodied. She's all fucked up. And this is surprising for Ellie because she's seen a lot, she's done a lot, and she's fairly stoic. So she got nowhere to talk, but we don't really know exactly what happened. But we found out that Abby is at the city's aquarium, which ends up becoming a really important location, specifically in Abby's arc.
But Nora doesn't give it away. She says, I'm not going to betray my friend, right? So she finds out, Ellie must find out another way, right? Because Nora goes down.
Well, maybe, but I have in my notes here that like Abby, they cut away, but they don't show what Ellie did to her.
Right. There is the torture. It can't be the Tommy torture because there's not two of them.
Right, but she says that like she got her to talk.
Yes, she does say. You're right. She does say that.
And so the aquarium, I think,
traumatized.
Right, because that's the only way you would find out because the wolves don't know about the aquarium.
That's right. She tells Ellie, I'm not telling you anything. And then we cut away. And then when Dina's cleaning her up later and she's so traumatized, it's such a touching scene. I lost it on that scene because you could see the effect it had on Ellie having to do that, you know. She definitely made Nora talk, but we don't know what she did. But she succumbed to that brutality.
Right. And the important thing here too is not only Abby's location at the aquarium, but that apparently Nora tells Ellie that the fireflies are done. Because that's something she doesn't know at this point, is that like they don't really exist anymore. And this becomes an important point at the end of the game when both sides are kind of looking for the fireflies.
Good point.
This leads us into dig the flashback finally to St. Mary's Hospital. Now, I don't know if I missed it. I don't know if I'm missing this, but I don't know why they're there. It must be that, are they in the area? Look, I mean, it's somewhat far away from Wyoming, not that far, I guess, relatively. Are they there exploring? Did Ellie ask Joel to bring her there? I don't really know what the purpose of the voyage is there. I might have just missed it. But Ellie is searching for evidence basically of what happened to her as all the fireflies that were at the hospital are now gone. And as the game suggests, she finds various notes and hints as to what's going on at the time. There are a lot of cool things here. If you search the various offices, you'll find a picture of her arm, the bite on her arm. You'll find some test results they ran on her and some scans. You'll find x-rays on the wall, which I think are identical to the x-rays you see in the original game. You find a letter from a guy named Don to a guy named Scott, and he's angry that they are deciding to disband the Fireflies after the devastation of things, which is pretty cool too. So you have confirmation that the Fireflies did disband, at least at this point. And she ultimately stumbles upon that child's wing corridor that we see over and over again. At the end of the game, we see it in some dream sequences from Abby's perspective, and Ellie's actually there in the real world. She goes down and she goes to the surgery room. She ends up in the room where the surgery was going to happen. I love that there's like the faint blood splatter on the wall, on the floor still where the doctor was killed. And in the bag, she finds a bag on the ground. She finds an audio recording, and it gives her a glimpse into all the lies that Joel told. The woman on the recorder notes the important stuff here, which is that the only doctor who could do the surgery is dead, that no one else really could have done it. And there was this idea that the Fireflies could actually pursue you. He says the smuggler and the girl or whatever, or she does, but it wouldn't have really mattered because they don't have the expertise to do what was necessary anyway. So it's over. And the woman on the recording confirms that there's no other immune people. So this is all Ellie needs to know. That everything Joel said about the nature of what happened at the hospital, the nature of her proximity to being part of the cure, what happened to the Fireflies, other people being immune, the test results not showing anything. Like it's all, everything's a lie. And she confronts him. It's a tough scene. He, in some sense, robbed her of her ability to matter. She says this later on, that she really shouldn't be alive, and she would have really mattered and potentially been the most important person ever in this post-pandemic history. And interestingly, what's skipped over, and I wrote in my notes, is that Joel would have been too. But he was willing to sacrifice that for her because he loved her. And he didn't want to see this girl die. So she agrees to go back to Jackson because she promises, basically she confronts Joel and is like, I will go back if you just tell me the truth. And so he does. And he basically does admit that he's like, I stopped this all from happening. What did you think of that?
Oh my God. It's absolutely heartbreaking, man. I mean, she was just haunted. She couldn't stop until she knew the truth. She was so compelled. And that whole thing of the ultimatum of you have to tell me or you're going to lose me. Even if I hear what I don't want to hear, I'm going to go back with you. The caveat being, yeah, I'm going back, but I'm never going to speak to you again. It's fucking, I mean, talk about being between a rock and a hard place, man. It's horrifying. It's so tragic because, he did it to save a person who he had grown to love. It's that unreasonable, unexplainable love that you have for your children that defies reason. Obviously, you're sacrificing one person for millions. It makes no sense, but every parent understands it, and I certainly get it. It's this heart-wrenching, it's the most hyperbolic, but the most relatable situation. And the fact of, you sympathize with Ellie too, because here's this kid, this orphan, this nobody. We love her because she's the protagonist of the story, but this seemingly nobody whose life could have meant something, and she's so good that she really means that. It's not this vapid kid who just wanted to live. Like, she's literally upset. You know what I mean? She's so beside herself with the whole situation. And just knowing that this was the beginning of the end of their relationship. Like, there's nothing Joel could do or say. Like, all of his lies, everything he did is being visited on him now. It was that inevitable thing that was going to happen that finally happened, and we're seeing it all play out now in full vivid color. It's unbelievable. Like it just, I know this is dystopian fiction. I know this is post-apocalyptic story and great science fiction, but there's such a humanity at the core of this thing that is just so wonderful. Like the foundation that this is all built on is right here between these two characters. And, the fact that unfortunately, despite the love and the affinity, there was this lie that everything was built on. And this is it. Now it's all out in the open.
So we end up back. We have all this context now, like you said. We end up back with Ellie in Seattle. The game is split into 3 days for each of them. So we're at the last day for Ellie. And we find Dina sleeping. Jesse and Ellie kind of walk out to the theater balcony to talk privately. Dina's sick and not in good shape. Jesse's worried. Jesse doesn't really know the nature, though, of what's going on with Dina. So Ellie lets Jesse know that she's pregnant. Obviously, he makes the connection that it must be his. And Jesse wants to go back with Dina knowing this, but Ellie doesn't want to leave Tommy alone. So they're kind of in between a rock and a hard place. What they opt to do and kind of agree tenuously is to go to the aquarium where Abby apparently is, because they realize that Tommy is probably heading there as well. And once they can find Tommy, they can just get out of there, come back for Dina at the theater and leave. So a few things that they talk about en route to the aquarium. Ellie and Jesse talk about the promise to leave, and kind of, you understand that there's kind of a lie being told here. Ellie lies to Jesse, though, about more overtly about Joel's beef with the wolves. Everyone's still confused. I mean, this is so important to note. Everyone is still confused about what the hell is going on here, as far as why are they so brutal to Joel? What do they want? And Ellie says that Joel was a smuggler, as we were saying earlier, and they had some sort of trade dispute when they were Fireflies, and this is probably all, or this is connected to all of that. And Jesse at this point is the next person openly to ponder the cyclical violence they find themselves in. So this is maybe the third or fourth person now to get into this theme of when will it end? How will it end? Ellie makes a really powerful point here, Dig, which I think is worth noting, which is that, and she's right, which is she's like, based on everything we've seen so far, it's easy to see that the Wolves and Jackson are not the same. And that not all people are built the same. One tried to help and one killed the person who helped them. So it's important to keep that in mind. Like nothing would have, if Joel and Tommy didn't help Abby, she would have died. This is, again, the chicken or the egg situation that they come from. And
yeah,
at the same time, it should be worth noting that the Wolves are somewhat trigger happy, I think, because Jackson was founded somewhat more peacefully. It seems like the Wolves come out of this insane cauldron where they fight Fedra, and now they're dealing with like this civil war, basically with the Seraphites. And we learn later on that they did have some sort of truce that they broke. This is yet another reference to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. I mean, it's really everywhere in the game. So the section of the game is pretty straightforward. Lots of platforming, lots of exploration, kind of seeing more of Seattle. You come across in a parking garage a wolf letter from a guy named Jensen. Jensen it turns out, is chasing this character Gray. So this is how you have to connect all these notes earlier. Gray was this guy we found like last chapter in these notes who was kind of trying to leave. It turns out, as we found out, that he is basically a traitor to the Wolves and is trying to join the Seraphites. So they are after him or whatever. And Gray at some point, I think, changes his name to something like he adopts a different Seraphite name. So the names start ending up being different on the documents as you go through them. This is the first time in these letters that you hear about this truce. And the Seraphites claim that the Wolves broke it. This is really, really important shit to the metaphor, because both sides claim the other side. And you only find this out later when you go to the Seraphites and when you go to the island, that both sides claim that the truce, the ceasefire, was broken by the other side. This is, again, exactly like the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. So they're really laying it on thick, I think, at this point. And it should be obvious to anyone that's, familiar with that sort of thing. I love their voyage through the bookstore, especially here. There's some funny jokes here. Ellie's telling Jesse how much Joel liked him and that they thought Joel didn't really have good gaydar, I guess. So originally thought that they would end up together. And Ellie says, you're not my type, jokingly. And Jesse says, what, Asian? Which I thought was a funny little joke. Good and shit. I like how they're so detached from, they understand what it was like academically, I guess, intellectually, but they don't really get it. So in the bookstore, there's an interesting section where Jesse comes across this children's section of the bookstore, and there's like a tree with like fantastical mushrooms and stuff growing off of it. And I don't know if you remember this part. He was like, it's so weird that they would give this to like kids. And Ellie's like, dude, you're like missing the point.
Yeah.
Like, no one would have thought that this was anything about this. So,
so cute.
Jesse, though, along this voyage realizes that Ellie is not probably telling the truth about wanting to turn back. And Ellie says to Jesse, the best way to help Tommy is to go after Abby, which is interesting. So she can't see past it. Like she doesn't, even Tommy being in danger or being out there alone, although he put himself in that situation, it's difficult for her to wrap her mind around that. And as a result of this, they kind of end up splitting off.
Yeah.
So Jesse is like, I'm going to go and look for Tommy. Ellie is like, I'm going to go and look for Abby. Hopefully this brings us to the same place and we can kind of unify later. And you also find out at this point, the weather's turning. Again, I said this would be important, that the Wolves are planning on using this turned weather, and we start getting the first rumblings of this, to invade the Scars Island on this all-out assault on the Scars. And after this, you have a battle in the flooded mall, which is a really, really cool section when you're trying to steal their boat. So you're like slinking in and out of the stores, and you ultimately end up stealing their boat. So what do you think about this whole section? Kind of Jesse and Ellie talking, the differences of opinion, learning a little bit about the background between Fedra and the Scars, and the wolves. I mean, there's a lot to say here. You can pull at it any way you want.
Yeah, I really I was really getting to love Jesse at this point. Not, that ride or die again, not, being able to seemingly shrug off the, the jilted lover thing, and just his affinity, his love for his friends, his dedication to his role as, as a lieutenant, as you said, someone who's coming up in the ranks of the whole Jackson contingent. And, did he already express to Ellie at this point that he really thinks they should get Dina home? He really is trying to emphasize, like, I understand, he's sympathetic to Ellie's plight, but he's like, but we got to get her back to where she could be taken care of.
He does emphasize that. Like, I think the problem is that they're so close to getting Tommy that the only thing that they are trying to are quarreling over is if they're going to just go after Abby or just get the hell out of here.
Yeah.
So yeah, they already know they need to leave with Dina. I think that right now they're just trying to get Tommy so they can all leave. And I think they probably realize that they're going to need Tommy's help to get out.
Which makes sense. It's just a great character. I love the way he's cast in the show too. It looks like they did a good job with that, so that'll be good. It'll be good to get some, maybe even some more Jesse, depending on how they handle it in the series. But I mean, it's really, he's such a rock of a character. He's like really that. He's just really sort of a linchpin at this point. Not only because his involvement with Dina, and we're finding out who he's he's going to be the baby daddy. But, his whole part in this whole thing, of being, of somebody, this isn't his fight, but he's making it his fight. It's really admirable. And you almost feel bad for him because, as you said, Ellie's got the blinders on. She's still seeing red. You sympathize with that. Mm. You understand you understand she wants vengeance at whatever cost. But now we could see the ripple effect of, she's dragging a lot of people into it. That's not her intention, but that's just what's happening naturally because these people really love her and they want to help her. So, and Jesse's one of those people,
right?
He's kind of playing, he wouldn't call himself the victim, but he's being pulled into this orbit, and it's not even his fight.
So we steal the boat, right, from the mall. And the boating sections are pretty cool. You can explore at your own pace.
Yeah, it's fun.
Find some neat little secrets. And you really got a better insight because of all the flooding. And you're really in a fucked up part of the city now where it's just totally messed up. And so there's a cool little touch here, too. As I was saying earlier, there was a part where we could encourage the infected to attack the soldiers. Now we come across the scars and the wolves fighting. And you can just stand back and not get involved. You can like sit back and pick them off if you want, like every once in a while, but you might give yourself away. So just let them kill each other and then deal with those that remain. So let me see here. Oh yeah, there's more. There's a funny thing here when you come into an arcade. There's an arcade called the Wells and Balestra Arcade. That's a reference to the co-presidents of Naughty Dog back in the day.
Oh, I love that.
Let's see. Yeah, there's like an abandoned birthday party. That's kind of sad. Yeah, you fight the bloater amongst the arcade cabinets here. That happens as well.
I love that scene. I knew an arcade was going to pop up. It had to.
And you also find another letter. This is what I was saying earlier, that these letters between Gray and Jules. Gray has now renamed himself Emmett, according to these letters, and has shaved his head, cut his face, and joined the Seraphites. So that's interesting as well. So yeah, there's a lot of kind of fascinating stuff here. The water, though, is choppy. The weather is worsening. Again, important. And you're getting close to the Ferris wheel kind of being an identifier outside of the aquarium. And as Ellie approaches, the boat kind of gets fucked up in a wave. She barely manages to swim to safety, but she does. She slinks into and through the aquarium, finding more evidence of more than just Abby living there. A lot of blood, recent medical procedure. We're going to learn more about this. They're all holed up in the break room with sleeping bags and food. Eventually, Ellie stumbles upon Owen and Mel, who are arguing about whether to go meet with Abby. So we're seeing things a little bit out of order from their perspective. Ellie holds them up, presents them with a map, and asks them, Joel style, to point where Abby is. But at this point, Owen attacks Ellie, which is his mistake because Ellie shoots him in the gut, and that's the end of him. He will die. Mel attacks as well, but Ellie manages to fend her off too, stabbing her in the throat ultimately, which is pretty dark. But there is a major problem here because as Owen dies, he tells Ellie that Mel was pregnant, and Ellie pulls back the jacket kind of dramatically that she was wearing to see a pregnant belly, and she collapses in tears. And at this point, serendipitously, Jesse has found Tommy, and now the two of them arrive at the aquarium, and they find Ellie in this completely... I mean, imagine if they were anyone else. I mean, Ellie would have been dead, right? She was totally dropped her guard, and Tommy tries to kind of allay her fears by saying they got what they deserved. But the unborn baby certainly didn't. And again, this is just, again, the next level of the cyclical, not never-ending violence. And they're trying to kind of get her to go and be like, dude, it's over. Like, we kind of clipped some of her people. We've made it really bad for them. They have big problems with these Seraphite people. Let's just get the fuck out of here. And Abby says, but she gets to live. And Tommy says, is that okay? And she says, it has to be. And so they start making a plan to escape, but the plans are ultimately short-lived because Abby arrives at the theater and captures Tommy. Jesse is shot in the head and killed, which is what we were referencing earlier. So
Talking
he's
about
out.
Unceremonious death.
Yeah, just out. And Ellie ultimately has to surrender, and she's really freaked out. And Abby is holding a gun to Tommy's head while she says, you killed my friends. We let you both live and you wasted it. And then this scene ends. So now the two finally come together. What are your thoughts here before we go to Abby?
What a powerful scene. I mean, first of all, the parallels, right? Okay, we find out, I'm still going to call our side and their side. Their side's got a pregnant person too, right? Those mirror images, again, those reflections, the parallels that are running side by side with each group. And the fact of, two more of Abby's people getting murdered. What's interesting is the nuance, though, that although she wasn't happy about it, that look at all the fallout we caused. Like we really made a dent in this group, but we have to get out of here short of the goal. And that whole contention of Ellie's of, well, but Abby gets to live. And Tommy's like, yeah, that's the idea. The fact that she was reluctantly willing to go along with that before Abby jumped in there. It's so interesting the way it plays out. You know what I mean? Like the tragic series of events and the ironies. It's so like it's so brilliantly written. And that Abby comes through, and that whole thing of like, yeah, Abby's like, yeah, I let you two live and you wasted it. Not to mention you just lost a good one in Jesse, right? Like, look at what's happening here. What's really striking about this is that we're going to eventually see this from both perspectives. And that's the fucked up part. This is kind of like ground zero right now.
So it is true. It's like, what is this violence going to cost you? Like, how much does this violence have to cost you guys? And this grudge, reasonably so, but it costs you everything. And it's just another example watching Jesse go down like that.
Ugh.
Like a punk bitch.
R.I.P. Jesse.
All right. So now we flash back 4 years and we're playing as Abby. So if you consult your backpack right away, as I've been saying before, you'll find interesting documents. So one of them is a drawing of Abby from Owen with a flirtatious note. So he's quite the artist. I don't know if you got to see that, but he like drew, one of his French girls. And there's a thank you note from Mel. What we were saying earlier, her dad's protege. Mel is a doctor in training in this dystopia. And so they are connected through their father, although we'll find out later that Mel doesn't hold Abby in high esteem at all.
No.
So here, Abby, you're outside the hospital in Utah. Everything's overgrown and lush. And it's clear that at this point that Abby and her dad have a really great relationship. She's out trying to find him. He sometimes sneaks away. He's very important to the Fireflies. So they try. It's like how I joke about how I was told. I mean, I wasn't told. It's true as far as I understand that Miyamoto at some point in Nintendo wasn't allowed to ride his bike anymore because they were afraid he was going to hurt himself because he's like too important.
Makes me so sad for him.
And so the same thing happened here where it's like they don't really want this doctor out in the wild, and he just kind of goes out and dicks around, and it's dangerous, but he doesn't seem to really care. And he's got a really great attitude about him. He's quite eccentric, really important to the movement though, extremely talented. But he's curious, and there's a mysterious animal that's pregnant that he wants to go check in on. And this is also when they introduce you. So I forgot to bring this up at all, but Ellie's collectible type are the Marvel card style superhero cards, which are really cool.
Right.
Abby's are a lot more simple, which I like too. The quarters, which is a nice reference to her father's obsession with collecting, I guess, these coins. And it's all the state quarters that we had in the early aughts. So the escaped animal, as we end up finding out after kind of skulking around a little bit, is a zebra. And this is a reference, what you were saying earlier, to the giraffe. Not that it is a giraffe, but that there was a zoo here where animals got away. And the zebra is another one of the animals that ended up getting away. And interestingly, through the timeline, they encountered the zebra before Ellie and Joel encountered the giraffe, which is even more interesting. So the zebra is pregnant and is snared in a trap that they set primarily for the infected, I assume. And he's all fucked up. So they have to free him, or her rather, and they do. And right around the corner, I guess the zebra already had the baby, because right around the corner, they find the zebra with the baby all as well. And all the rest. A younger Owen at this point shows up and tells her that a mysterious girl, Ellie, has shown up at the hospital. She's been bitten and has the scar to prove it, but hasn't turned. The dad's right there as well. Owen has a relationship with the dad. This intrigues the dad, finally gets his attention because he's not really paying very much attention. He doesn't really want to go anywhere. He's very much happy in the woods, just sticking around. But now he has a mission. And the dad's name is Jerry. And he has a conversation with her only appearance in the game with Marlene, who appears in this scene.
That's right.
Back at St. Mary's Hospital. The two argue about the ethics and morality of killing Ellie. Marlene is challenging Jerry on this. And this is a really interesting and important scene, actually, because Marlene pays the price at the end of the game.
Yeah.
But she wasn't really in disagreement with Joel. She was kind of towing the company line, as it were, or at least what the majority wanted, and probably reasonably the right choice, unfortunately. And Marlene asks Jerry pointedly, like, how would you feel if it was Abby that you had to sacrifice? And Abby later says to him, I guess having overheard what was being discussed, that she says, quote, if it was me, I'd want you to do the surgery. Abby brings her dad Jerry dinner and encourages him that he's doing the right thing and all the rest. Later on, alarms are blaring and sounding at the hospital, just like at the end of the original game. Abby finds her dad dead on the ground, collapsed in a pile. Owen found the body, so when she runs in down the hallway, she sees the back of Owen, and Owen's there. He's the one that kind of found the body with another soldier.
Oh, that's right. Again,
this is perspective on the pain, and the proximity of what ended up happening. Like, Owen is very much involved in this from the very beginning. So you have like kind of a new perspective on this, because they flash forward from here for a moment and you see Abby killing Joel. And you have new perspective here because Manny, Mel, and Jordan wanted to kill Tommy and Ellie and then and there. So even though Mel even was like very upset about things, they thought that the right choice was to not leave anyone alive. But Owen stops them and declares that they're done. So this is a pretty fateful moment. What do you think about this flashback as we begin to play as Abby? We meet her dad. We see them at the hospital. All of this stuff happens. There's a lot to discuss. Yeah,
man, this is a really telling flashback. This is where the perspective shift starts to happen. And you start to slowly, especially slowly for me, it starts to kind of call into question, or, sort of makes you feel, sympathy for Abby now, and the fact of, again, look at the parallels. Here's a daughter and a dad, a loving dad, just like Joel and Ellie, this father figure. He's important in his community, just like Joel. All these things are going on. And again, kind of a funny, ironic answer to my where's my giraffe moment with the zebra. Not exactly what I had in mind in terms of like scope and set piece, but kind of an ironic payoff, which is interesting. And I wondered if that was intentional, because, people are going to be thinking that, where's my grandiose payoff scene? But I love the giraffe. And it also plays into the character. You have this sympathetic, this doctor who, who seems like he's much more interested in family and nature and the wonders of the world more so than, his profession, or his career, his professional track and all that it entails. And I love the whole thing with, spelling out things from the other side, because obviously, and still, it's going to take me a while to come around or to get a little more even with this. But I'm still seeing Abby as and her contingent as the antagonists.
Right.
But now you're starting to get a little bit of the flavor from their perspective.
Yeah, to challenge you a little bit, which I think is vital and part of the texture of the game. It's what's important about it.
So obvious. And it's so obvious that's what they're doing. And, I'm reluctant and I don't want to go along, and I'm kicking and screaming at first. And it'll be a while, but this is the beginning of that journey. And I gotta say, man, I haven't played as many games as you, but I've never had an experience like this in video games, where now I'm being told I have to play as, the quote unquote bad guy, after being so invested in the protagonist's journey and her revenge and being so simpatico with everything that Ellie wants. Now you're asking me to do the other thing. And it's obvious that's where it's going. And, I'm only thinking, like, I hope this doesn't last that long. I want to get back with Ellie.
Right.
Not just because I got explosive tip arrows and all the superficial things, and I love my Molotov cocktails, and I just crafted my one-time heal first aid kits and stuff. But also I was having fun, but also for the other reasons. I'm trying to stick with this character. I don't want all this gray area. I'm trying to play the good guy here, but the game's leading you in another direction. You realize that. But even in those moments of feeling like, oh man, I wish this wasn't happening, you have to salute the game for this is a very bold thing to do in a video game. This could really go sideways for a developer.
Definitely.
And I guess it did for a lot of people, but I don't get that.
Yeah, I'm into the decisions that were made. Like, I like it. And
it's brilliant.
I agree. It's not supposed to be comfortable. You don't have to endorse it, right? Like, you don't, I think people struggle, especially I think a lot of people's conversation about Lev, particularly, who we haven't even really talked about yet, is a lot of that where it's like, it's not asking for your approval. It's a story. Like, you can just take it at face value. You don't have to put your political or social or ideological viewpoints into things. You can just watch it for what it is or play it for what it is and enjoy it or not, but whatever. So let's get a little more texture into the wolves here, because now we're playing as Abby and we are in the stadium that we heard about before. This seems to be their home base. This is pretty cool. So this is, I think they were the Orcas. They were probably a football team or a soccer team of some sort, and they played in the stadium. So they've taken it over. And I like specifically that they make their little, at least maybe more elite soldiers and stuff get the skyboxes as their rooms, which is kind of cool. And so you're walking around, you're learning a lot about the wolves. What you're learning at this point is, and as we said earlier, we know more about this now, but they don't really know about it from their perspective, is that they're getting called up in quotes to forward operating bases where they're going to attack the Seraphite island once and for all at the direction of their leader, their mysterious military leader, Isaac. And they're going to the front to fight these people. Abby is hanging out with her friend Manny, who we only met a little bit earlier. Dagan had mentioned earlier that Manny was the one that spit on Joel after he was killed. And he's talking about how he slept with a weather chick who talked to him about a storm in 3 days. Now, again, I like how this is all tied together. And I was curious about like how are they doing meteorology? I was actually thinking about this in terms of Skylink, or not Skylink. What is it called? Is that what it's called? The Tesla, internet? Starlink, right? Starlink. And I was like, would that eventually, I guess the orbits would decay and it wouldn't work anymore, but like, would they just work if everyone died for a while? And would you have access to certain things that just kind of work as long as they work? Not unlike a space probe or a rover on a planet where it's like, this is going to work until it doesn't work anymore. And so do they have some sort of cool access to Doppler radars and stuff? Because they predicted this weather pretty well. And that would be difficult to do without communications and access to satellite imagery and all the rest. So I thought that was just kind of a cool little acknowledgement, but it's another wrap into why the weather is important and how it all culminates in this stormy, crazy day where they attack the island, which is where the game basically culminates for the most part. But as you walk around the stadium, you see soldiers working out in a gym. Downstairs, kids are separated into various classrooms. I really liked this as well because it seemed like one of the groups of kids were like really young, just getting an elementary education. But one of the groups seemed a little older and they were like learning specifically like greenhouse botany and practical skills, which I thought was pretty interesting. So a little bit of a communistic sort of feel. And then the further down you go, you end up at the cafeteria, which is basically like one of the concourses of the stadium, where there's like working kitchens and all of the rest, and everyone's kind of eating and hanging out. You go wait in line to get burritos. It seems like everyone just gets what they get. And there are some little odes here. You can have some conversations. One of the guys is playing a Vita, I think, again, or listening to music or doing something.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And there's a little trading post where if you walk up to it with Abby, you don't have to do this, but if you walk up, she asks if they have the soap that she likes, and they don't.
I didn't notice that.
Yeah, she's like, do you have like the pine
cool.
soap that I like? And they're like, no, we haven't gotten any recently. And there's a little bit of environmental storytelling when you get into their rooms, which I think is cool in the skybox. You can tell Manny's really into photography. He has like a whole shelf of cameras and lenses, and he's really into anime, which he mentions later on. There's like posters and whatever. Abby seems like she's more of a reader. She has actually a copy of Heart of Darkness on her bed, which I think is a huge symbol to the feel of this particular game.
Yeah, later on, she asks a guard about her Count of Monte Cristo or something.
Right,
like,
exactly.
So she's definitely a reader.
Right, which is cool. And
that's so cool.
What we learned from Manny and Abby's conversation is that there's a problem with Mel, but that Manny's trying to kind of be the peacemaker and put them together, so that he's invited her to come along with them on this little mission. Mel, as I noted earlier, is kind of upset based on the brutality of what happened. And Manny says that, Mel is a medic. She's not really used to this. She's not used to the insane levels of violence, and she'll get over it. And so she ends up coming over, and they end up getting together, and it's an awkward. The game kind of turns itself because you feel like they're kind of softening towards each other, but at the end, it's like not that at all. It's actually worse than ever. But we'll get to that. What I really loved, though, Dig, about the stadium was just looking again, same as Jackson. Like, how are these people living and what are they doing? They have basically a shanty town built into the side of the stadium, which is pretty neat. Not unlike what was happening you didn't play it, but Fallout 4, Fenway Park's in Fallout 4. They don't call it that, and people live in it. They call it Diamond. They call it Diamond City. And yeah, it's a similar thing where people are kind of living in there. So they have these shanty towns built in the terrace sort of thing, but they have a lot of crops growing and kind of the stepped farms. They have a ton of solar panels that seem to be operating. They have a ton of firewood. They have all these grills of people making food and dealing with crops, grilling meats, potatoes, onions, lettuce, tomatoes. They have watermelon, broccoli, radish, corn. There's a huge laundry operation, which I think is interesting. So at Jackson, everyone's doing their own laundry, but it seems like here, there are assignments in this military dictatorship. They have a ton of farm animals on the ground itself. And they even have a bunch of dogs, which I think is cool. This is where we meet the dog Alice, who ends up coming along with us. Ellie killed Alice, but we don't know that. Well, we know that now, but Abby won't know that Alice will be dead in 3 days, I guess.
That's so sad to think about it that way. And yeah, they got the kennels. They got a well-oiled machine over here.
They do. In some ways, they seem, they are more military and ops oriented, but they would definitely be tough for Jackson to deal with if they were near each other. Yeah. And I just loved, again, the division of labor that they show here. You see mechanics tinkering, people fixing weapons, people fixing vehicles. It does seem like well operating, which is really, really cool. It reminds me, honestly, a little bit of Battlestar Galactica, where there's just a lot of activity and people just kind of doing their things, and that's what they do. That's who they are, because they're in this survival situation. So you're the car mechanic and you don't have another life, sort of thing, which I thought was pretty cool. And it's subtle, it's large, but it's dark, so you have to really look for it. Is when you walk out of the stadium towards getting your vehicles, keys, and the guns and stuff like that, there's a huge banner. I don't know if you saw it on the wall of all of the dead, like all of the wolves that they've lost. Yes. Which is pretty neat. So I like that as well. And they have this interesting saying, "May your survival be long, may your death be swift." What did you think about the being introduced a little bit to the world of the WLF?
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. Their little credo or whatever. Yeah, it's cool. The stadium is an awesome set piece just in terms of scope. I love the scale of it. Like, they're all kind of holed up in this thing. Their whole civilization takes place in this massive stadium. I love the imagery of that. But you also realize, for Ellie's sake, like, this isn't some like splinter militia. Like, this is a large group of people. I know Jackson is sort of impressive in like a frontier, like an old school frontier town, surrounded by logs. But this is something that seems like it's operating on a more urban scale. And it begs the question, you and I talk about this all the time, but it stimulates my imagination. Like, how many of these places exist outside of, Salt Lake and Jackson and Seattle, like, are there places like this all over the country? Probably not, but there's probably more, right? So that's the first thing is like, wow, I'd like to zoom out and see everything that exists, because it's really kind of it's really making me imagine this world of like, maybe this is a small picture, a small snapshot of what the world looks like now, or the country, or North America, what's going on in the European countries, all of those things. And I love what this scene's doing too, is like, now we got Ellie's story. We're up to speed. We've been with them for 2 games. Now, here's the people that you were thinking of as bad guys. Now, look at all the humanity, right? Man, he's got his hobbies. Man, he's got his dalliances with the chicks, like he's a ladies' man, right? He's got his problems. He's worried about his dad. Abby's, into this certain brand of soap. It's giving you all this texture and this humanity to people that we're thinking of as bad guys. But these are just people, right? And it's starting to bring us down that road.
Definitely.
Right. And I love that. And Manny, there's just a charisma to that character. He just reminded me so much of Jesse. Like, he was Jesse's echo, except that he's not romantically involved. He's just the friend.
He doesn't seem interested in her. He really doesn't.
He's not, it's already, and maybe that's part of it to play him up early as like the ladies' man. Like, he's not hard up for ass. It's Manny.
Oh.
Like, he can get whatever he wants.
Yeah.
It's Manny. Yeah. Right. But, the fact of like, that's the ride or die. You know what I mean? This is going to be, this is one of Abby's best friends. Clearly, it goes beyond their working relationship. They really have an affinity for each other. He's almost like, not that Abby needs it, but he's almost like a bodyguard type. And, you could see they really love each other, and now we're starting to get the flavor of Abby's contingent and her group and her entourage and seeing what they're about. And, again, like, even at this point, like, as much as I'm like, oh man, he's cool. Like, I'm kind of liking this dude. You're reluctantly going along with it because this is where the game's bringing you. You know what I mean? You're going to start seeing it now from this side, this perspective. You start hearing the news of we're in the offing of hearing the news of an intruder. What's going on? This whole type of thing. And, I love seeing like this civilization from the inside. The way they did, I agree with you. They seem a little more militaristic than Jackson. But still, all the humanity, all the tethers are there. These are just people.
I agree. It's very well said. And it is at the heart of the conversation, I think. Again, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but just the shared humanity between these people is vital to understand, because if you don't, then you're missing the point of what the game, I think, is trying to say and what it's trying to portray to its audience. So anyway, the trio plus the dog. So we have Abby, Manny, and Mel, and Alice, the dog, drive off to their assignment. And there's lots to observe in this area. It's cool. It moves quickly because the car is driving automatically, but you see shanty towns. Basically, it seems like there's a hierarchy system where people are inside the gates or outside the gates, and there's still people living outside the stadium. So there's more people in the WLF than can exist within that stadium. So thousands of people. Wow. And they have they live out of old RVs, train cars, and other makeshift setups. So you see it very quickly, but it's pretty cool. So it gives you a little bit of insight into their lives. And they have a pretty wide array of options too. They even talk about, and this comes up a little bit later, but they talk about even having lost control of a hatchery to the scars. So they have a functioning salmon hatchery, I guess, of some sort, which is pretty crazy. So they have some interesting stuff going on, but the piece is suddenly over. The scars attack in huge numbers, very aggressively attacking on horseback and chasing you around the area. There are dozens of them and you can shoot them. You have infinite ammo. It's not going to matter. You're not going to be able to kill them all. It's ultimately driving you into a Home Depot-like store, another set piece, and you head inside where scars are kind of looking for you in there as well. There's a lot to explore here too. You can find plenty of evidence of people actually, if you climb up to the rafters and up on top of the lumber and everything, people are like living up high, which is cool to kind of stay away from maybe the danger of the infected or whatever. Here, the infected ultimately attack you, though. It's easy to waste bullets here because you get attacked by a bunch of them, but ultimately you end up exiting the Home Depot into like the home and garden part of the Home Depot. And here you learn more information about the truce between the Scars and the WLF, and that things were actually peaceful for a bit. And according to the Scars, the Wolves say the Scars broke the truce, but the Scars say the Wolves broke the truce when the Wolves shot up a bunch of Scar kids, apparently. But that was apparently in retaliation for a Scar attack against soldiers, and this back and forth, this never-ending volley of violence. And Manny and Abby are fairly aggressive, but it seems like Mel is more of a reasonable person that is able to identify what's actually going on here. Another cool set piece, Dag, is the train graveyard that you come across. It's this long vertical section, overgrown with a bunch of train cars, and you're kind of slinking in and out, fighting the Scars. I really, really like this. It's a cool stealth section. It's fun just slinking around, going under them. I love that the soldiers like look underneath sometimes the things when you're hiding, so they know to look for you there. Really quiet, a lot of natural beauty, a lot of whistling from the Scars. And then ultimately you emerge at a gas station and you're assaulted by more Scars. You can't really do this part stealthily, and it gets really out of control. But in the nick of time, some reinforcements from the WLF show up and bail you out, and you join them at their forward operating base. This is where you have been trying to get to the entire time. And to your point, the forward operating base that they have functioning is another sign of how big the WLF is. This is a huge military dictatorship. A lot of nice production value here. This is really fun because if you walk around, there's soldiers everywhere. So if you walk around, there's chatter and side conversations. Not that you can interact with, but you can overhear little bits of story to garner if you're interested. For instance, there are new recruits in a corner being trained. People are being maimed and injured and treated in the combats that they're being treated. There's a lot of gossiping about different personnel and so on. Tons of more dogs to check out. I think you can actually pet one through the cage. And you see a dude with a shot hand. This is the guy that helped you at the gas station. He gets his hand fucked up and and Mel is kind of treating him. And in the meantime, Nora brings Abby and Manny to the morgue, and they're revealing to her that Danny has been killed. Owen is missing. His location and status is unknown. And this gives you for the first time the true scale of the death that the Wolves are experiencing. This room is full of what I would gather is hundreds of bodies in body bags. And the bodies are stacking up. The Scars are totally bringing in the heat. This is apparently why the Wolves want to attack. They want to consolidate their gains, and they feel like nothing is going to change. And this is something Isaac later says, that really nothing will change until we just eliminate these people. This sort of genocidal conversation from both sides of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is also something that shines through as well. But you're going to meet Isaac here. As I noted earlier, there's an apartment building that the WLF controls, and they hold Scar hostages in horrible conditions. You can see some of them. But to Isaac's credit, as I said earlier, he's actually torturing someone himself when he arrives, and it's horrifying. He's got a huge Bowie knife, and the soldier kind of walks in and knocks. And when Isaac's walking out, he hands him the knife and says, like, don't let him fall asleep or whatever. So Isaac notes what I'd said earlier, that these endless skirmishes, these half-hearted truces, they're not going to do. These guys just need to go. They're not going to be safe until this is over. And Abby and Manny have been assigned to be part of the phalanx to kind of go in first, and they're instructed to fill out their rosters as they're going to be leading. And that they're going to use the storm. Again, the weather keep coming up over and over again. They're going to use the storm as cover. But there is something up with Owen. And it is claimed that Owen shot Danny in the stomach to protect a Scar. And Abby obviously doesn't believe this, although Isaac does. And so though she is denied permission to go seek this out and seek out the truth, she just leaves anyway. And Manny obviously helps her escape. So there's a lot there, Dig. What do you want to touch on? Oh
man, I mean, this is so cool. I mean, this really puts the detail into the Wolves, into their environment, into their operating order, their way of life. Meeting Isaac, yeah, that was really cool to see. There's this kind of brutal, no nonsense warlord at the top of this. I like that apartment building too, because seemingly all the upper echelon or all the lieutenants kind of hole up in this apartment building, and they have all the luxuries. Like Isaac has bowls of fresh apples, and you could see they probably have all the best things for themselves in that building, in that place. Those are the most important people, the VIPs of the Wolves, if you will. But it's also giving you some texture into, like, yeah, they're in the offing of this final full frontal assault of the Scars to see if they could get rid of their rivals once and for all. And that, apparently Manny and Abby and them are going to be the tip of the spear, which is interesting. The whole conflict, knowing, between the Scars, the Seraphites, and the Wolves, and knowing that there was a truce, and seeing some of the characters a little more on the side of like force, in other words, let's do this and get it over with. There's some sort of inevitability with this that's never going to change. And then some of the characters you hear lamenting, like, oh, I wish there could be a return to a truce. Those were better times. I'm really nostalgic about those times. So we didn't have to worry about this. And hearing within earshot of some of the side characters and NPCs, and being able to walk and talk and get a little texture into how they do things. And also important to say, like, we don't know everything yet, but there's also a love triangle playing out on this side, between Owen, Abby, and Mel. Especially we know from Dr. Anderson early on that Abby and Owen are sort of an item. And, she's pregnant. There's another person involved. That would be, Mel's pregnant, Owen's involved. So there's this whole love triangle playing out on Abby's side too, which is interesting. And again, we're learning more and more about that. But again, seeing things from the inside where, we were seeing this group from the outside, now seeing, another thing that's really eerie that this game does is now we're getting more of Nora, right? But she's dead. You know what I mean? So we're seeing these characters that are already dead in life and what they did and the events leading up to their deaths, which is very chilling, but now we're seeing it from the perspective, and we're getting a little more sympathy for this side because we're getting a little more of we're getting a little granular. We're getting a little bit more of the texture and the way they their humanity, but also the way they interacted with each other as human beings, and that they were this group, they were this family, and that's continuing.
There's another flashback here. So Abby seems to know where Owen is, and this flashback indicates where he actually is. So Abby and Owen are down by the water. This is 3 years earlier, being flirtatious. I guess they're dating at this point, hanging out. This is obviously after the events of Utah, but before the events of the game. And they're at the top of the decrepit Ferris wheel that dominates the skyline that we've been seeing that's near the aquarium. And Owen jumps into the water and Abby follows, and they swim via an underwater route into this nearby aquarium, which Owen repeatedly calls a fish zoo, which I think is fun. And so there's some cool storytelling here. You find a boat once used by a family with kids as an example. There are also some parallels that humanize Abby, like Ellie. Both are into science and animals and so on. So the boat with the adult and the kids becomes more important later when you really find out what happened at the aquarium. But, and I guess we can go into that now. So there were parents with two boys, and so a mom and a dad and two boys in this environment, probably after the outbreak. And the mom is killed by soldiers, unknown, maybe Fedra soldiers, and the dad does nothing apparently about it. So instead, he decides to hole up in this aquarium, and they're stuck in this aquarium, kind of trying to make a life for themselves. But Scars nearby successfully recruit his sons away from him and court him away. Did you read any of this stuff? Or see any of this?
I don't think I knew about the family in the sailboat, but I didn't get this far with it.
So this they bring the sailboat to the aquarium and dock it or whatever. It's all fucked up, and then they get out of it. And ultimately, from environmental storytelling, you discover that the boy's mother died. The boys ultimately don't respect their dad because he didn't do anything to help the mom. And the dad is kind of a coward, or at least a weakling of some sort. And so the Seraphites kind of goad them into joining them and do. And then the dad ends up kind of either just dying or killing himself. And you find his body in the chair. And one of the letters says, "I bet you'll find him in that stupid fucking chair," or something like that. And he's like sitting in his chair or whatever. So
some dark shit.
Yeah. So anything you want to say about the aquarium flashback before we get back to current day Abby?
Another important thing that you get here spelled out is that Abby's scared of heights. That'll play in later as well. Right. That'll play on in an ongoing basis, but that's an important sort of character touch.
Definitely. I agree.
They give you here. Yeah.
So back in the current day, as I said earlier, Manny will help Abby leave the FOB to get to the aquarium on foot before the sun sets. And she's basically just going to be following the sun. As Dagan said earlier, much earlier in the show, we get to Chinatown at this point. And it's cool to go into the different restaurants and stores and dealing with the infected. A lot of scar activity around here. And you encounter a place in Chinatown called Martyr's Gate. I looked up information on this. There's really no detail about what this is.
Okay.
People like I looked it up and I was like, and it's like posts on various forums and stuff of being like, yeah, what is this? Like, what it seems to me is that the martyr the woman who dies, like the, and is this where she's killed, or is this like the line of demarcation between their territory, or is this like where a battle happened? They actually don't say. I thought I missed it, but actually no one really seems to know what Martyr's Gate actually is, like why it got that name. But people worship this woman, again, this mysterious unnamed woman, and you find another kind of shrine to her. And did you read any of the letters that are attached to the shrine?
I definitely read a few. Yeah,
there's like, they're like prayers to her, like to help with this, that like, I think one of the prayers is like to help this woman find this man that she likes and all the rest. And after that, and actually Abby says here, quote, "You turned a crazy person into a martyr," talking about the wolves and Fedra, I guess, before that, and their assault on the scars. And that quote, "You turned a crazy person into a martyr," is just the idea of having martyrdom is very much Israeli Palestinian. So at this point, there's kind of a neat assault on a 4-story crumbling office building that's occupied by the scars. And like previous areas, it seems like you can do this in stealth, but it would be tough to do that. And at the top of the building, you find a small scar encampment where you learn a little bit more about them. So if you read the letters, like they cut their own faces open with knives, and because they're imperfect and they want to show visually that they're imperfect. And the Seraphites' obsession with Martyr's Gate couldn't be any more obvious. Like this is a place that they actually return to and seem to worship at, which is pretty interesting. And once you scale the building, you need to leave it by going back to the ground floor on the other side. So this is another area that can be frenetic or done stealthily, jumping from one building back to the next, back to the previous building as you scale down. Really fun. A few more Uncharted 4 slides and all the rest. Right. Huge woman with the axe attacks you. Some of her friends, but they knock you out. You can't stop it. So we'll stop there. Anything you want to say here before we move on? I know you liked Chinatown. There is some cool stuff going on there.
Yeah, I mean, I just love you're in a big urban environment. Obviously, it's got to be a Chinatown. But you know what's cool about this game, Kyle? From A to Z, like they cover everything you think you're going to see in an urban or a suburban environment. They do. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, it'd be cool to see a supermarket. You got that. Be cool to see an abandoned pharmacy. You got that. Preschool. You got that. Fast food restaurant, bike shop, tattoo parlor. Like they do every single thing in this game. If you really scour, you get every single type of environment. So much fun, you know, which is really neat. But yeah, this part we're in the offing. I'm meeting a couple of very important characters. But yeah, this is an interesting point of the game because at this point, I'm getting a little less. I'm starting to warm up to Abby a little bit. You know, you've been with her long enough now. And you realize you're in it. You know what I mean? This is it. This is the way it's going to go. And I was starting to come around to it. You know, and again, in acquiescing to the game and realizing, okay, like this is where it's going to be a 50-50 thing. You're going to get to experience it. 50% Ellie and 50% Abby. I don't know how it shakes out exactly, but ish. But yeah, this is a line of demarcation, and you know, and I love the imagery of the scars. That's a part of the thing is the facial scars, even the kids, which we'll find out. You know, again, you know, like cult doubling down on everything that's cult. It's an eerie thing. But those intentional facial scars or that intentional scarring or, you know, marring your perfect face, that just plays into everything that's creepy about a cult, you know, and in a hyperbolic, exaggerated way, which I kind of love.
So brief flashback at this point. Now we're 4 months prior, but we're still as Abby. We're back at the aquarium. This has been Owen's refuge for a while, and he hangs out in there apparently, and he may live there with Mel and the dog Alice on occasion, his new girlfriend and their dog. at this point, there's a cool little fake archery mini game here that you can do. Pretty easy to win. You can get a trophy for doing it. It's Christmas time in the flashback, so that's pretty cool. Upstairs in like the living area that the previous family had made, Owen shows Abby the Christmas time setup with all the stockings out and like the Christmas tree and all the lights and all the rest. It's kind of nice. And he's definitely in the spirit. But the reason that they're talking is because the wolves had captured some ex-fireflies. And the fireflies let them know that Joel's brother, Tommy, is at an encampment in Wyoming. But they don't say Joel's brother's name. And so maybe that's how they would know it was Joel and Tommy. Maybe going back earlier to what we were saying about why. Do they know the guy's name is Tommy, or do they just know it's Joel's brother? So that might be actually, in looking at my notes, that might be a reason why that is. So Abby has already apparently gotten the rest of the crew's buy-in, like all of their people except for Owens, and he wants Owens too. Even Mel, actually, it is noted, has given her, she's acceded to this privately that she wants to go as well, and they leave for Wyoming in a week. So I don't know if there's anything to say about that, but that's a setup to the segments that we've already kind of experienced.
Yeah.
So back to the present. We know Abby was knocked out before and she was captured by some scars. It's nighttime and raining. And they're bringing her to one of their executions where they're going to hang her and disembowel her. They throw her down. Above her, a bunch of hanging bodies, and they string her up without even hesitating. And she's about to be gutted by one of them. In fact, the knife starts to go into her stomach and starts to bleed when there's a signal whistle that blares out. And they've captured someone else, but they know her. It's Yara, who's someone who they call an apostate. And they say, clip her wings. So what the female leader, so one of the Seraphites takes a hammer and bashes her arm horribly. And they're about to do the other one when an arrow flies through the person with the hammer, and they get into some sort of kind of conflict here. The Seraphites refer to the infected, by the way, as demons, which I think is really cool. And the characters that we're dealing with here, the woman whose arm's fucked up is Yara. The person who shot the arrow is Lev. They are siblings, I guess.
They're siblings, yeah.
Lev is a trans man, so born a girl. This is relevant to his story. And Yara is kind of helping him out because their mother, who's a real true believer, is infuriated with them. And we'll find that out later. So they end up getting freed. Yara's all fucked up. Lev ultimately helps Abby down from the rope. And they've dealt with the immediate scars in their vicinity, but now they're attacked by the infected. And this is actually a pretty tough fight. This was probably the toughest fight for me in the game. I died a few times on this, where you have to fend them off. All you have is the hammer. Lev will have her bow, and Yara isn't really capable of doing much of anything, so she hides like Edward.
Very tough
Final
fight.
Fantasy IV.
Yeah, this was a tough one.
Right. And when all is quiet after that, they opt to escape into the woods, and Yara lights a torch and they run. It's interesting to the theme, becoming friendly with the enemy, and you're escaping only to run into the woman with the pickaxe from before. And you get in a hand. She's the one that knocked you out before, but you get in a hand-to-hand combat with her, and she gets an axe to the head. And what's funny about this character is that she's wearing Abby's backpack, and Abby recognizes that. So up to that point, you have none of your items and none of your weapons, but after you get it back, you have access to your stuff again. So I thought that was a pretty cool mechanic here. But what did you think about Abby being captured by the scars, nearly killed, our introduction to Yara and Lev?
Oh, it's so fun, dude. This is so cool. I love Lev. I mean, now that I'm at the end of the game, I could say that, but these characters are essential. I mean, who knew we were going to get treated to such great characters a little later in the game? This was so much fun. And yeah, that battle was really tough. I like that there's derision in the ranks, even in the scars, man. There's apostates. These kids fell out. And I love the Native American Shaolin monk-ish trappings of these, fighting, primitive, the bow and arrow, like everything it's just kind of a neat little thing that these characters embody superficially, but super fun. I love that they're siblings. I love that the Lev character actually wants to be a boy, and the way that plays out in the story and the way that character kind of forms a little later on is really neat too. I really like the way they do that. Again, it doesn't feel shoehorned. It doesn't feel topical in a bad way. It just feels like a natural, organic thing. It seems like a really cool character to me. And the fact that Abby's got some unlooked for allies in this thing. It's pretty neat. And another little twist that I would never have seen coming. I thought Abby was dead. I was like, how is she going to get out of this one? And she got out of it thanks to these two.
Indeed. So they help her, and now she has no choice really but to help back, and that makes a lot of sense to me. One good turn deserves another. So as they're getting away, I mean, I think Abby recognizes that they're calling them apostates. The scars are calling them apostates, and so she asks. It's funny. I wrote this down. Like, what? She asks, "What did you do?" And Lev says, "I shaved my head." And Abby says, "Fine, don't tell me. I really don't care." But it's actually true. That's actually what ended up happening, is that he defeminized himself to become a man, and that was considered abruptly horrifying to everyone, and they had to run away as a result. So there is like some frenetic action in between here. You get trapped at some point with a bunch of infected, and you need to get out of this building, and it's a pretty tough part. But and I don't know if you recall, it seems like they're abandoning you, actually, that they get out of the door and they can't get you out, and then they kind of disappear. And so you're in this building by yourself, and it's a pretty tough part. You could be pretty low on ammo and supplies, but ultimately they end up coming back and saving you from this building and getting you out of there, which is
That's
great.
when you jump through the front of the ambulance.
Right.
That was probably the hardest part for me of the whole game. I hated that battle. It took me forever to get through that battle. I don't know what it. Yeah, because you were pit against like a bunch of infected, but also the two shambler or the two bloaters, right? But you're in a very confined environment. So yeah, that was a tough one to figure out.
Yeah, it's interesting to figure out the different dynamics of these because there are just certain combat sections that you can't avoid the frenetic fight, so you have to really be ready. And the game seems to do a really nice job of like preparing you for those, like with items and weapons and things that you would need.
And they tip you off, don't they? You mentioned this a little bit earlier, but there's always like those little trappings or those little environmental tip offs, or
like a lot of waist high cover, and the way it's all designed to be fun. So like the way things are shaped and the way they're funneling into kill zones and stuff like that, it's cool. It's really, really well done.
Or why am I finding this melee weapon right now? Or why am I getting all this shotgun ammo? Like they definitely lead you in if you're paying attention to those clues, which is neat.
And they have to, in a sense, like you can get through a lot of the game without using any weapons or items, but there are just times like that where you need a lot of ammo. So it would be so unfun.
Yeah.
For them to kind of rob you.
Yeah, that's definitely agreed.
So ultimately they get out of this pickle, they go through this construction site, and they end up in with this trio of construction trailers. The third one they try is actually open, so they're able to rest. And Yara lays on a couch. Abby sets her arm as best she can. What she's about to find out is that that's not going to do it, and there's going to be much more danger for Yara ahead. But in the meantime, you fight through these abandoned shipping containers, and this is where you actually get the crossbow weapon, which is a pretty dope weapon. I like the bow and arrow better because it's got more of a tactile feel, but the crossbow is fucking powerful. It's crazy. And you ultimately
you don't have to pull back the crossbow, so it feels different.
Right. Exactly. You're just shooting it like a gun, kind of. You end up in this. So you're amongst all these shipping containers. Ultimately, you end up on a boat itself. And the boat is neat. It's tilted. I don't know if you noticed this part. It's like everything about it is tilted. It's really cool and heavily damaged and occupied by a bunch of infected. Now, the letters on this ship indicate that things were going fine, that these guys were actually sailing during the outbreak. And so they really had no infected amongst them originally. And then they kind of started turning on each other. Infected ultimately did start showing up and cropping up when they went to shore. But you get through the ship in one piece, and eventually you make your way to the aquarium, which is abandoned by everyone, apparently, seemingly even Owen at this point. But Abby ultimately finds Owen in the boat that the family had driven to the aquarium all those years before. He seems to be fixing it up, and he's talking about how he wants to get out of there. Now, as I recalled, or as I said earlier, Owen is being accused of killing Danny, who's in a body bag back at the FOB. And Abby is looking for an explanation. So she is told by Owen that they encountered some scars and something went down. Owen hesitated killing an elderly scar that they encountered, and Danny flipped out and pointed his gun at Owen. So Owen killed him. And, in some sort of self-defense. he says here is a really, again, another line indicating the motif where it's like, quote, I don't want to fight over land I don't give a fuck about anymore. And so Owen is resolved to head to Santa Barbara down in California. There's a mysterious rumor that the Fireflies are regrouping down there and he wants to check it out. It's obviously going to be easiest to get there by water, not only to be safe from infected, but from marauders and fucking all sorts of crazy people out there. All these different groups. You're going to find another crazy group down in Santa Barbara itself. And he basically wants to reclaim their old life as Fireflies, not be stuck with the wolves necessarily, barely surviving another day. This ultimately ends in a fairly vulgar sex scene compared to the other one, but that's fine. It's not a big deal.
That shocked me. That really did shock me. I mean, I know it's painting the picture of, you know, you don't want to make Abby look too, I don't want you don't want to make her too heroic. You want to still give her some blemishes as far as her personality. And, you know, she's getting in between, you know, a man and a pregnant woman, right? Which Owen may or may be leaving, you know, he may be leaving with or without Mel. I don't know. But, you know, I mean, you have to, I think it was a little, to put a little more gray in Abby because she's becoming quite the hero now. Especially with, you know, escorting Lev and Yara and all the things. Like, you have to make sure you're reminding people, like, no, there's still some humanity there. But that sex scene was very Game of Thrones, man. I was like, wow.
Yeah.
And it seemed a little outside Owen's personality too. So maybe it was giving him a little texture. You know, like, this guy's not just some good guy who's this pragmatist who's above, you know, he's kind of above it all as far as like he's too good for the brutality of the wolves and stuff like that. So again, just in the effort of making or seemingly trying to make everybody a little more human, I guess that's what it was for. But that scene shocked me.
He's trying to get that. It's trying to get that nut off. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I mean, it's there's nothing else like in the game. You know what I mean? It's really an anomaly. And so it was interesting. It was definitely interesting.
Yeah, it's one of definitely only two kind of sex scenes in the game, 30 hours or so. I'll take it.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, so we find ourselves, let me make sure I left this so that's right. The sex scene is the last thing. So we're now in Abby's second day, and Abby finds herself in a dream where she's back at the hospital on the night of her dad's murder. She runs down the hallway as they did last time. She emerges into the surgery room, though. She sees a Seraphite friends hanging in a forest, and then she wakes up next to Owen. Obviously, it's important to note that Owen is, I guess, technically cheating on Mel at this point. Upon waking up, Abby backtracks back towards the construction trailer where she left the Seraphites in. There, she finds the bodies of a few people that Lev had killed that were going after her. And in fact, Lev takes a shot at Abby when she's coming, protecting Yara, not realizing that it is Abby. Yara has gotten increasingly sick, and though Abby set her arm, it's all fucked up and she needs more help. So Abby ultimately ends up bringing the scars back to the aquarium to seek the help of Owen, who is now joined by Mel. So in between leaving, Mel had shown up. As Mel is a medic, she can help, but the arm needs to be amputated and she needs supplies. So you're going to head off. And this is where, as we mentioned earlier, we get to the sky bridges. So this is another really cool part of the game. The scars are afraid of the wolves and whoever else is on the ground floor. So, and no one really goes into the buildings anymore, especially the skyscrapers. They're all tilted and fucked up. So that the scars have created this wooden series of pathways using what's there, various pieces of building and fragments and whatever kind of leverage they can to build these really high up bridges between buildings so they can go up and down into different areas of the city without dealing with anyone. And going on foot to the hospital that is at the forward operating base would have taken a really long time, more than a day, probably. Lev claims to Abby that this would only take them a couple of hours, and he's right, because it does. So they end up using these series of sky bridges to get over all of these obstacles. And as you noted earlier, Abby is afraid of heights, so this gets more and more crazy. And one of the cool things I like about the escalation of them getting higher and higher is that she's really proud of herself that she does the first bridge, and then it just gets gnarly and gnarlier and gnarlier as she goes up and up, and she just has to keep going. And I like how Lev kind of keeps it from her, how like the true nature of it, knowing that she needs Abby to kind of keep herself together in order to help her sister or his sister. So let's see here. Oh, one of the cool things I noticed here is, I don't know if you noticed in one of the apartments, there's like this really sophisticated D&D setup on on one of the tables.
No, I didn't
There's
see
like
this.
a bunch of people's papers and dice and all this stuff, and like a screen and books. So that was kind of cool.
I love
a little bit of yeah, there was like a bunch of scenery, paper and pens and all of that. And then in the bedroom of that same apartment that you come across, there's a nerdy setup for like painting Warhammer type figures with like
that I saw.
With like
that I remember.
The magnifying glass or whatever. And you find a note actually in that apartment that there's like a relationship between the two families that live in this place. So that's kind of cool, a little bit of texture. There's also a part of the game where you have to, this is actually the part of the game as you're climbing up the towers, where there's a bunch of infected in a restaurant or something, and you have to break the glass to get in. So you have to alert them of your presence, which was pretty cool. So the game's starting to get a little bit tougher at this point too.
I love that.
And as you get further and further into Scar territory, you realize that they've turned their buildings into makeshift corridors and bridges. They use tons of wood, built bridges and ladders and so on. Very clever use of what's there to avoid the wolves. And when you run into the Scars at this point, because you're going to run into them since you're in their territory and you're like in there on their various bridges, they recognize Lev. They start calling him Lily, and this mystifies Abby. Lev is a trans boy about age 13, and he's considered an apostate because he is trans and his sister protected him. So what you learn is that they all freaked out. And as I noted, you eventually find out that he was basically to be married off as a woman to one of the elders in this cult of personality, whatever it is. So now you get a little bit of an idea into what's going on here. So now, did you identify this? I assume at this point that this person is trans.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. And I love it. You know, and it was confusing at first too, because I was like, oh, I thought it was a girl. And then it was a boy, and then you rethink. Then you're like, oh, okay. Then it spells it out. But those heights, as you're kind of ascending through the skyline there, like it's palpable. But until you get to I know I mentioned it, that leaning sort of skyscraper crane that's kind of half tilted and wrecked into the front of that skyscraper building. Oh, dude, the facade of that skyscraper. That was like, I really felt like I was up that high. It was fun. And I'm not even a big heights guy. Like I could care less about heights, but that was like, oh my God, your heart really went out to Abby in that moment. It's like, what are they doing up here? This is insane. This could fall any second. And probably will.
What did you think about the religious aspect of kind of like the social conservatism that I guess they're putting in the game?
Yeah. And the fact of, people lashing out back against that, despite the community, despite the protection that would come along with it. But, none of the stuff really, again, it didn't really feel heavy handed. It didn't necessarily, very few things felt too on the head. I know I had read very little, but I did read that Neil in writing this or co-writing this had, definitely had the Israel-Palestine thing in mind and all of that. And it does make sense, right? You could definitely see how that works. But yeah, I feel like it operates without knowing all that. You know what I mean? Like it's just at the center of it, it's just a very human drama. It's just a very human conflict, multi-sided, multifaceted, all of that thing, communities, individuals, whatever.
Yeah. I mean, not to beat the referencing of Palestine and Israel too much on the head, even more than we already have. But there is a moment I thought that really was symbolic as well. Abby asks Lev why they want to kind of go after this person and why the scriptures or whatever they have kind of indicates that this is what they should be doing. And Lev says, speaking about the prophet, she wouldn't want any of this. And this reminds me of just religion, generally speaking, where people interpret things differently and they're all reading the same stuff. The Seraphites are all reading the same source documents, but they're getting different things out of them. And he says, quote, "We weren't stoning or hanging people until after she died. They're taking her words and twisting them." And so, yeah, I think that they keep referencing these sorts of things about who interprets what. I don't know enough about Palestinian and what's going on, with the different sects of that or whatever. But I know in Israel, there's just a series of different people that believe different things. And this could be a reference to that about again, from the same sourcing. We get to a point at this point, we get to this decrepit hotel setup, which I thought was pretty cool. So Lev and Abby need to first of all, Abby needs to go into certain parts of it to get a mask for him so that he would be okay because it doesn't have a mask.
Oh, right. That's right.
And it's actually funny because she makes fun of him originally being like, you guys don't believe in masks or something. And he's like, I just didn't bring one. Like we wouldn't be able to live basically if we didn't have the access to these masks as well. But I really, really loved this section because it is true. You're starting on like the 20 something floor and then you're working your way down, sometimes through an elevator shaft, sometimes through a hole in a ceiling, going downstairs and all the rest. And it's just super vertical. Feels like those old Mario worlds where you'd be playing kind of standard left to right stuff. And then they would have these or Mega Man stages where they'd have these really vertical sections. I really, really liked this section a lot. It's
so fun.
It's super creepy. And in here, there's more storytelling. You learn that basically Fedra had some sort of like stand here and lost. And so you're dealing with a bunch of like ex-Fedra soldiers, mostly that are infected. But you get out of there and out near the hospital, the wolves are all over the place. So Abby leaves Lev behind and kind of uses to her advantage the fact that she's a known quantity. So she shows up and people are surprised that she's not at the FOB, but she has a lie kind of set up saying like Isaac has sent her on a mission. She needs supplies. And she ultimately ends up reconnecting with Nora. Now, again, just to remind everyone, the supplies are needed to do surgery, Mel to do surgery on Yara. So these are quite urgent because Yara has a compartment syndrome or something like that.
Yeah, it's compartment syndrome. Yeah.
I've never heard of before, but I'm not a medical person. So, yeah, she sneaks in and she's quickly handcuffed. So the soldiers, when she's walking in, end up, we don't see it, but radioing ahead that what is going on with Abby. And they realize like Abby is not doing what she's supposed to be doing. So they kind of arrest her and they lock her up to an elevator. But Nora, her old friend Nora, quickly finds her and kind of sneaks her out. And the problem here is that Nora would know where all the supplies are, but she says that most of the supplies have already been shipped out. So they really have no access to everything, except that in the hospital's kind of a part of the hospital kind of towards the basement, which they call ground zero, which no one has ever been in, that there are probably supplies there. And what you learn about this place when you go in, and it's a really, really cool spot because it's watery, it's unexplored, no power, occupied by powerful enemies, including a really tough boss fight, the only real boss fight in the game. And what you discover here is that this was the reason they call it ground zero is because when the outbreak began in late September of 2013, this is where everyone was sent. And when they realized what was going on, they just sealed it off. And you can find evidence of the various letters and stuff you find of like doctors basically just being trapped in there and not being able to be circulated out and all sorts of all the rest. And so everything goes to shit. And everything is so old down there. The infected have been infected down there for almost 30 years, I guess, at this point. So that they are morphing into insane things. And one of the insane things you find in this basement section is that crazy creature where things are splitting off of him, almost like that Castlevania character Legion, the huge ball.
Oh yeah.
And then the zombie bodies like fall.
That's right. Yeah. What do they call that boss? The Rat King or something underneath?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Something like that. And so, yeah, what did you think about this section? They're basically looking for these, and she ultimately ends up finding the supplies they need, but it requires all of this extra work.
Yeah.
Yeah. What are your thoughts?
It takes quite a while in that hospital. You're going through all these routes and you're misdirected. Oh man, it's so creepy down there. You know, those red emergency lights and, you know, everything's 3/4 flooded. And yeah, man, there's just something about, you could almost smell the old hospital smell despite like the decay and all that kind of thing. It's a really neat, very properly creepy set piece. And you know, all the trappings of like the horror stuff that's just scary imagery, the wheelchairs, the gurneys, right? Like all the medical equipment and the respirators and, you know, the things, the little IV trees and stuff. It's just that's just creepy imagery in this context. It just works. The abandoned ambulances and the hospital corridors with, I always call them the ET tents, like the ventilation tubes that they line. You know, they're supposed to be like the sterile breathing tube apparatus that they'll put in. That's supposed to be, you know, the containment. I guess they're like containment hallways that you build out of like nylon or whatever, mylar or whatever they're made out of. Super creepy. I loved it. And that boss fight was really, really fun. You know, just figuring out how to get the drop on it. Again, you know, explosives. always with my pipe bombs. You can't use Abby doesn't have Molotov, so she's got to do the pipe bombs. But it's so fun, and that, thank God, thank heavens for the flamethrower, man. You got to have the flamethrower.
Yeah, the flamethrower is vital, especially dealing with a heavier volume of enemies. I just love that. I love that scene. You just have to keep moving through cracks in the walls, over windows. You just have to constantly keep moving. Reloading while you're on the move and all the rest. Very, very kinetic. Very, very fun. But ultimately, they end up getting the supply. She finds them in the back of an ambulance, and so she's able to kind of make her escape. They steal a boat from the wolves and head back to the aquarium. And the next thing you see is Lev and Abby waiting for Mel and Owen to be done with the surgery, and they talk for a bit. Abby and Owen speak at this point, and she says, "What happened to us?" And he says, "Maybe we stopped looking for the light." So this is a reference to the fireflies. After surgery, everyone visits. Yara's okay. She's missing her arm, obviously, and is in a great deal of pain.
Poor kid.
Abby has yet another dream of going down to the hospital hallway, and this time she sees her dad in the room, which is interesting. Is this a sign that she's done the right thing? Is this cleared her conscience? Is she feeling better? Very, very interesting. But Owen, now that everything's fine with Yara, relatively speaking, is going to continue with his plan to go to Santa Barbara by boat, and Mel is going as well. Owen even invites the Seraphites with him so Yara and Lev can also go down with him. And at this point, as I noted earlier, Mel kind of turns on Abby, and she says to her, you're a piece of shit, Abby. You have always been. I'm done with you." And she says she won't go to Santa Barbara if Abby does. This obviously puts Abby in a position where she really shouldn't go. Mel is pregnant, and that would be a big problem. But meanwhile, Lev doesn't want to go to Santa Barbara because he's afraid of what will happen to their mom. So the mom has been left behind. The mom is the one that is upset at Yara and Lev, but the mom, very North Korean-like, would be blamed for a lot of this and could potentially be killed or whatever. So Yara informs Abby of this irony that the mom is harsh and she would be harder on him than anyone, but that there's, for some reason, he has like the Stockholm syndrome with the mom. And at this point, it's pretty interesting because Lev actually runs off in the aquarium and they go and look for him. They end up finding like a gift of a pet shark to give him and all the rest. But Yara, it's very unsettling because Yara whistles for him with like the scar whistle to try to get his attention. And en route, they even run into Alice, and Yara has a problem, obviously, with Alice because they don't like the dogs. The dogs are obviously always chasing them, but she opens up to them. They play fetch and all the rest.
I love that part.
And then there's a heart-to-heart between Yara and Abby about Lev and what's happened with him. And like I said, they get the toy from the aquarium for him. And basically, as I noted earlier, we discover why Lev kind of freaked out, that Lev had kind of come of age in their society, and he wanted to be a soldier, but was assigned as a woman to this elder, and that he was going to get married, and he just didn't want that for himself. And so yeah, that's basically where we leave that. Owen says to Abby, "We can choose to be happy. We're allowed to be happy," which is interesting. And as they speak alone, Lev actually steals the speedboat that they brought from the wolves and goes back to the island to go after their mother, forcing Abby and Yara to go off with them, leaving Owen and Mel behind to work on the boat. So the entire idea is that Owen and Mel will work on the boat, get it ready. Abby and Yara will go and get Lev, figure that out, and return them at least. And then Abby's situation from there will be kind of an unknown. Do you have anything you want to say about the situation in the aquarium with Yara and Lev?
It is interesting to see, given the ultimatum, if Abby will choose to go along despite Mel's protests, right?
Like we never really got to find out because they both ended a horrible end.
Yeah. Oh man.
Which we know already, but Abby doesn't know is going to happen, right? So we already saw it happen. Right.
That's true. Yeah, exactly. That is a good point. Yeah. No, it's interesting because you're really worried for Lev at this point. You know what I mean? You really kind of got to like this kid. Now you're without him again, because that's been your sidekick for a little while now. So yeah, man, it's nervous, and you feel so bad for Yara, man. Getting this kid getting her arm amputated, and she's still so full of piss and vinegar. You know what I mean? Like she's a brave kid. It's pretty neat.
Let's see here. All right, so we're on the third day now with Abby, so we're getting close to the end. And Abby has opted to head towards, I guess, this hatchery I was mentioning earlier, and towards a marina ultimately, where she'll be able to get a boat. The wolves leave a bunch of their boats there in this marina. I don't know if they guard it or not, but that's how they get around. And we'll find out later on the island, and I don't know if you found these letters, that the wolves were actually spying on the island, like going there and coming back to like check things out, which is pretty cool. So while she's there and she's with Yara, they run into Manny. Yara's kind of left behind so they can move forward to the marina, get the boat. Yara does have a gun and she can shoot, but she only has one arm. So she's obviously at a major disadvantage. Manny is trying to get to the boats for the island invasion. So they're both there, and Manny doesn't really seem to be very curious as a good friend, which is cool. Why Abby needs help or why she's there. It's obviously something's wrong, but he's there to kind of help her anyway. I like this section a lot because there's a sniper kind of shooting at you, and it's really well designed where the game is kind of forcing you into this counterclockwise motion all the way around to get to the terminal of the marina. And so you're dealing with the sniper from all these different angles, which I think is really neat. And the sniper at some point becomes aware that there are infected in the area. So he starts shooting around you to draw them out to make noise. So you have to deal with the sniper, and then you have to so there's a part specifically where you're in a parking garage and he can shoot at you from an angle, but you have to stay behind a van so he can't shoot at you, and then let the infected kind of come towards you and shoot them as they come, or beat them down. So I thought this was a really clever combat section that was really not at all about enemy movement or anything placement, but rather just about kind of the design of arcing you around in this circle. And ultimately you end up confronting the sniper, but it takes you a long time and it's pretty tough. I mean, you take a good amount of damage. You can only get shot twice before dying from the sniper rifle on the hard mode. So especially that part on the highway with the cars, you really have to be very deliberate. You have to look out for the glint of the scope.
I love that.
And then when it goes down, just like run real quick, and then he'll usually shoot, but it'll usually be too late. But this ultimately gets you to the island, but not before Manny is shot in the head and killed. So very much like Jesse, very unceremoniously, Manny looks around a corner, gets his head blown off. And but this ultimately gets us finally to the Seraphite Island. Any thoughts here before we leave the marina?
Yeah, Manny's unceremonious death was heart-wrenching. You know what I mean? Just like, just left behind, no fanfare. And then, you know what the other thing is that this game did really well? There's no payoff once you get to the sniper. You don't get to like torture him, or, the sniper basically gets into brief cinematic fisticuffs with Abby and falls into the drink. And, the rail breaks and like just falls into the water, maybe drowns, maybe lives. Who the fuck knows? You know what I mean? Like we didn't get this massive payoff of like beheading the sniper who's been causing all this. That's a long, very deliberate stretch of trying to avoid him. And then he's, as Colin said, like, calling in, realizing that he could disrupt and alert the infected. So that's a whole nother level. So when you finally get to him, there's really not only do you lose Manny in this unceremonious way, but there's no payoff, which is very deliberate, I think. It's not satisfying at all. I was very frustrated with that, but you realize the game's doing that on purpose.
Yeah. I mean, it's real in some sense. No sentimentality, no dying gasps, no last words.
Nope. Then no revenge.
Yep.
Maybe the guy lives to, snipe another day. Who the hell knows? He just fell into the water. We didn't even get to see him, or at least if he fell into got pulled apart by infected or something, it would be a payoff. But I think the game gave that a wide berth on purpose. Just like, nope, this is, oh well,
So ultimately, we find our way to the island. Finally, Yara and Abby have to make their way across towards Scar settlements. The island is big, and as I said earlier, you'll find the corpse of a scout that comes from the wolves. And he's there to spy on the Scar's numbers and strength and all the rest, but he doesn't get away with his notes. He says that they have a higher population, they're better armed and more organized than the WLF thought, and they should be pretty careful. And he notes that when he went back to escape the island, his boat was scuttled, and he had to figure something else out. Obviously, he never got those notes back. This is really important because they are likely flying blind without proper intel, which is why things go so badly in Haven in a little while. The island itself is just like Seattle, which is why we haven't been talking too much about the details, because it is very much the same environments, although it's pine trees, rain, dirt, mud, cloudy, but it's really beautiful. One thing I had to ask here, and I wrote in my notes, was why doesn't Abby ever try to fit in better with the scars? I'm not saying she has to cut her face open, or that's not gonna be possible, but like, why not like don? How would anyone know until they got close to you, at least, that you weren't one of them? If you wore like a brown, just take the clothes off of one of the people you killed.
Yeah, just wear
that
the
frustrated
clothes.
Me a little bit, to be honest.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Just to wear the costume, the getup, the outfit. It's a good point. So
we see a little bit of the scars world, and this is kind of one of the things I lamented, is we just didn't get to see very much of this, but it was cool. So as Abby and Yara stumble through the woods, they come across a logging and hunting camp showing some of the scars industry, which is really neat. They have organized food distribution and even a working water wheel, which is cool. If you find some letters, you realize there's letters about like who's getting what parts of the meat of this deer they killed or something like that. And you can tell that there is some benefit to the elite, like they get the better cuts and all of that. But generally speaking, everyone seems to be communistically taken care of in some sense. They have enormous food stores, impressive woodworking and workshop operations. And you get a glimpse at this beautiful shot of the wider settlement of Haven when you come across a ridge across the water and like a little bit of a bay. Really, really beautiful stuff. You also come across another shrine, not unlike what you find at Martyr's Gate, with more written prayers and so on. And then you come across Scar farmland. So they're growing their own, it looks like, corn in this place as well. And you find out with some other letters that they use controlled burning to get all this stuff. So it's very naturalistic, almost native in some sense. And it's cool to slink through the farmhouses and row of corns and other crops. And you're fighting and you're skulking around. You can really do this whole part quietly, and it is very satisfying to do it quietly because there's no way for you to avoid the drama later on. And so even from your own internal story, to have a quiet approach, I think is kind of neat. And I dig that a lot. But finally, after much fighting, Abby and Yara arrive back at their house to find a grisly scene. Lev came back, so he arrived back at the island and he tried to talk to the mom, and the mom freaked out and attacked him, and he shoved her off, and as a result the mother fell backwards and hit her head and died. But at least these two, Yara and Lev, are now liberated from this crazy old woman, and the three resolve to head to the Scar capital city of Haven, where there are boats that they can utilize. They have plenty of boats over there, and this requires them to cut through Old Town, which is a section of what used to be here, the city or buildings that used to be in this area. And they encounter both wolf soldiers and Scar bodies. And as they emerge from the ruins, a wolf soldier assails Yara and shoots her in the gut. And she ends up dying. And so now Abby and Lev are surrounded by WLF soldiers. And even Isaac himself shows up wanting to kill Lev. Abby refuses to move. So this is like a whole cutscene. And Isaac is about to kill her too. But Yara isn't quite dead yet. She shoots Isaac, and then she's instantly shot on the ground, and now she really is dead, and they escape, but not for long. There's Scars fighting, and now you're fighting the wolves as well, and you can let them fight each other as you get through this flooded brewery full of enemies, multiple floors, pretty tough section. What did you think about the approach here toward, and obviously Yara's death, another unceremonious death?
My God, really? I mean, and a kid. I mean, you just really, your heart just goes out to Lev in this moment. Lev lost Yara, his mom, his home, and his village all in like a single day. This poor kid, right? It's like, holy shit. Now, yeah, he's got to be Abby's adopted son now. Like, there's no other way, and all that. It's like, oh my God, this poor kid. Yeah, the death of Yara being another death, add to the list of casualties. That was a heartbreaking one because, again, it's like this quick, unceremonious death. And then no frames, you're off to the next thing. Her body's left there. I mean, it's just like, wow, but again, that's the whole nature of this conflict, this unapologetic, sort of, like, as you said, unsympathetic. It's very real and it's very brutal. But yeah, I was surprised. I thought they would there wasn't too many deaths that surprised me, because once you get into that Game of Thrones mindset, you're sort of braced for anything. But I was surprised that they killed Yara. I was shocked. But, they pull no punches. That's just how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, in some sense, it's necessary to show that even like there's collateral damage. Lev now has collateral damage. In some way, it's his own fault. I mean, what's going on with him has nothing to do with the wolves or the fireflies or
That is true.
Jackson, but still there's like collateral damage to all this death and destruction. It's just death everywhere. Everyone's dying. And it seems so pointless. And I think that goes into the motif of the game.
Sure.
So as they make their escape out of Old City, they come to an abandoned radio station and then come outside. And this is when they see Haven, the kind of capital city of the Scars, burning in the distance. And it's beautiful. And it's just so sad that we never got to really see it. There's so many people there and so many buildings, so much to learn about. If we were able to see it, it's too bad. And as I said earlier, you'll be in the midst of a kind of a Scar. At this point, the wolves have attacked the island. So they were always planning to attack the island. Now they have landed on the island. The weather was supposed to cover for them, and they're in this firefight. But as I noted earlier, because their scouts couldn't get off the island, they didn't really have the information necessary to know that this is much more serious than they had anticipated. And you can see that. But nonetheless, because they have all of these wooden buildings and all of the rest, obviously everything's lit on fire. And it's an incredibly hectic scene. You ultimately converge on like a fast food restaurant. You can help either side if you want, or just kind of let it play out and deal with the stragglers when you're done. And eventually you find a dead Scar with his foot still attached to his horse's, whatever it is, his bridle or whatever
the reins or whatever.
It reins. And the team take the horse and they're riding towards Haven, and the scene is chaotic. This is another one of those like infinite ammo, just ride, enjoy the scenery. Nothing's really going to happen. But eventually Abby and Lev are knocked from their horse and they have to proceed to the docks on foot. And it gets exceedingly crazy, taking fire and attacks from both sides. Symbolic in some sense that they both want you dead. And you'll eventually get attacked by a Scar Heavy who you completely fuck up with a sickle before killing. However, he takes a ton of damage in the meantime. You cut his face open with one of the slices. And you kill him with half an arrow. You split the arrow in half and stab him.
Oh, dude.
The guy's super crazy. And he pushes you off of the docks, but you're able to escape onto a little wooden rowboat. And Haven is burning in the distance. Important note here is that, and you might recall this, is when Abby was under some rubble earlier on, she lost all of her backpack and all of her supplies, but they're able to get back successfully to the aquarium, and they find a pretty terrible scene here. So before I go any further, what did you think about that fiery scene in Haven and those last fights with the Heavy and all the rest as you're kind of getting out of town? Such a shame that we just ran through it, didn't get really a chance to absorb it.
Yeah, that is a great point. I lament that too. I mean, but it's a really beautiful, gorgeously done set piece, horseback escape through this burning village. I mean, they had to know. The only thing with the Scars is, didn't they know that place was going to go up like a match? You know what I mean? Everything was wood and straw. All they had to do is, I mean, the wolves could have thrown a Bic lighter in there or took a Zippo to it ages ago. Surprised they didn't do it sooner. But yeah, it was really beautiful to look at the fire effects. Again, just shouting out to the graphics. Everything was so beautifully done. And it's fun. It was fun to play that sort of one-off horseback, shoot 'em up, the unlimited ammo. Feels very arcadey, very video game-like. Again, a little bit of levity and a very heavy. You can't get the comedic levity because it just wouldn't make sense in the story. But to have a little gameplay levity, little arcade bits in there, that's another kind of levity that kind of works. Gives you a little shower from the constant barrage of feels and emotions. And then that boss fight, yeah, that was a lot. Again, very arcadey. This kind of Terminator dude that just kept coming. It's like, when is this guy going to die already? Again, I like that sort of video gaminess in a game that takes itself very seriously. You can still have that kind of stuff in there. It's fun.
So back at the aquarium, we find a scene that we are familiar with from the other angle. And it's pretty terrible. When they walk in, they find Alice dead, the dog. And then when they go further into the aquarium, they find both Owen and Mel dead as well.
Right.
Obviously at the hands of Ellie. Abby probably doesn't necessarily know this at the time, but it's quickly revealed who it is because Lev finds a map of Seattle dropped on the ground. And it's clear that Ellie has been hunting her and the team because some of the pictures are in there too. So she's quite angry, and reasonably so. This, I think, gives away their location at the theater. And so they go to the theater right after this. Ellie, Jesse, and Tommy were all using it as a hideout, as we know. And so the map isn't the only thing that she found. As I said, the Polaroid pictures she found as well. And this is cool because Abby has no flashlight or anything here at this point because, again, she has no pack. So I just wanted to bring that up because I thought that was a really nice touch. It's something that you can imagine a designer easily forgetting, but they didn't. And so now you get to see this horrible scene from Abby's perspective, and Abby and Ellie are face to face. So as we know, Tommy, we don't know if Tommy's alive or dead yet. This is the second time in the game where it seems like Tommy is dead, but he actually isn't. But we know Jesse for sure got his head blown off. And we have this kind of cat and mouse fight now between Abby and Ellie. And Dina shows up at some point and kind of attacks. We forget that Dina's in there at some point, and she's quickly rebuffed and almost killed. But Lev stops her from killing either of them. What did you think about this fight between again? It's interesting. Like, again, Abby lets Ellie go.
Yes. But this is the second time.
Right.
How crazy is that?
And it's obviously repaid at the end because Ellie lets Abby go. Ellie could have killed Abby at the end, but she ultimately doesn't either. But what did you think about that little slinking around fight in the backstage or the theater section and Lev and Dina getting involved? Anything you want to share?
I mean, making Ellie the bad guy was still now you're in for Abby at that point, right? I mean, you're pretty much in for that. But making Ellie the bad guy and making Ellie the sort of the mini boss there was so weird. When have you ever witnessed something like that? Where all of a sudden the dynamic has shifted, where you started as this character, not only were you sympathetic to her plight, but you were fully on board for, going on this adventure as this character. Now she's the bad guy. She's the boss, which is really interesting. Kind of a stealthy, not a straight up boss battle in a traditional sense, but really interesting. I still, up to this point, didn't know how I felt about doing that to Ellie. I honestly didn't. I was just like, I don't know about this. Now you're doing it because you want to get to the next. It's a milestone. You got to get to the next. You got to go through it in order to kind of keep going in the game. But I'm not sure I was so hip to it at this point. I understand. Even in understanding what the game's doing, very bold approach to, seeing things clearly from Abby's perspective. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, Ellie is this unstoppable monster, this Wolverine that's just going to keep coming unless you kill her, impossible to put down. And you're a little afraid of Ellie in that moment too. You know what I mean? Like, she kind of, you could see it from Abby's perspective. And I kind of like that. Like, your feet are held to the fire. You have to see it from Abby's perspective with Ellie as the boss. It was really neat. And again, something I've never seen in the game before.
Well, we're getting towards the resolution now. Ellie is alive, so we fast forward an indeterminate amount of time. You can kind of use your imagination that it's probably been 6 months to a year, maybe something like that. I don't know. Maybe a little more than that. Ellie is at a mysterious farmhouse you've never seen. She's on the edge of a bed examining Joel's watch. You can hear a baby coo, and obviously this is Dina's baby with Jesse. JJ is the baby's name. Seemingly toddler age. I don't really know how to determine this, but
it's still an infant.
So maybe one. I don't know, one.
Yeah, I would say
he's got a full head of hair. I'll tell you that. And you do a cool few things here. You can walk into the bathroom. You're holding the baby. And you can play with the baby in the mirror if you want, and you can hear Dina humming Aha's "Take on Me" in the distance, which is pretty cool.
That's so cool.
Ultimately, they go downstairs and they use a wind-up record player that they use to listen to tunes at Dina's request, which is really cool. This is what you were talking about earlier, because they obviously have no access to electricity on this farmstead. And they dance happily in the kitchen. They're flirting, holding the baby, generally having a good time. They're in a good mood. Dina ultimately sends Ellie out to get Ollie outside, which is a stuffed elephant on the tractor in the farmland. It seems like they're growing wheat. And it's cool. You can actually, the scenery is so beautiful here. The sun is setting. It's like dusk. There's a lot of orange and red in the sky. And you can sit in the tractor and kind of just look. Birds flying over. There's so many nice touches. The wheat flowing in the air.
It's gorgeous.
Really, really good shit. Mountains in the distance, river. Yeah, it's absolutely incredible. And in the backyard, Dina is hanging laundry while Ellie walks around with the baby, checking things out. And in addition to growing wheat, they're growing squash, potatoes, tomatoes, cabbage. They're also raising livestock, chickens. They have a horse. They have some sheep and so on. You can actually play with a baby lamb by petting it through the fence if you want. Dina ultimately asks Ellie to round up the sheep into the barn, and she does that. But she has a panic attack ultimately about Joel, and you realize that she's kind of continuously haunted by what happened to Joel and can't let it go, which is an important thing and literally part of this endless cycle. And so, yeah, before we get any further, what do you think of the farm kind of chapter, at least the beginning of it?
Oh, it's so cool, man. I mean, this is where I thought the game was over, first of all. I mean, I thought this was the ending of the game. Now, it went on, and you got a lot of texture and a lot of story, but I didn't know that we were going to go back to spoilers. We're going to go back to combat for a little while as both characters. I had no idea. I thought this was the ending. And you know what it reminded me of, dude? Like the whole scenario, the whole atmosphere, it reminded me of the Ninja Turtles movie, the first one. If you know the comic book, it's based on that, where the turtles will hold up at the farmhouse, sort of licking their wounds after they lose to the Foot, and they almost lose. In the movie, they almost lose Leo. They almost lose Raph. In the movie, in the comic book, it's Leo who they almost lose. But it reminded me it was very similar to that in terms of setting, which I kind of dug. And it was it kind of would have been a nice catharsis. Like, okay, Dina and Ellie found a way to have a quiet life. They got the baby. So you got, Jesse's my boy. So like one of my favorite characters. I like that you have his legacy continued. I realized I was very proud of myself. I realized Jesse Joel, right? So that's probably why they named him that.
Right.
Which is really neat. And, I just kind of loved all the things of like seeing, okay, they settled down. The only thing I was unsure about, maybe I didn't read enough of the extra little bits and clues, but is it intimated that farmhouse is somewhere within spitting distance of Jackson, or are they in Idaho? That I didn't know, because I saw there were potatoes on the counter. I don't
know if that's they have. I think they had potatoes even in Jackson.
So that didn't mean anything.
Yeah, I don't know. They indicate that, again, Jesse's parents come and visit. It would be like a really long voyage for normal people to probably go all the way there. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah,
but probably not. But it was nice to get all those little clues. But, again, like you saw, again, one of those real heartfelt moments earlier in the game where Ellie's feeling the PTSD over torturing Nora, like that lingering PTSD and the fact of like she's still, now it's not really harboring grudges. It's just she's haunted by this thing. And then, of course, visited by Tommy, and that spurns up the whole thing. That sort of kicks the whole thing back into gear. And I'm like, oh no, where are we going here? So up to that moment that Tommy comes, it seems pleasant, but apparently even after the bad dream and having her PTSD moment, her episode in the barn with the sheep, it seems like things are going to keep going for a little while.
So later on, we catch up with Ellie again, and she's alongside a creek. She has a dead rabbit that she's hunted for food. Mm-hmm. She goes back to the house with it. When she arrives back, she finds Tommy there, and he's still alive. So it wasn't clear that Tommy was alive still.
That was a surprise.
Yeah, he's taken some beatings, but he's all fucked up. He's got a limp. I think he's fucked up one of his eyes. He really is not capable of doing what he used to do anymore. And that's a major reason why I came and visited Ellie. Again, getting into the theme of cyclical nature of violence and the overwhelming need for revenge, no matter the cost. Tommy tells Ellie that a new guy that came to Jackson to trade told him about a woman built like an ox. This is what I was saying earlier, quote unquote, built like an ox. And an Asian kid with scars. This must be Abby and Lev. She's living out of a boat on the coast of California. And Tommy says it has to be her, but he can't go. And he gets mad when Ellie kind of rebuffs him. And Dina goes and yells at him and scolds him, but he ends up leaving the map behind that has the location of where they think Abby and Lev are. So later that night, Ellie, Dina, and the kid are in bed, and Ellie gets up to walk around, and you can go into her office and you can read some of her journal for more texture if you want. She writes again about Jesse's parents coming in to meet JJ. And when they do, they pressure them to kind of move back to Jackson and think they should be back in Jackson, but they don't want to move back. She also writes some song lyrics and talks about her recurring panic attacks. And interestingly, she draws Abby and Joel from memory as well, which is kind of startling. And then a brief flashback. So this is what I was talking about earlier back at Jackson, the dance with the beautiful lights on the ceiling or whatever. A very famous scene just because it was one of the first things we ever saw from the game. Dina is dancing with a random guy, being kind of flirty, and Ellie's hanging out with Jesse and watching everything. Dina coldly greets Jesse and asks Ellie to dance, and they do. It's kind of gross. She asks her what she smells like, and she says like hot garbage or something like that. It's like, oh, good. But they end up kissing. And then we see the bigoted man from earlier that we talked about at the very beginning calling them dykes. So this is where the sandwiches and the apologies come from. Right. What I was saying earlier about why I kind of understand now in hindsight why she was kind of more, when someone apologizes to me, even if I don't like them or I'm not crazy about it, I have a hard time not accepting the apology graciously. You can kind of understand a little bit more like why Ellie wasn't interested in doing that.
Yeah.
But we find out here that Joel kind of gets involved and Ellie scolds him and gets mad and the scene ends. And so you see where this is kind of going about where they kind of leave things maybe ultimately. And back at the farmhouse, when the flashback is over, you find Ellie packing in the kitchen quietly, getting her supplies together when Dina comes down to find her, and they're in the kitchen. Dina basically begs her to stay, but Ellie says she just can't do it. She can't let it go. And this is going to ruin their family dynamic and their relationship, but she just can't let go of needing revenge. And now that she knows where Abby is, she needs to go after her, and so she's going to do that. What do you think?
Dude, it's important reminder that the dance moment where Joel tries to intervene on Ellie and Dina's behalf is post Ellie knowing the truth and agreeing to go back to Jackson, but also agreeing to never talk to Joel again. So it's that real heartbreaking era in their relationship where Ellie already agreed to go back, but she wants no part of Joel, which is really heartbreaking. That's got to be like the worst period of time for Joel, right? And especially in knowing the tragedy that's going to ensue. That's just heart wrenching, dude. And you know that they have this, Dina and Ellie have this life now, and they're settled down, and you really kind of at that point, you've come so far as a player rooting against Ellie going. You're just like, dude, stay with her. Mm-hmm. Don't do this, And also in knowing, like, inadvertently or maybe intentionally, Abby left Tommy alive again too. You know what I mean? Which is kind of insane. Like, I think Abby was, we talked about it, but Abby was merciful twice. You know what I mean? I feel like, especially after that second time, it's a bridge too far for Ellie to go after. I was shocked. I was like, no, I don't even know how I could root for this. I was on your side, Ellie. Don't do this. I don't know if I could be with you now. Knowing everything that transpired, I think you got to call it even.
Yeah, you all lost everything. In fact, you lost less probably than Abby did. You should count your blessings.
But I don't know if she thinks that's the answer. Like, that's the end. That's going to be the end to her PTSD and her feelings. And I think really more, and not to read too far into things, but from my perspective, I think it's really more of Ellie dealing with her own guilt on how it ended up being left with Joel, that she feels like it needs to be done, but nothing she could. It's really, if she was looking at from a more pragmatic, if she could just have that vantage point for a moment, she would see that it should be over already. You know what I mean? There's nothing you could do. It's whatever lingering effects of your and Joel's relationship are your fault now. It's not Abby's fault.
Right. Yeah. I agree.
Your own fault.
Yeah. It's well said.
Of why things transpired ultimately the way they did. And it's heartbreaking, man, because she's a good kid. But it's just these things happened. So the only thing as a player where it's ironic is you're just happy it's not over. So at the same moment where it's wrong, you're like, oh, okay, all right, this is kind of neat. So you're actually in the same breath, you're kind of happy. And it's really weird. It's a really weird relationship that and it's a really strange effect that this game is having on you as a player. But there's a quite a bit more game in this where I thought it was going to be over. And also, can I also say,
please,
Tommy, kind of the bad guy, kind of became the bad guy, right? Should he be asking Ellie to do this? What does he have invested in it? except her possible, almost certain death.
Yeah, it kind of connects back to what we were saying earlier about Joel, or about Ellie telling Tommy that if this happened to him, Joel would have already been halfway to Seattle. So there's expectations, I think, going, in my opinion, going both ways in some sense.
That's a good point.
You know?
Yeah, very good point.
But I mean, who knows? Who knows? That's my interpretation of it anyway. But yeah, it is really sad. She just can't let go. She can't let go.
She can't. No.
And she won't let go. So this brings us towards the end of the game, Santa Barbara. It's not just a place we've heard about. Now we're going to go there. And what I like about this section as we close out is the geographic diversity of it is cool. Lots of different flora, sandy, grassy, sunny, light, blue and green. It's a lot different than what we've seen so far in the game, especially with Seattle. And I thought that the contrast was really nice. I also think, and this would have been bold and maybe people would have been really upset about this, but this whole section could have been an expansion. And we were saying earlier, it could have even been the beginning of the next game, but you could have like doubled the size of this ending and made a cool like 5-hour expansion or something like that. That I think would have been cool. Cause I think the game ending where like kind of back at the farmhouse, even with Ellie threatening to go out, would have been interesting. Like packing her backpack and just leaving it on this cliffhanger. I know they didn't really want to end it like that, but
I could totally see it. I think that's a really good solution.
Yeah. I mean, it would have been nice. It's just, I'm not trying to rewrite the game by any stretch of the imagination. I just think that the game is long enough at this point. And so it would be cool to kind of wrap it up. But nonetheless, we encounter Abby and Lev in Santa Barbara, and they've been living together, kind of trading, living off of the boat, not really running into too many people. I find this a little strange because the Rattlers are not that far away from them, so I have no idea how they've avoided them this entire time.
Yeah.
And they're slavers, so they're incredibly aggressive. But as they're investigating kind of a very typical middle-class Southern California neighborhood, and they see this new logo. It's like a skull and a snake. These are the Rattlers, a kind of biker-style slaver gang that we're going to meet in a little while. And what basically happened is that Abby traded with people about information for the Fireflies, saying that they would be able to find some information in this town, in this part of the town. What I find a little bit weird about this is just that Lev says that they were just here not so long ago and didn't find anything. So how do they not run into the Rattlers or these icons that they were painting everywhere? It's a little weird.
That is.
But you find notes indicating who the Rattlers are. So in a bathroom in one of the houses, you find a note saying that these guys are basically literally taking slaves. And otherwise, in this overgrown Southern California neighborhood, there are a lot of really cool touches. One of the things I really love, and I pointed out to Micah because I'm really fascinated by this because I just didn't know this about palm trees until I moved to California, is that palm trees are naturally not these beautiful tall trees with just leaves on the top of them. They die as they grow, their leaves die, and they just stay there, and they create like a sort of sarcophagus around the tree. And if you don't cut them away, they just wrap around the bark of the tree and they look like shit. And that's why you see them in California all over the place, but not really. A lot of people keep their trees up. And so all of the trees here are like that. And I thought that was a really nice touch, because if you didn't, that's like a really important touch, because it wouldn't make any sense for them to be any other way. No one's going to be maintaining these fucking palm trees anymore. So I thought that was really cool. But the final house that you search in Santa Barbara seems to be another dead end. And I really like this part because you're walking around the building, and if you don't know where to look, you wouldn't notice it. Lev points it out to you automatically. No sign of the Fireflies, but he points out that on the ground next to a shelf seems to be like it's fucking Anne Frank style secret annex or whatever, where the shelves move back and forth. And it leads to a hidden basement. And in this basement is a kind of little bunk set up and some showers, some cooking. People were living down here. And importantly, they have solar power and the electricity still works. So they're able to turn on everything and figure out that there's a radio to use there, and the radio is actually working, and she's messing around with the different frequencies, and she's messing around with it until she finds that there are this note nearby with all these different frequencies to test, and she's doing it, and she seems like she's not getting any answers, but they eventually do find someone, and they tell her kind of where to go and how to meet them, that they're basically on Catalina Island in Southern California, and that they've regrouped. There's about 200 of them now. And they ask Abby ID for proof. She says who she is, that her dad, I think her name's Abby Anderson, their dad, Anderson, whatever, right. Jerry Anderson was the doctor. They know who that is. They can't believe it. So this is a very serendipitous lining up of things for them. However, I found it a little weird that she was so open to being like, I'm Abby in Santa Barbara. And then she like says the address and shit like that. And I'm like, I guess that's what the Fireflies needed to know. These are really them, I guess. And so the information was true, but about what she was getting. But at the same time, she was a little too comfortable, like saying who she was, where she was. It was a little weird. But the excitement and elation is short-lived because when they get outside, they're brutally jumped by who end up being the Rattlers, the Slavers. Lev shoots one, but it's not a fatal shot. And he gets fucking knocked out, his head hit against the garage door going down. It's like, Jesus Christ. And then Abby gets overwhelmed and tied up. And so they're dragged off. We don't really know what ends up happening. Then we'll find out in a little while. But this is a tough scene because the best has been gotten from them now. And now they're in a lot of trouble. And like, what's going to end up happening here? Who knows? So what did you think about this whole scene in Santa Barbara? We'll get to Ellie, but that's Abby and Lev's part of it.
Yeah, again, like we talked about earlier, like in one breath thinking like the game's jumping the shark a little bit, but at the same time, kind of happy that you get to keep going. And, I love these two together. I love Abby and Lev. I think this is a delightful little team up. And, let me shout out Lev with the long hair, with the boy cut. I think it's really cool. Like Lev looks like looks like a little boy now. Cut, fast forward. I think it's really neat.
Just a little boy.
Just a little boy. He's got the hair. He's got the modern, sort of do. It's not the crew cut anymore. I just like these two together, like the kind of mother-son. Because I think the one thing that the game sort of went from 0 to 60 a little too quickly was Abby's betrayal of the wolves and adopting Yara and Lev, when Yara was still alive, as her like surrogate children. Like, all of a sudden, like, we're family. Like, I thought that happened. They now, granted, they went through some times together, right? They went through some trying things and everything. But I just felt like her love for them was a little too sudden. You know what I mean? To betray everything known, where you come from, the fact that you're this lieutenant of this organ. I just feel like it was a little too fast in the game, and maybe a little too shoehorned. And knowing like we don't have that much time left. But the payoff was you get Lev and Abby together, which is really cool. And I also, there was something about being in the suburbs. Like we got to see like the wilderness fort in Jackson. We got to see the nature reclamation of a big city like Seattle. Now we're getting to see a suburb, which I thought was really kind of neat in this game. Seeing like not only a suburb, but a SoCal, mid-Cal suburb with the palm trees and the beaches, and it's nice. And I kind of dug that, for another set piece, for the variety, just for the aesthetic variety. Kind of neat.
I agree. I loved it. There's something they capture really well, the feel of Southern California sunlight too. Everything about it is really right. I know it very well. There's a very specific patina to everything. And the way things feel specifically down there, not only in Santa Barbara, but just in Southern California generally.
Yeah, I think that's a great point.
Yeah, it's really well done.
They nailed it.
Okay, so we are now back to Ellie, who is also in Santa Barbara. Ellie. You gain control of Ellie, and it's been, as soon as we find out, a couple of months since Abby's capture. So Abby's been captured by the Rattlers. We don't really know the status of her and Lev. Boldly, she's on Abby and Lev's boat when we find her. So she's like literally in their home base, poking through their things and trying to find a lead. And she cross-references a list of locations with a map and heads towards Constant Street. Constant Street is where the Firefly base was, or the little hideout. And you can find an Abby journal entry nearby. In fact, she writes to Owen. It's kind of sad. She writes to Owen. Owen's obviously dead, but she writes to Owen just like her thoughts in a sort of journalistic way. And she notes here, as I said earlier, that they don't really run into anyone. There seems to be no settlements here. And they only run into like trade caravans and people moving through. And the rumor is that Santa Barbara is actually haunted, which is fascinating in the world of The Last of Us. But Ellie makes her way off the incredibly beautiful beach and into the dunes, up, flowers and sand everywhere. And the outdoorsy vibe of the section is really nice. Awesome use of light and shadows with the trees and everything. Really, really beautiful, especially on PS5. And it stands in such sharp contrast to Seattle and is a welcome reprieve from the constant dreariness of that place, as you noted. And again, I love what you said too about the difference of being in like a true suburbia as opposed to urban or rural. I think that's a really good point. You'll ultimately work your way through an upper class gated community into a really nice house in particular. There are 2 shamblers there to deal with at once, which we noted earlier, pretty tough. And more references to the Rattlers, but there's no Abby. More notes in Ellie's diary, though, will indicate things that have happened to her since she started going. So she got jumped by some hunters and killed them. She talked about how Las Vegas is totally fucked. It'd be an interesting place to visit in a future Last of Us game.
Definitely.
And and Ellie just misses her family. I think she's writing a lot about how she misses JJ, she misses Dina, but she's made her choice. And as we find out, that might be a final choice. And so Ellie ultimately gets caught in a snare. It's unclear if these snares are designed to capture infected or humans or both, but this is a Rattler snare. And as they are slavers, it seems like they have Ellie here as well. And she wakes up as the 2 Rattlers are approaching her and they begin to take her down from the trap, but she says Abby as they're coming. So they immediately know who she's looking for. And the larger muscular man from before, the guy with the mustache, looks like a biker, and he has one of his henchmen, and they're eager to bring her in. But Ellie talks shit to one of them and gets him hyped up or whatever. And one of the infected is hanging from a tree still, and they haven't let him down. So she kind of pushes him into the infected, and the infected bites her, or bites the guy. It also bites her, though. She ends up fucking up the dude with the beard or the mustache, and he's all fucked up on the ground. And he notices that she's bitten, but doesn't realize that she doesn't really care. And she gives him the information that she wants, which is the location of this slaver Rattler camp. And she ends up just killing him after that anyway, which is good. So what do you make of this whole early section?
Yeah, we still got the same old Ellie, right? When she wastes that dude, that Mario Batali dude. Yeah, I was like, I didn't know where I was going to go with that. I was like, is she going to show a little more mercy? But no. And also important to note, when she was swinging around there up on that rope, she kind of punctured her side.
Right. Yeah, right? So she's all fucked up.
On that little branch sticking out of the tree. Oh, I felt that.
Yeah, that's brutal.
Oh, God. So she's pretty badly injured as well. But yeah, she's hot on the heels. She's hot on the trail of Abby. It seems like she's getting close. But I was worried that, and they didn't take it this far, but I was worried that was like a potentially mortal wound, you know. But she's in bad shape. It's definitely enough to slow her down.
Yeah, definitely.
Her entire tank top is saturated in blood.
Right. And we don't see it, like you said, but she stitches herself up and
she does. Yeah.
Keeps going, but she's obviously struggling a great deal.
Oof.
As she's moving through, and reasonably so.
That hurts.
So ultimately, she gets Abby's whereabouts from this guy. She blasts Mario Batali, and she finds her way to the Rattler compound. And this is kind of the disappointment, I think, with the end of the game, is that this is a cool idea. It just feels so rushed. I want to know more about these people. They don't seem, and again, this is a different strata of people. Like these people seem in some sense more evil because they are doing all of this fucked up shit. They're, enslaving people for no reason and torturing them with infected and all of the rest. But they don't seem nearly as numerous or well organized. They're in some sort of resort area and protecting it, but they don't seem to be Jackson or even WLF, and seem to be more evil and sinister than both of them, but not nearly as powerful. So Ellie actually makes her way into the Rattler compound pretty easily, but I wish that they just spent a little more time here, because there's some cool stuff. Like you're on some sort of main street in Santa Barbara and you just don't really get a chance to absorb it. That's my problem. If you're going to do this, then do it right. Don't rush it and say like, well, the game's too long. It's like, then cut other shit out or cut this out and continue it later. But ultimately what you end up finding is that and this is the weird part, is that the Rattlers have these slaves to ostensibly pick crops for them and shit like that. Like, I don't even know, like, why can't you do this yourself? And they call non-members strays, which I think is a pretty interesting vernacular.
That's
so you
cool.
hear a lot of this kind of scars and strays and other verbiage depending on the group that you're using. Ultimately you fight your way through. I got to ask you, did you free the infected prisoners and let them loose?
Yeah,
that was like
time.
I loved, especially when it's tough because they're clickers, but there's two of them in like an empty pool, and you can let them go and they just fuck everyone up. If you just like back up and just let them go, there's a lot of enemies you have to deal with, but they clear a shit ton of them because there's like you're in like a multi-story building at that point.
Yes.
And yeah, they just run right in there and go to town. So yeah, you did that too, I guess.
Absolutely. There were a lot, and not at first, because there are a lot of enemies in that environment. A lot. Like twice as many as you ever encountered.
Definitely.
And then I was like, why am I just not letting these dudes go? I'm just thinking they're there. So maybe in trying to elude everybody, you accidentally stumble into them, which is pretty insidious. And I got it. But I was like, I'm just going to let them go. And yeah, they just go to town. And the clickers are a fucking pain in the ass. So I was happy to sit back and watch that go, finally reverse it on somebody else.
It's funny. I was saying earlier about the Molotov cocktail and how like there's people just gathering, talking, and you just toss it into them before they're done talking. Like you don't get any of the story. There's one of those sections when you first meet one of the chained up and infected, and there's like two people talking and like teasing it nearby. And I'm just like, Bing! Just launch it right into them and it just burns all three of them. But you don't get to hear like them finishing their conversation. In the basement of Santa Barbara and the Rattlers. And again, there's really not much to say about them because they really don't give them any texture at all. You just realize that these are very insidious, evil people. But in the basement of their main building, you find a prison or a jail cell. I guess it's not a prison, a jail cell full of able-bodied workers.
Yeah.
When you run into it, you think you've dealt with everyone, but then you're attacked by this woman with like a baseball bat. And I was saying this to Micah. I'm like, they seem to be both men and women. Is this like a rapey sort of thing that they're doing? It doesn't seem like it. Like, because there's like, it seems multi-gendered and stuff like that. I don't know. And that would preclude anyone, but it just seemed like they were literally capturing slaves. Like there was no cannibalistic or sex deviancy involved in it. It was just literally like, we want these slaves, just that. But
it's a good point though.
And I like this scene, especially because she gets pushed in, she almost has the one up on Ellie, but she gets pushed into the bar and then the prisoners kill her through the bars or whatever. And I was a little confused by two things. One is like, why does she have the keys on her?
Mm-hmm.
And why is the weapons case directly in front of the jail cell? Seems a little dangerous to keep
Seems like a bad idea.
Yeah, it seems like, well, you guys are really confident because you have like a literal slave insurrection on your hands now. And that's what's super cool about this section. Very similar to, and you don't really ever see any of it happening. You hear it. The sound design is really cool here, but like that there's like gunfights in the distance and that these guys are basically fucking up the Rattlers with their own weapons, which is super cool. But she asks about Abby and they tell her she's out by what they call the pillars. And it seems like she had tried to escape. Not a huge surprise. No. But because she tried to escape, they were going to torture her. And basically what the Rattlers do is they have this abandoned dock on the water with all of its boards removed. So it's just the pillars, and they basically crucify people on these pillars. So you see it, as you walk around the different pillars, and you should, you'll see Lev and Abby, but you'll also see like skeletons and bodies that were more recently dead. So bodies that have been there for years, and then bodies that have been there, for a brief amount of time. And Abby barely looks like herself anymore. Her hair's been chopped off, but Ellie lets her down, and Lev is hanging nearby. Abby lets Lev down and then kind of just begins to walk away. And this is what I was saying earlier. It's very symbolic. There are two boats right next to each other, kind of almost facing different directions. Like one's facing northeast, one's facing northwest or whatever. And it's like, yeah, just go on your separate ways. But Ellie just can't let it go. And this is kind of interesting because we were talking about how Abby let Ellie go twice, but Ellie lets Abby go twice, actually. And it happens at the same time, though, because when she was first down, Abby could have just killed her. Or she didn't have to let her down at all and just could have killed her. And then when she has her, Abby, it's crazy that Abby can even put up the fight she puts up considering the condition she's in. And, but Ellie gets the upper hand on her there as well. And Lev is obviously knocked out, so he can't get involved. And she lets her go. So really, they're kind of even at this point, and they've both eradicated everything each other cares about, except for now Abby has Lev and Ellie has, I guess, Dina and JJ, presumably. Right. Although, as we find out, that might not be the case.
Right.
So yeah, what did you think about this kind of brutal crucifixion scene? And of course, the last fight in the water between those two that culminates in the ending of the game.
I gotta tell you, man, when you meet those jail inmates and you let them out and she asks about Abby's whereabouts and they say, oh, she tried to escape. I don't know why I missed it, but I was just thinking, oh, she's going to be out there wandering around somewhere looking for a way over the fence. Like I just thought, okay, I'm going to run into her, able-bodied Abby, and then we're going to have fisticuffs, or it's going to come down to that moment. I didn't realize like she had been captured as a punishment for her, for her escape, and that she was going to be in this creepy fucking horror film iconic thing of, being strung up and crucified on these docks with all these other, inmates and captives. Very interesting. But I really didn't know how it was going to play out. You know what I mean? I really didn't know. I mean, what's going to happen at that point? Is Ellie just going to take mercy on her knowing she's been through the ringer? Is she going to let her go based on like, how can I have a fair fight with this person who's on death's door? But as you say, that was the most crazy moment because Ellie just still can't let it go. You know what I mean? She lets her down. She lets Lev down. There's the two boats. That's it. Seems like that's going to be it. But Ellie's just like, we got to do this, and also not a fair fight. Ellie's got her knife, right? Abby's got nothing. Again, Abby's on her last legs. Abby's lucky to still be alive or to be able to stand upright. But of course, we finally get it. Ellie gets the drop on Abby eventually, is going to drown her and then decides not to. But it is very interesting. Yeah, that they deprive themselves of everything and everybody but that one loved one. But it looks like in the end, Abby gets somebody and Ellie doesn't. Because I don't think Dina and Ellie are getting back together.
Yeah.
It was like, if you walk out that door, it's over. And of course, cut to the next bit.
Before we get to the end, did you think one of them was going to die in that scene?
That's a really good question.
Did you think Ellie was going to die? I kind of thought that,
Did you think that?
But I remember the first time I played, I was like, yeah, it seems like maybe they're going to kill Ellie here.
That would have been a really, really interesting, especially to kill either one of them, but especially to kill Ellie and leave the franchise possibly. I know they don't, we'll talk about this, but to leave the franchise in possible other hands, especially if you're moving forward with it, that's interesting. That's fucking bold. But you know what? You can't take it off the table. This game, this specific part 2 iteration, they pulled no punches. I think you have to expect the unexpected, but I was happy that they both survived. But talk about bittersweet, man. Whew. Unbelievable. I don't know what we're celebrating at the end. Honestly, it's pretty incredible. The fact that it came down to that resolution, but it could have came down to that resolution with so much less fallout is really part of the tragedy. And I know that's part of the intention, but man, that's why we're talking about it, right? It's like, holy shit, to what end? It's like, at what cost? Look at what happened here, not to mention Ellie's down 2 fingers.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? It's like, it's not good. She can't play that guitar anymore.
No, definitely not. She's fucked on that.
She tried.
Yeah, she's not going to be able to make that work. All right, let's talk about the ending. We're there. Ellie ends up back at the farm. It's abandoned. Dina and JJ are gone. All the stuff's gone. But in her little office nook, all of her stuff has kind of been stuffed in there. And like you said, she picks up the guitar, can't play it. Can't hit the guitar. It's sad because they make you play it on the pad. But it's not, it's Joel's song, but it's not right. And it can never be played right again. And I think that's it's one of the great ironies. And I was thinking, like, she could learn how to play left-handed. I guess that's going to be incredibly difficult to do. But not that that's really the most important thing, but I think that's very symbolic. And I do love the flashback. The flashback at the end, when you realize that they had actually opted to make up, I think is really nice and really powerful and very, very sad. And Joel basically saying he would do it again. And this is what I was saying earlier about Ellie kind of suggesting to Dina that maybe I'm going to invite him to watch a movie and do all these kinds of things later on. So the ending, I think, is really powerful, but it's really not about the ending. It's about the journey to get to the ending that I think is really special. And of course, like where the game can go from here, or where a future game would go. I mean, I tend to truly believe that the game demands a third one. You can't leave it here. I don't know what you do, but I just don't feel like you can't leave it like this, in my opinion.
Okay, that's interesting. We got to talk about this. We got to talk about it. I mean, I'll just say for the ending, very powerful. I don't think you could have done it in a more elegant, less corny way than this, with Joel sort of doubling down on, this is how much I love you, even knowing that I probably will lose you. I wouldn't do it any other way. And Ellie being like, I don't think I could ever forgive you, but I want to try anyway, is fucking brilliant. I mean, that's brilliant because it gives you a glimmer of hope, but it's very realistic. It's very realistic, like almost like the damage is done, but maybe we'll give it the old college try anyway. I mean, I think that's just written as well as anything has ever been written, video game or otherwise. I think it's heartbreaking. It's brilliant. It's tragic. It's somewhat optimistic. It's as optimistic as I feel like it has any right to be, but still optimistic enough to leave us somewhat happy because we love these two. You know what I mean? So the fact that there was some sort of resolution prior to Joel's death makes me feel so much better for Ellie. But the thing that I love about the ending, Kyle, is I feel like it is a very elegant place to leave it in this world where nothing is left alone. I feel like this would be a very apt place to end the entire thing and never pick it back up again. That being said, I would love to know, I have some ideas myself, but I would love to know what you would do for a part 3, because I love this franchise enough that I'm not saying no to a part 3. I'm just saying it is a very elegant place to leave it. And I think it would take a fair amount of discipline to never pick up the guitar again, if you will. Right.
I mean, maybe we should leave it like and do an episode of Sacred Symbols Plus about that. About what
that's interesting.
Yeah. Now that you were really familiar with the game, because I have some ideas.
Me too.
Yeah. So let's save it. I mean, we've already been going for 7 hours. So
I love it. I love that. Yeah. Because it's ending like the game ended.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, know? Exactly. I'm so glad that you finally got to play it and that we were able to kind of do it justice by going through the story beats and all the rest. I think is really fun.
What an experience this game was.
Yeah. Thank you for playing it and for my back hurts. Thank you for playing it and for taking the time to record for so long. I mean, we recorded basically all day today. So
yeah, but it was fun. It was worth it. I mean, I think this game, it's justified. You know, hopefully this is a proper love letter to this game, to Naughty Dog, to Neil, and what they've given us. I mean, it's more. This is so much. I love video games. I know how much you adore them, and I've loved so many, and there'll be ones in the future that we love. But this game is just on a different. This is just on a different level. You know what I mean? Not every video game gets to be The Last of Us Part 2, but man, yeah, this game is, the world is a better place with something like this in it, a piece of media like this that you could really, that I think people are going to talk about.
Agreed.
You know, this level of craftsmanship, this level of thought, the way it challenges you. Yeah, man, I got a little PTSD myself over this game, I think. Talking in my sleep, that's never happened.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah. I mean, and that's not a coincidence. I was playing this game at the time. I was super invested. I was staying up till all hours of the morning, like you know, over the course of a couple of weeks and trying to milk it in terms of like trying to prolong the joy and not wanting it to end, but also because you and I are, you know, we're cutting our cloth to a timeline. We don't want to forget. We want to keep the memory fresh,
right,
for the conversation. But all the things, man, I just really. It would be one thing if I didn't enjoy the experience, but man, this game exceeded my expectations in every way. Even coming in knowing it was legendary. But this game, I mean, it's just like, holy shit.
I'm so glad you enjoyed it, Dick. I mean, it means a lot.
Yeah. I mean, it's unbelievable. I mean, it makes everything else pale in comparison. I don't know. That's the only downside. What's going to measure up to this game?
Well, I didn't want to say it till the end, and I was going to ask your permission to do it, but you texted me when you started playing it. Man, I know we got to save it for the show, but I have never been this invested in a video game in my life. I feel like I have a personal stake. I was gonna message that to Neil.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah.
I would love for Neil to know how much this game means to me.
Yeah.
I mean, let me ask you this going out, because this is something I don't know much about Neil, except that he's brilliant. Is he a parent?
Yeah.
Is he a dad?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. I think he would have to be.
Mm-hmm.
I really do. I just, there's something so genuine in that thing with the father-daughter thing. I mean, you have me a father-daughter, but I think there's a lot of ways, especially in the second game, to fuck that up. And it's everything but that. You know what I mean? It's just like unbelievable. The only respite going out and being so sad that the game is over is that we're embarking on the series. And I really hope it does the game justice. I really do. And I think it will. Especially with Neil at the helm. But I love this game even more than the first. And I just want to see why I celebrate the series is that people that don't play games are still going to get to experience this. And maybe the show brings more people to this game, because I think this is a game everybody should play.
I agree.
Honestly.
It's an incredibly important game. And it's going to be so fun to talk about where it can all go now that you have the whole breadth of The Last of Us Part 1, Left Behind, and The Last of Us Part 2. You'll be able to, now we can tell the full story and stay where. So I think that'd be great to do that in the near future. Sacred Symbols.
I would love that. Yeah, I would love that. Yeah, I'll keep writing down thoughts, because it's going to keep churning in my head. This is a game that stays with you. So that would be a nice way to keep it alive.
Definitely.
For me.
Definitely. Well, Dig, I appreciate your time, man. I hope you had a good 7-hour conversation with me talking about this.
I had a blast.
This is the longest podcast in the history of the company.
Is it really?
Yeah. And no game deserves it more, I think. So thank you for taking the time. I know this is a long investment for you.
But appropriate.
So,
and you too, man. Thanks for doing it.
Yeah, no problem. I mean, the 14,791 words of notes. We got through them all.
We got it.
So I've never taken so many notes for a game in my life.
Look at us. Now, well, let me ask you this. Will you release this episode in 2 parts?
No, we'll release it all at once.
Okay.
It'll be fun. It'll be a nice little surprise.
Bold.
Yeah, why not? A little fun. Knockback's just a sporadic thing. So let's surprise everyone with a little something.
Let's do it, baby.
All right, Dag, I appreciate you, man.
You too.
We'll talk again soon.
Yeah, we'll do it again soon, dude.
And thank you all out there for your love, kindness, and support. Hope you were here for all of it. Appreciated it. Patreon.com/laststandmedia. What'd you say, Nick?
Gluttons for punishment.
I know, seriously. Patreon.com/laststandmedia for early ad-free access and all sorts of other perks. Laststandmedia.store for merch. We appreciate you. We'll see you next time. Until then, goodbye. Knockback, a retro and nostalgia podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC, and is recorded from Central Virginia and the Philadelphia suburbs, USA. The show was conceived by and is produced by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-host is Dagan Moriarty. Knockback's executive producer is Dustin Furman. All of Last Stand's theme music is by Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand Media's shows, including Knockback, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer support level or higher on Patreon, and we're grateful for your kindness and generosity.